The Battle of Adwa. African Victory in the Age of Empire. Raymond Jonas. 1. THIRD is the story of a world turned upside down. On the 1st of March, 1896, not far from the Ethiopian town of Adwa, an African army won a spectacular victory over a European army. Africans had defeated Europeans before at Isandlwana, for example, but these proved to be mere setbacks in otherwise inexorable conquests. Ethiopian victory over Italy at the Battle of Adwa was decisive. It brought an Italian war of conquest to an end. In an age of relentless European expansion, Ethiopia alone had successfully defended its independence. Inevitably, Ethiopian victory was interpreted in racial terms, for not only had an African army defeated a European army, but a black army had defeated a white army. Adwa thus cast doubt upon an unshakable certainty of the age that sooner or later Africans would fall under the rule of Europeans. Adwa is not only the founding event in the history of modern Ethiopia, and not only a founding trauma in the young life of the modern Italian nation. Adwa is, I would argue, part of our global heritage. It was one of those events we call world historical because we can readily imagine our world taking a different path had events gone differently. Adwa opened a breach that would lead, in the aftermath of World War V years later, to the rollback of European rule in Africa. It was an event that determined the color of Africa. The story of Adwa has at its core a number of compelling personalities. Chief among them is Menelik, a provincial monarch who claimed a biblical ancestry originating with the liaison between King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Menelik parlayed these assets into a claim on the Ethiopian throne. Menelik had more than inspired ancestry in his favor, he had an acute strategic imagination. In a manner reminiscent of Otto von Bismarck of Prussia, Menelik used aggressive external belligerence to subdue his rivals and so to lay claim to the title of Emperor of Ethiopia. A key collaborator was Tato Batul. In her youth a prophecy told her that she would wear a crown. She had already gone through at least 2 husbands before marrying Menelik at the age of 30, making good on the prophecy. Her quick wit and shrewd political sense brought balance to Menelik's cautious and deliberate leadership style. She also brought geographic balance. When Menelik and Tato met, he was merely king of Shoa, a province in southern Ethiopia. His marriage to Tato gave him a smart, energetic political partner with a power base in the north, confirming Menelik as a leader with a claim to truly national credentials. Tato was a strong personality who didn't shrink from harsh measures, whether against the encroaching Europeans or against rivals for Menelik's affection. Second at court only to the emperor himself, Tato led a faction that opposed Menelik's tentative embrace of the Europeans, favoring a bold and aggressive military response. A blend of Tato's ardent maximalism and Menelik's brilliant gamesmanship culminated in the triumph at Adwa. Ethiopian triumph owed almost as much to the soft power of propaganda as to blood and steely might. By appealing to sympathies abroad, Ethiopia pioneered the defining strategy of modern anti-colonial struggles, the campaign for hearts and minds. The drive to abolish the slave trade decades earlier had shown that European public opinion could be engaged in the fate of Africa if offered a compelling story. Before a single shot was fired, Menelik and Tato waged a savvy public opinion campaign in Europe. Since 1878, Menelik had relied on the Swiss engineer Alfred Ilg, his trusted advisor and factotum, for advice in dealing with Europe. In the 1890s, Menelik repeatedly deployed Ilg to Europe to help shape the emperor's image and that of Ethiopia. In a series of brilliant strokes, Ilg assimilated Ethiopia to European landscapes and conventions. Ilg touted mountainous Ethiopia as Africa's Switzerland, a representation boosted in a postcard campaign. The card featured a collage of pleasing sketches Menelik in regal profile, Ethiopia's rugged high mountains, Tukul rendered with suspiciously Swiss orderliness. Ilg also secured the key markers of durable sovereignty so rare in Africa: postage stamps and coins embossed with Menelik's likeness. Ilg's collaborator, the freelance journalist Kazimir Mondenvidale had been promoting Menelik and Ethiopia since 1892 via features in the European press. Mondenvidale is a classic example of a European going abroad to refashion himself. Sources refer to a shady past he sought to escape in Ethiopia. Described as slippery by his enemies and adroit by his friends, Monden effectively functioned as Menelik's chief publicist. His dispatches fed European readers with a comfortable blend of the alluringly exotic and the reassuringly familiar. His descriptions of the Ethiopian court conjured a romanticized medieval Europe. Sometimes I ask myself if our own chivalrous Middle Ages haven't risen from the grave to seek, on this airy Ethiopian plateau, a final and safe refuge, he wrote. Besides appealing to European medieval nostalgia, Monden's characterization quietly suggested that Ethiopia would, in the fullness of time, mature into a comfortingly familiar European present. Monden also underlined Ethiopia's Christian heritage. His features celebrated Menelik's triumphs over his Muslim neighbors, thus assimilating Ethiopia's struggles to those of Christian Europe and the larger global community of Christendom. "The cross has defeated the crescent," he wrote jubilantly following a brutal campaign against the Muslim Welata. When Italy moved against Ethiopia the following year, Monden appealed to European sympathies on behalf of Ethiopia. "The Ethiopian emperor understands European public opinion," he wrote. "He counts on feelings of justice shared by all Christian peoples." The official portrait of Menelik circulated by what could be called his public relations team featured a serene head of state, the antithesis of the cliched barbarian African with a large crucifix worn high at the neck. European newspapers obligingly printed the portrait as they played up a sympathetic image of Africa's Christian monarch. Against all odds, these efforts helped to turn Menelik and Tato into celebrities in Europe and America. By the turn of the century, Menelik had his own tableau in wax at the Musée Grevin in Paris, a sure marker of notoriety in popular culture. Vanity Fair Profi led Menelik as the subject of one of its famous color lithographs, a distinction that put him in the company of such figures as Charles Darwin and Benjamin Disraeli. Felix Podin, the pioneering chain store merchant, featured Menelik and Tato in a collectible card series of bankable fin de siècle personalities, doled out one card per visit. Adwa's aftermaths matter, too. The scope of the disaster of Adwa was such that someone would have to pay. In Italy, the government of Francesco Crispi fell, his political career ended. General Oreste Baratieri, the commanding officer who had the misfortune of surviving Adwa, was put on trial even before he left Africa. Baratieri's trial played as a scripted drama on the themes of hubris, race, and betrayal. Hundreds of Italians were taken prisoner after Adwa. It was a racial turning of the tables that put whites at the mercy of blacks in significant numbers for the first time. The prisoners were billeted upon the Ethiopian population for nearly a year, opening the door to retaliation and cruel revenge that never came. Instead, many prisoners developed close relationships with their guardians/captors, becoming friends and, occasionally, lovers. A surprising number of them left memoirs, a few of them were excellent observers. These accidental anthropologists will have their say, as will the entrepreneurs Greeks, Armenians, Jews, Swiss who operated as independent agents in Ethiopia, selling arms to Menelik and confounding our understanding of imperialism as a coordinated enterprise of statesmen, soldiers, and merchants. Indeed, the story of the drive to conquer Ethiopia subverts much received wisdom about how imperialism operated and what drove it. Ethiopia made no sense as a settlement colony, as an outlet for investment capital, as a source of raw materials, or as a market for surplus production. It yielded no tangible political advantages among an electorate largely indifferent to the lure of imperial grandeur. The Italian bourgeoisie ridiculed the vision of Italian East Africa, notably through its journalistic mouthpiece, the Milan-based Corriere della Sera. They rightly diagnosed Africa Italiana as a pathological projection of the ambitions of Italy's political leaders, who preferred to spend millions in pursuit of imperial glory while they ignored the urgent but more prosaic need for investment at home. A close examination of the failed conquest of Ethiopia reveals not the operation of vast impersonal forces but the convergence of individual vanities and ambitions. The pursuit of empire is shown to be driven by distinct personalities, frustrated careerist administrators, ambitious officers, failed characters seeking sanctuary or redemption in overseas exploits, privateer merchants in pursuit of the killer deal, and, most crucially, political leaders seduced by the idea that empire was where both personal and national greatness could be found. Around the globe, Adwa gave the lie to the inevitability of European domination, both political and racial. Fin de siècle culture in Europe and in the United States confidently predicted Africa's future in terms redolent of manifest destiny. In 1896, on the eve of the Battle of Adwa, the Atlanta Constitution noted that Africa was already carved up and possessed by the different governments of Europe. The Europeans, the Constitution observed, are all repeating in Africa the work of colonization which has made America populous, and before them the Negro must go, as did the Indian in America. One assumptions about political domination and racial superiority were thus entwined. By setting back one, Adwa shattered pious certainties about the other. Nearly 100 years before the abolition of apartheid, Adwa set in motion the long unraveling of European domination of Africa, just as it provoked a rethinking of seemingly settled issues about race. Figures throughout the African diaspora grasped the significance of Adwa, Menelik, and independent Ethiopia. Some, such as Benito Sylvain of Haiti and Joseph Vitalin of the West Indies, saw in Ethiopia a beacon, a kind of Zion, and made the pilgrimage from the Americas. Two others such as Booker T. Washington, Ida B. Wells, and W. E. B. Du Bois became virtual pilgrims who visited and elaborated an Ethiopia of the imagination. In so doing, they anticipated the real and virtual pilgrimages taken by the Rastafarians a generation or so later. In the aftermath of Adwa, it was tempting for some Europeans and Americans to explain away the exception of Ethiopian victory and to soothe the sting of white defeat by discounting Italy as a worthy and capable colonial power. But empire was never an exclusive big power game. Portugal, Belgium, and the Dutch had carved out their pieces of empire, why not Italy? History loves exceptions. This book seeks not to explain away the exception of Adwa but to embrace it. Patterns abound in history, and it is tempting for us to discern in an accumulation of instances an otherwise inscrutable underlying pattern. Exceptions create that rare opportunity to separate the contingent from the inevitable, to recognize in discrete choices and chance occurrences the branching paths of human endeavor. The story of Adwa represents one such opportunity, for in pitting one of the most integrated of African states against a latecomer to the scramble for Africa, it strips away the gloom of inevitability and, like the battle itself, puts history back into play. Chapter 1. Courtly Ambitions. It was an improbable beginning to one of the great political partnerships of modern times. Inside an oversized hut of branch and straw construction, the young, charismatic king of Showa sat cross-legged on a carpet-draped dais. A black silk cape with white embroidered trim covered his shoulders, a bandana of fine white silk wrapped his head from brow to nape, where it tied. Menelik combed his beard with his fingers as he sat alone under a royal canopy. Lieutenants in lion's mane headdresses and red trimmed tunics stood at either side, leaning on lances. The only illumination entered the room from doors on opposite sides. In the somber light, Menelik could make out the features of the engineer sent to him by Escher and Führer, a Swiss FIRM operating out of Aden. The man was young, tall, and broad-shouldered. He sported a long, full beard in the style of an Alfred Tennyson or a Friedrich Engels. His name was Alfred Ilg. Although barely 35 at the time of the meeting in 1879, Menelik looked older than his years. His skin was deeply pitted, the traces of a bout with smallpox. It was a useful mask, a hardened look that belied the subtle, sensitive spirit within. Menelik was not a handsome man, but those who met him remarked on the warmth, kindness, and quiet power in his face. When the French geographer Alphonse Aubry met Menelik in the 1880s, he noted, as everyone did, the obvious scarring on Menelik's face. But he also commented on Menelik's expressive eyes, which he described as quite beautiful, intelligent, and kind. 3. Captain Langbois, on mission to Menelik from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs during the same years, offered a similar description to the French Geographic Society, suggesting that the smallpox scarring gave the king a hard air that was softened by his intelligent face and large black eyes full of tenderness and goodwill. For the British journalist Augustus Wilde couldn't see past the wide-brimmed black felt hat the young Menelik made his trademark. Wilde dismissed it as an affectation, a 2-shilling black wide-awake. 5. Whether Menelik was aware that in Ireland the wide-awake was an emblem of anti-imperial resistance, we will never know. It may simply have been a sartorial preference. 6 years later, the British diplomat Sir Renilrod met Menelik at court in Addis Ababa and recalled his face as being full of character and quiet power. His manner dignified and at the same time cordially unreserved. 7. As for Ilg, he might have passed for a gentle schoolteacher with his wire spectacles and fair alpine complexion. In his early teens Ilg had left Frauenfeld, his hometown in the foothills of northern Switzerland, for secondary schooling in Zurich. He was barely 25 when he departed for the Red Sea in May 1878, in the company of 2 craftsmen from Zurich. 8. The journey from the Somali coast to his meeting with Menelik in Ankober must have given him pause. It certainly tried his patience. He was stuck on the coast at Zilla for weeks waiting for a caravan into the Ethiopian highlands. The delay was a standard business practice on the coast, said to facilitate the emptying of the wallets of bored and impatient travelers. Once the journey was underway, it took a month and a half to make the climb through territories controlled by Afar tribesmen eager to exact tribute from travelers. 9. Alfred Ilg was lured not only by the promise of work but also by a sense of mission. He had taken inspiration from Werner Munzinger, a fellow Swiss of an earlier generation who had made a career for himself in Egypt. Munzinger had labored to fulfill Khedive Ismail's modernizing ambition for Egypt, serving the Khedive First in Cairo, then as governor of territories from the Red Sea to the Sudan in the 1870s. 10. Where Munzinger had a romantic penchant and fell hard for Ismail's vision of expansion and monumental grandeur, the Renaissance of Egyptian imperial glory. Ilg's temperament was pragmatic. As an engineer, he tended to see modernization in technical terms, a set of discrete practical problems to be mastered. So did Menelik, the young monarch who hired the solemn Ilg to lead the technical modernization of his realm. 11. Patient, practical, and open to the world, Ilg rapidly adapted to life in Ethiopia. He was an engineer but also a realist. He soon reconciled his penchant for precision with the elastic standards of Ethiopia, where, he noted, time is a loose concept. 12. Ilg shaved his Tennysonisk beard, took an Ethiopian wife, started a family, and mastered Amharic. By the time he turned 30, in 1884, he had completed a slew of projects for Menelik. 13. He was fast becoming royal architect and minister of bridges and roads. Ilg showed a knack not only for public works but also for adapting Menelik's modernizing ambition to his resources. Soon Menelik and Tato were giving Ilg shopping lists for his trips to Europe. He returned loaded down with the bric-a-brac of modern life and Europe and technology: a printing press, wide-brimmed hats, a cartridge reloader, soap, a sturdy plough, fine footwear. Although Ilg's missions to Europe were largely matters of state, Empress Tato didn't hesitate to write to modify her wishes, to remind Ilg of her preferences, or to inform him of her shoe size. She wore a Europe in size 39. 14. But she was far from frivolous and was just as likely to follow up with a note about agricultural machinery. Either way, whether pursuing public interest or private passion, she signed her letters Empress Tato, Light of Ethiopia. 15. By the time of Menelik's accession to the Ethiopian throne in 1889, Ilg had assumed additional functions as counselor of state. He put his formidable language skills French, German, Italian, English, Amharic to work, never once hinting at ambitions beyond those of his patron and friend. The public works continued in 1894, he completed a water conduit from Entato to the imperial compound, but by then he was effectively operating as chief of staff. 16 After Adwa, Menelik would turn to Ilg for guidance in the negotiations for the Italian prisoners. 17 By turns builder, translator, arms merchant, and diplomat, Ilg was indispensable. He would serve Menelik for life. The partnership established between Menelik and Ilg would be decisive for the future of Ethiopia. By the time of their meeting, the fate of Africa seemed clear. Inspired, in part, by the expansion of the United States and the manifest destiny that took European settler populations from sea to shining sea, European powers came increasingly to see Africa as the outlet for Europe's ambitions and its population. After a period of retrenchment during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, European expansion had begun anew. European settlement in South Africa recommenced after 1815, the conquest of North Africa began with Algeria in 1830. Even though the Atlantic slave trade was in decline by the second half of the century, King Leopold of Belgium found that great wealth could still be extracted from the Dark Continent and employed the most brutal methods in doing so. Along with Portugal and the Netherlands, Leopold's Belgium showed that even small powers could pursue grand ambitions in Africa. Meanwhile, Henry Morton Stanley turned African adventure into a manly sport, creating a book and lecture market for audiences primed for vicarious thrills. 18 All the same, it was the great powers who were amassing the greatest territory. Britain would eventually lay claim to lands stretching from Cairo to the Cape. France, encouraged by Bismarck to seek compensation abroad. After defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, duly established interests in North and West Africa and defended toeholds on the Somali coast in the east. In 1884, Bismarck would convene a conference founded on the strong presumption that Africa's future would be European. When Menelik and Alfred Ilg met in 1878, that future was already closing in. The campaign against Tudros, blueprint for conquest Ethiopia in the 19th century, was a collection of provinces ruled by kings, presided over by an emperor. Although principles of succession favored the eldest legitimate son of the previous emperor, there was plenty of room for interpretation and mischief. Prior to Menelik, Ethiopia had two great emperors in the 19th century, Tudros and Jonas. Both had risen from local power bases using tactics that often dressed blatant acts of banditry in the language of kingship. The image of the Shifta, or bandit, looms large in the history of Ethiopia. It has even been said that the path of the Shifta was the sure way to political power. 19 Tudros, a Shifta who was the son of a Shifta, had clawed his way into power. The man who would become Emperor Tudros was born with the name Kasahelu in 1818 near Gondar, in the west. Tudros was abandoned by his father and raised by his mother. Rivals mocked his lowly origins. They liked to point out that his mother had eked out a living selling kaso, which rids the digestive system of worms. As a young man, Tudros adopted a classic strategy of rebellion followed by accommodation. He ratcheted his way up as a regional figure, then used regional power and marriage to push aside rivals for the throne. He became emperor in 1855. 22 set for himself the task of unifying Ethiopia and establishing Christian Ethiopia as a regional power. The 33-year-old British consul, Walter Plowden, encouraged him in this regard, writing earnest letters back to London about the man who would civilize and improve this distracted country. 21 Tudros had decreed the abolition of the slave trade in Ethiopia, Plowden noted, just as he had outlawed the soldierly practice of taking trophies via castration from the bodies of fallen enemies. Such a sovereign, Plowden gushed, shall merit the support and friendship of Her Majesty's government. 22 Plowden apparently also encouraged the idea that Ethiopia and Britain might form an alliance of Christian brothers against Muslim Egypt. THIRD was seduced by the vision of Ethiopia as a unified Christian power whose authority stretched from the Ethiopian highlands down to the Red Sea. In 1856, he led his forces against the southern province of Shoa, whose king submitted and subsequently died of illness. The king's son, the young Menelik, was taken by THIRD for safekeeping. He later escaped. The campaigns of THIRD against the Muslim Oromo were less successful, and his armies never seriously threatened the Muslim towns and villages along the Red Sea coast. 23 The Shifta heritage of THIRD ultimately worked against him. Contrary to Plowden's high hopes for THIRD, his exercise of power rarely rose above the predatory. THIRD and his armies were relentless in their campaigning, scarcely distinguishable from Orgianist banditry as they fed themselves from crops and livestock in their path. When farmers appealed for a lighter touch, THIRD was blunt: soldiers eat, peasants provide. THIRD relished his roguish image and took delight in his nickname, Abba Bazbaz, taker of booty, day after day. 24 Farmers learned to thwart THIRD by driving off livestock and hiding the fruits of their harvest, and they tipped off their neighbors by lighting signal fires, warning of his movements. As his efforts at centralizing authority found aired, THIRD became frustrated. THIRD also suffered slights from European powers. A letter sent in 1862 intended for Queen Victoria languished, unanswered, in the British Foreign Office. 25 And he became irritated by the presence of European missionaries, understandably so, for they seemed quite redundant in Christian Ethiopia. What THIRD really wanted was a cannon founder, a gunsmith, an iron smelter, a heavy artilleryman and a gunner. 26 THIRD put the missionaries to work in the construction of roads and a massive siege gun christened Sebastopol. 27 He also detained the British consul and, in this, overplayed his hand. 28 Negotiations for the release of the consul and the missionaries led to deadlock. In 1867 THIRD simply ignored a British ultimatum for their release. The following year, the consul and the missionary hostages became the object of a rescue mission undertaken by a British expeditionary force led by General Robert Napier. In late January 1868, a fleet of transport ships began to unload their cargo at Zula, on the Red Sea coast just south of Misawa. The cargo included thousands of colonial troops from India, thousands of European British soldiers, and nearly 200 Chinese laborers for road building, more than 20,000 bodies in all, not counting 3,000 pack animals, including 45 Indian elephants. 29 The diverse composition of Napier's expeditionary force amounted to a demonstration of the global military might of the British Empire. A few weeks later, the force began to move from the coast into the highlands. As the elephants lumbered along steep switchback trails, they carried disassembled Armstrong-field guns strapped to their sides and backs. The elephants were piloted by colonial troops from India. THIRD might have adopted guerrilla tactics, harassing Napier's forces as their supply lines stretched. Instead, on April 10, Good Friday, he put his infantrymen armed with rifles and spears in the open field against Napier's artillery and sharpshooters. The results were predictable and devastating: hundreds of Ethiopian dead versus 20 wounded. Among Napier's men, having failed at a show of force, THIRD tried negotiation. He released some of the hostages and made a gift of 1,000 cattle and 500 sheep in peace and friendship. 30 Napier declined any peace offer that did not include the emperor himself. As Napier's expeditionary force closed in on the imperial redoubt at Magdala, THIRD's authority vanished. When British forces moved up the mountainside and raced to free the hostages, THIRD put the barrel of a pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger. 31 Britain had no interest in the conquest of Ethiopia. There was no ulterior motive, no secret plan to occupy Ethiopia. Britain's gripe was with THIRD, not the Ethiopian people. After the rescue of the hostages, Napier packed up his things and left. 32 When the British departed, they left behind two things: weapons and a blueprint for conquest. Casa of Tigray, a local collaborator, had offered safe passage to Napier's forces and secure supply lines in the pursuit of Tudros. The predations of Tudros had created a population that was ready for a champion, and Casa found that the role of champion suited his imperial ambitions. The departing British rewarded Casa with a healthy stock of rifle ES and ammunition. 33 With Tudros out of the way, the British gift of guns and ammo was enough to tip the ensuing succession battle in Casa's favor. But although the British were themselves not interested in Ethiopia, Napier's mission set an example for Egypt and Italy, who were. The British had shown how to take down an Ethiopian emperor by allying themselves with an internal rival. By using Casa against Tudros, the Napier mission drafted the blueprint for subsequent campaigns. One might add that the relative ease of the Napier rescue mission gave a quite false impression of the tenacity and fighting skills of Ethiopians, a misapprehension that would cost others dearly. Egypt moves against Ethiopia. Over the next 3 years, and thanks to his hefty arsenal, Casa consolidated his power and dispatched his rivals. In January 1872, he assumed the imperial throne. He took the title of Johannes IV when he received the crown in a coronation ceremony in the holy city of Aksum. While Ethiopia was distracted by the Napier mission and its aftermaths, Egypt pursued its vision of grandeur. Khedive Ismail imagined a modern Egypt that would recapture the glory of ancient Egypt through aggressive expansion into Sudan, Ethiopia, and the Somali coasts. Egyptian forces pushed south along the Red Sea coast, seizing Missawa in 1865. Ismail installed Werner Munzinger, a Swiss adventurer, voyager, and agent for hire, as governor of Missawa. 34 Following Napier's lead, Ismail sought an internal Ethiopian ally who might challenge Johannes. Menelik had already demonstrated a stubborn independence, withholding recognition of Johannes and his claim to the title of emperor. And Menelik's location at Johannes's back as he faced the Egyptians in the north would distract Johannes as the Egyptians maneuvered against him. 35 Menelik would serve nicely as an ally to Egypt. In 1875, the Egyptians occupied Harar, a major trading station and the endpoint of caravans coming up to Shoa from Djibouti. With Harar, Egypt had control of Menelik's main outlet to the sea. Very little left Shoa except by way of Harar, and very little entered. The Egyptians thus had considerable leverage over Menelik. At the same time they began to offer Menelik the fiery arms that would be useful in his ongoing quarrel with Johannes. They consolidated control over a position that could choke off Menelik's access to the wider world. Johannes represented a significant obstacle to Egyptian ambitions, both because his power base was close at hand, in northern Ethiopia, and because Johannes took seriously his role as defender of the Christian faith. Johannes cast the Egyptian incursions both as territorial aggression and as the return of a conquering Islam. And, indeed, Egypt went after areas Missawa, the Red Sea coast, Harar where Islam had been durably established. In 1875, Egypt organized a large force against Johannes. It consisted of some 15,000 Egyptian soldiers commanded by veterans of the German wars of the 1860s, Danes, Germans, and Austrians, as well as veterans of the American Civil War. 36 The objective of this force was to bring about the downfall of Johannes by threatening the area north of the Marab River and west of the Red Sea, roughly speaking, the territory that would become Eritrea. 37 At the same time, Werner Munzinger, Egypt's governor of Missawa, accompanied a shipment of fiery arms to Menelik. However, Munzinger's group of 400 never reached Menelik. On November 7, 1875, Munzinger and his party, including his Ethiopian wife and child, were annihilated by Afar, who preyed on trade to Shoa. 38 The very same day, the Egyptian force invading from the north was checked by Johannes at Gundet. 39 A few months later, Johannes's advance guard, led by a bright and brave young commander named Aliula, engaged the Egyptians at Gura. The Egyptians suffered a devastating defeat, a rout and a massacre, losing half their men in battle. 40 Defeat at Gura shattered Ismail's dream of an African empire for Egypt. Indeed, it set in motion events that would lead to his downfall 3 years later. It solidified Ethiopia's claim on what would become Eritrea. Victory at Gura secured Alula's reputation as Ethiopia's fiacist defender. 41 Jonas conferred upon Alula the lofty title of Ras and installed Alula in the town of Asmara, in the highlands above Misawa, thus making the man and the town the hub of his defense against any future threats. 42 Then Jonas turned against his perceived enemies. Egypt's Muslim strategy made him wary of Ethiopia's Islamic minority. In 1880, he issued a proclamation in which he invited Ethiopian Muslims either to convert to Christianity or leave. 43 Then he moved against Menelik and forced him to pay homage. Johanna sealed the deal by marrying his son to Menelik's daughter in 1882. This patched up relations, though the animosity never really subsided. Menelik never renounced his ambition to topple Johannes and rule Ethiopia. Rather, Menelik pursued the imperial crown by other means. At about the time that Menelik was marrying off his daughter to the son of Johannes, he began to court the woman who would serve as his most important political ally. Ethiopia's power couple, Menelik and Tato. Tato Batul had a restless heart and an iron will. When Menelik courted Tato, he was merely king of Shoa, but he articulated loftier ambitions. Menelik laid claim to the Ethiopian throne thanks to lineage reaching back to King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. 44 According to the Kebra Negist, a compendium of tradition and law, Ethiopia must be ruled by someone of such descent, so Menelik was both conforming to tradition and staking a claim, as had Tewodros and Johannes before him. 45 As for Tato, marriage to Menelik would fulfill a prophecy of royal destiny. 46. An early photograph shows a woman with high, full cheeks, full lips, and a narrow jaw. She wore her hair in cornrow braids that followed the arc of her ears and were collected in a ponytail at the back. She was famous for her slender fingers and her light complexion, a gift of her Oromo Arab descent. She was also known for her wealth, including holdings in farmland and pasture. She was connected to an extensive network of wealth and power through relatives. 47 The partnership between Menelik and Tato was one of the great political unions of modern times. That Menelik and Tato had a mutual affection no one would deny. Candid photos taken of their domestic life years later show a level of comfort with each other that would be difficult to fake. They made a point of eating meals together, and their interactions were described as attentive and tender. 48 But as it was not the first marriage for either of them, any romantic illusions had been tempered. By the time Menelik met Tato, the marriage with his first wife, the Princess Altash, daughter of Emperor Tewodros, was over. It was a marriage whose utility died with Tewodros. Menelik moved on to the courtesan Bafana, a woman whose extraordinary beauty clouded Menelik's judgment, blinding him to her intrigues against him, until Tato entered the picture. 49 When Menelik and Tato sealed their union on Easter Sunday in 1883, it was a carefully considered act. It was also a union of destinies. In Menelik, Tato saw a vehicle for her ambitions. In Tato, Menelik saw wealth, political smarts, and connections in a part of the country he would have to win over if he was to rule Ethiopia. If Menelik and Tato were running for OFFICE in an American presidential election, it would be said that Tato brought geographical balance to the ticket. The north had been the home of Ethiopia's most recent emperors. Both Tewodros and Johannes had been from the north, so there was a strong presumption in favor of northerners when it came to imperial succession. Tato was born in Semian, near Tigray, a large, rich northern province. The family had contacts throughout the north, including Tigray and Bagumdar. 50 Menelik was from the south, so Tato brought him a kind of local legitimacy. In politics, Tato's quick wit and acute political sense brought balance to Menelik's cautious and deliberate leadership. Although Tato was of Oromo and thus Muslim heritage, the family had converted in the 18th century, confirming both the ideal of Christian Ethiopia and the savvy opportunism of her family. Since then, the family had accumulated significant property. 51 Tato gave Menelik a shrewd, wealthy, energetic political partner with a power base in the north, confirming Menelik as a leader with a claim to truly national credentials. Tato made the most of her position of power. Although she could tolerate the company of Europeans and made sure to invite them to royal events, her mistrust of Europeans was visceral. It was said that she could not abide their odor. 52. At court she anchored the anti-European faction. In policy discussions, she could always be counted on to defy any political choices in trenchant terms, framing the debate. Some credited her with choosing the site for Menelik's new capital, Addis Ababa. She took an active interest in the life of the capital, seeing it as an extension of her home and the most important theater for courtly performance and the display of political power. Under her watchful and benevolent eye, Addis became the venue for the dispensing of both justice and royal largesse. She kept a close watch on Menelik's companions. Menelik was far from faithful, and while Tato would tolerate his infidelities, she would not put up with rivals. Tato was credited with the death by poison of one of his lovers. Rumors circulated that it was not an isolated event. Her methods could be pitiless, but her anxiety was not unjustified. As one of her prominent critics observed, the queen today may be only a woman tomorrow. 53. Tato's self-regard was legendary. It was remarked more than once that she composed her inner circle carefully, choosing women with darker complexions, the better to show off her own light coffee skin. Whether in Ankober, Entoto, or the new capital, Addis Ababa, Tato was rarely seen without her full entourage. Tato went about the city astride her mule with the royal red umbrella that both shielded her from the sun and announced her royal presence. As she moved about the city, custom demanded gestures of obeisance. These were sometimes off-aired perfunctorily or nullified by muttered insults, hyena and worse. 54. In time, her vanity became a political liability. As her public gestures of Christian devotion crossed the line from exemplary to ostentatious, her motives became suspect, as if piety had become simply another vehicle for self-promotion. Such criticism was to be expected of a woman who exercised power confidently. In the end, even her critics accorded her respect, however reluctantly. Nicola D'Amato didn't like Tato, but he couldn't help admiring her. And he acknowledged that her unfavorable image owed something to her political perspicacity and her rare, quick wit. 55. But animosity toward Tato wasn't simply a reflection of the grudging respect accorded a powerful woman. Tato was anything but a pleaser. She seems genuinely not to have cared whether she was liked. In the end, her understanding of power owed something to Machiavelli. It was said that while the gentle Menelik was loved, Tato was feared. Chapter 2. Listing toward Adwa. Il Giardino d'Italia was packed. Most of the soldiers had been in Naples only a few hours, having arrived over the course of the day from barracks across Italy. There was plenty of camaraderie, some genuine, some driven by drink and the need for companionship in the face of the unknown. Naples was Italy's largest city, and it thrived on trade and shipping. It was a grand public occasion in Naples when soldiers shipped out. After arriving at the train station, soldiers made their way to the barracks at Granelli, just south of the docks. Naples is a city that lives outdoors. By night, the glow of Bengal lights beckoned. The men packed the bars and cafes of Naples, spreading conviviality and cash. They were intent on a grand goodbye. The Bicchiarata di Congedo. The Bicchiarata, a close relative of the pub crawl, was an unofficial military tradition. At the Giardino d'Italia, namesake of the nearby gardens of the Palazzo Reale, a final round of toasts marked the end of the evening. The next morning at Granelli, the men dressed for their departure. Gerardo Pantano remembered being overcome by a feeling of serene contentment as he stood before the mirror and inspected the gold braid on his jacket sleeves. The look was right, he recalled, but the feeling was wrong, given the uncertainties ahead. In the end he chalked up his serenity to his appetite for adventure and to his admittedly vast ignorance of Africa. Two enlisted men marched to the dock looking sharp in white button-down tunics, white pants, boots, and tan spats. They sported diagonal sashes across the chest. From balconies there were shouted goodbyes and uttering handkerchiefs. An army band played as families followed their men, fathers, sons, brothers to the grand waterfront promenade. Like the other officers, Lieutenant Pantano surveyed the scene as men adjusted helmets decorated with ribbons, braids, and jaunty feathers, white or black according to regimental tradition. It was a fine fall day, and Pantano was in good company. Umberto Partini, a mate from school days in Medina, would share Pantano's cabin on the journey. Neither had seen Africa, and they were full of questions when they joined the conversation of a group of veterans of earlier campaigns. These included Lieutenant Bora, who wore a medal for valor earned in the splendid victory against the dervishes at Agordat, and Lieutenant Caruso, a veteran artillery officer who was fluent in Arabic. Also with them was Luigi Mercatelli, a seasoned African correspondent with the pro-Africanist newspaper Tribuna. Mercatelli had the distinction of being one of the FIRST-embedded journalists of the modern media age. 3 Pantano shipped out on the Po, a 3-mast steamer, in mid-September 1894. When Italy shipped soldiers to Africa, it often relied on common carriers for troop transport. Pantano's vessel, the Po, was no different. Pantano and his men would make their voyage in the company of other paying passengers, performers, soldiers, salesmen pursuing their dreams by way of Africa. A traveling circus show featuring the Guillaume sisters, a famous equestrian act, followed Pantano up the gangplank, adding a hint of the carnivalesque. The Guillaumes headlined a troupe that would open in Alexandria, then push on to other venues, playing wherever talent and fortune would take them. They represented the vanguard of European circus/cabaret entertainment. They would reach out to audiences along the Red Sea, all the while trolling for novelty acts to add to their show before returning just back from the Orient, for a triumphant European tour. Cranes hoisted mail sacks, costume wardrobes, ammunition crates, and caged exotic animals. As they waited for the Po to push off, Pantano and Partini shared deck space in the sun with the Guillaume sisters and their entourage, including magicians, gymnasts, knife throwers, tightrope walkers, and jugglers. Bears and monkeys sulked in cages nearby. Pantano stared in pity while the slouching bears trapped in boredom chewed neurotically at their bellies. The Po was a stand-in for Italy itself, a vessel auspiciously named for the country's mightiest river. In conversation among officers on board, one heard the dialect of bourgeois Milan il dialetto meneghino. Among rank-and-file soldiers and NCOs, the chatter was Sicilian, the vulgar tongue of the Lazzaroni. For after she pushed free from the dock, the Po made for the gap between Sorrento and Capri, spewing smoke and soot. The great ancient port city anchored a fine panorama, the glories of the bay embraced them. The gleaming fishing villages of Perchita and Ischia were to starboard. Sullen Vesuvius was to port. As the fat, crenellated turrets of Naples's Castel Nuovo faded astern, Pantano began to notice what a rusting heap, an old carcass, the Po truly was. Stair treads groaned. Red-orange stains streamed from decaying fixtures and casings. At the rails, FLX of paint peeled to the touch and FL uttered to the sea. The Po turned south, then headed toward the Straits of Messina. Pantano noticed that he was leaning. He closed one eye and tried to align the line of the stern with the horizon. The journey was underway, but the Po would list visibly to starboard all the way to Africa. The trauma of leaving can create vivid memories. While Pantano remembered warm sun and camaraderie, other soldiers begged to differ. Naples is an ancient city, and in the 19th century it was frequently prey to cholera, a disease as symbolically rich as it was deadly. Naples's gay spirit sometimes evoked revulsion, notably among officers from the north, who easily saw in Naples everything that was wrong with the mezzogiorno frivolity, indolence, and moral lassitude. A decade before Conrad's Marlowe imagined his gleaming city as a whited sepulchre, Naples conjured vanity, filth, and immorality. When Major Marcello Prestinari made his departure from Naples in 1894 in the company of an operatic troupe, he complained that the entertainers made the crossing a display of vulgar dissipation. 5 Vico Mantegazza, who had made the voyage years before, in the 1880s, remembered leaving Naples on an inauspicious day, the Day of the Dead. 6 others enjoyed departures closer to the cliched image of Italy, goodbyes performed to the soundtrack of an accordion playing the tarantella. Luigi Gage was with his regiment in Milan when he heard he would be shipping out. He ran home to say goodbye to his family, then hopped on a bicycle and rode around Milan telling friends and acquaintances that he was on his way to Africa. He cut quite a figure on his bike, a modern novelty, racing around Milan in his military pants, jacket, and bright fez. At 6 in the evening he rendezvoused with his battalion at Santa Prassede. By the time they marched to Milan Central Station, a crowd had already assembled in the piazza in front. 7 Ciao, Mama, he remembered calling from the train to his parents on the platform. His father's eyes were damp with tears. A brass band struck up a march as the train lurched. Looking back from the outskirts of the city, Gage saw the lights of Milan dim in the January night. After a night on the train and a night sleeping on straw in the barracks of Naples, he was on his way to Eritrea. The passage to Missawa took about 12 days, plenty of time for talk. Soldiers gathered on deck, under canopies set up to shield voyagers. From squalls and Sunday 8 Pantano turned to his fellow soldiers for conversation, peppering the veterans with questions about Italy's Red Sea colony of Eritrea. One by one his misconceptions about Africa, a land of deserts, jungles, unrelenting heat, and dangerous wild animals, collapsed. Pantano learned with great wonderment that there are no deserts in Eritrea, nor leafy jungles, that meeting ferocious wild animals was quite uncommon, that the highlands had a spring-like climate. Thus crumbled, he recalled, our vast erudition acquired from the newspapers. 9. The passage was also a crash course in power and the global economy. In the waters off Port Said, at the Mediterranean opening to the Suez Canal, Pantano noted that 95 out of 100 vessels were flying the Union Jack. And it wasn't just British commercial sea power on display. As vessels dropped anchor at Port Said, a transitory floating market took shape. Small craft bobbed and darted like pilot sh among the ships, hawking wares. Everything was for sale. Soldiers lowered baskets with cash and hauled up fruit, sh, bread, rum, cognac, and cigarettes. 10 Once through the Suez Canal and into the Red Sea, the mood on board became more somber, a function of boredom and damp heat. Flying sh provided occasional comic relief. From time to time, one of the mules on board might succumb, the carcass would be hoisted to the gunwale and pitched into the sea. The night brought no relief. The heat remained so oppressive that the soldiers slept in the nude. 11 Luigi Gage's first glimpse of Missawa was by night. Along with many other soldiers, he found a place near the prow and watched the lights of the city come into view, defining the port. Reflected illumination lent Missawa a mysterious, dreamlike quality. We imagined ourselves in an enchanted land, he recalled, admitting the role that excited imaginations played. The dazzling glow of the lighthouse struck him as a splendid magic lantern. But Fantasyland would have to wait. The first to disembark were the heat-stressed mules, quickly offloaded by cranes. 12. Missawa, capital of empire? Proximity to the water is everything in Missawa, where heat and humidity suffocate and winter is the best season. Meanwhile, the city's architecture took on an archaeological aspect, its buildings durable markers of fleeting power bore witness to the layers of a city's past. The oldest and wealthiest residences were nearly a mile offshore, on islands connected to the mainland by a causeway. Along with the peninsulas of Girar and Abd el-Kader, these islands provided a protective embrace for ships making port. Old commercial families lived in large white houses whose mishrabia and latticed windows shielded families from prying eyes but allowed cooling breezes off the Red Sea to push through. Empires would come and go, but the old Arab, Indian, and Turkish families that had settled in Missoua generations earlier provided the only truly lasting power, an informal dynasty of commerce. The island of Taulid was where Werner Munzinger, the Swiss who governed Missoua on behalf of the Khedive of Egypt, had built the governor's palace in the 1870s. When the Egyptian bid for empire collapsed, the Italians moved in. 13 Italy's occupation in 1885 required fewer than 1,000 men, and the governor's palace was easily the most important symbolic prize. 14 This magnificent structure was known locally American Samoa the Seraglio Palace, a term that evoked Istanbul, the intimacies of the harem, and the intrigues of Ottoman rule. As befit a political residence, it was the most imposing structure in town. All gleaming white, in Oriental style, the Seraglio's 2 stories of arcade Moorish arches faced the sea. A monumental pair of staircases worthy of Florence or Fontainebleau ascended to the second floor, where a single arch, half again as large as the arches of the arcade, signaled the ceremonial entrance. 2 red signal lights beamed from the roof, creating an effect that was both solemn and fantastic. 15 Next door was the OFFICERS Club, the social hub of the Italian colonial enterprise. 16 It was a single-story structure, also in white, with ornamental flourishes. The location of the OFFICERS Club facilitated OFFICHAL receptions at the governor's palace next door. Men gathered at the club in their OFFICERS whites, boasting and teasing over cool drinks, thanks to block ice delivered aboard ships from Scandinavia. 17 From the club they ascended a set of stairs to the large, deep veranda that faced the sea from the second story of the Seraglio. There, on grand occasions, the broad terrazza could accommodate dozens as moonlight scattered on the Red Sea and a waltz played. Rosalia Pianovia, a colonel's wife, remembered the glittering evenings when as many as 150 guests would gather to mix, dance, and gaze out to sea. 18. Although the red-beaconed Seraglio seemed to beckon from the water, enlisted men and NCOs would rarely see it up close. The lowly ranks were housed in barracks on the peninsulas of Girar and Abd el-Kader, where soldiers might rest a few days before pushing on to the cooler high plains. 19 As enlisted men were shuttled to shore in launches, they came face to face with the astonishing diversity of the port cities of the Middle East. Italians, French, Greeks, Indians, Egyptians, Sudanese, Arabs, Nubians, Syrians, Armenians, English, Germans. A crowd as multicolored in its skin as its clothing, noted Cesare Pini. 20 The first real contact came from dockside peddlers, blacks, Indians, and Moretti, whose opening gambit consisted of a hearty salam, or an ingratiating Viva Italia, while off-airing dates, cigars, knickknacks, and caramel treats. 21 They competed for space with dogs, water porters, and mules bearing wealthy women across town. 22 Orientation to life in Africa was cursory. OFFICERS warned soldiers not to bathe in the sea, lest they contract a skin disease or, worse, attract sharks. 23 For some soldiers, their acquaintance with Missoua never got beyond the waterfront, where Greek-owned cafes dominated, serving smoky white mastica over ice. 24 Those with a bit more time or a veteran of Missoua as guide probed deeper. On the town. For enlisted men and NCOs, 2 cafes served as headquarters of social activity in Missoua in the late 1880s. Though they certainly bore Egyptian names at one time, following the arrival of the Italians in 1885 they reinvented themselves as the Caffè Montebello and the Caffè Garibaldi, good Italian names, though the premises were owned and operated by Greeks. Even after the consolidation of Italian rule, the Greek cafe owners retained a prudent polynational, even cosmopolitan outlook. They studiously avoided decor or behavior that would offend any national sensibilities. They took care to embellish their cafe walls with portraits of all the European heads of state. As in other port cities, such as Suez or Port Said, cafe musicians were instructed to play patriotic hymns or folk tunes drawn from the national musical traditions Italian, French, British, Russian of clients as they arrived, fending off any idea that they served only a particular national clientele. 25 Just the same, Italian soon rivaled Arabic as the lingua franca of commercial life in Misuwa. By chance, the most important merchant in Misuwa was an Italian national. Alessandro Cirer was born to Jewish parents in the port city of Livorno but emigrated to Egypt in search of his fortune. In Cairo, he Ottomanized his name as Skender in a nod to local sensibilities. Eventually he landed in Misuwa, where he built a reputation for fairness among Red Sea pearl divers. Soon he was the preferred go-between for buyers and sellers. Skender Cirer, the pearl merchant of Misuwa. Colonial powers come and go, but by all accounts Cirer was the unofficial mayor of Misuwa, the Dean, as he was known. It was a status he earned long before the Italians arrived. He liked to joke that the Italian occupation of Misuwa meant that he had gone home without leaving. In a place where many men went about naked from the waist, Cirer scrupulously conformed to business attire, including pants and jacket, summer or winter. As he strolled about town, he sometimes carried his latest acquisitions with him, rolling pearls in his mouth, as if to finish the work begun by nature. 26 Cirer knew that the Italian presence was good for business in Misuwa. Although the initial Italian toehold consisted of a triangular patch of territory around Misuwa of less than 4 square miles, Italian construction betrayed larger ambitions. In short order the Italians had rebuilt the harbor, constructing new quays to serve vessels of deep draft up to 35 feet. The stone facing on the quays worthy of Civitavecchia or Piombino suggested a long-term investment. A hospital followed, as did an arsenal and ice machines. 27 A rail station was built, serving a line that climbed into the highlands. 28 As the economy of Misuwa boomed, vendors and retail merchants warmed to the European presence. Like the gold rush merchants of California and the Klondike, in Eritrea it was the provisioners who prospered. Misuwa was entirely without trees or shrubs, and by day its public spaces were inhospitable, so cafes, barber shops, and taverns also traded in shade. Little moved at the peak of the day, and little was heard beyond the call to prayer from Misuwa's mosques. Families retreated indoors or to covered and latticed rooftops. In the morning and late after noon, the streets bustled. Most women went about with faces covered, distinguishing themselves instead by bracelets and anklets of silver and necklaces of colored glass. 29 Soldiers who ventured forth from their simple wood plank barracks to the main settlement entered a warren of narrow streets among 2 and 3-story coral stone buildings. Sergeant Darley had been in Misuwa for 2 months, working in the commissariat. That was enough to make him an old hand and an esteemed guide to the pleasures of Misuwa. Nobody knows it better, he boasted. 31st Stop food. A bite to eat and then a tour. The restaurant looked more like a barracks than an establishment catering to a European clientele. Alla Trattoria Napolitana barely recalled its namesake. Its walls were part stone and part wood, with woven reeds for wall covering. It featured decent pasta but bad fish served with Sicilian wine that was hearty but also heady in the heat. A fan system moved the air, a boy pulled a string that wagged a piece of cardboard hinged to the ceiling. 31 Any tour of the city would have to include the 2 main piazzas renamed Baratieri and Senef by the Italians after victories in 1895. There, iron tracery dressed up the facades of the main buildings and the arcade-covered walkways. 32 The Indian quarter featured low-ceilinged shops of stone and mortar with stoop entrances where Greeks, Arabs, and Indians produced jewelry and knickknacks, mostly rings and bracelets for the local market of Arabs and Abyssinians. Wisps of smoke drifted from the tiny forges used in the shaping of metal. Only garlic and pepper could compete with the smoke, giving the quarter its olfactory signature. 33 At the market square near the new Café Oriental a crowd of street vendors, mostly Indians, sold mats, blankets, and bundles of ostrich quill pens. Nearby, black Africans sold cigars, clumps of garlic, dates, and lemon water. The air swirled a delirious mix of odors: fruit, spice, dung. At the Arab bazaar a bit farther on, there were stalls of a more permanent sort stitched together. Hides were draped over tall wooden frames to provide shade and, incidentally, a kind of rustic, frontier ambience. In the middle of the square a woodworker stood by his wooden bed frames, which were lashed together and ready to go. Locals in loose garments chatted, uniformed soldiers strolled, mostly deaf to pitches from carpet merchants and spice vendors. 34 The entertainment grew more elaborate at the Café Garibaldi, where black performers, a man and a woman, sang a set of Italian melodies with lyrics adapted to the circumstances. L'Italia resta in Africa, went one dialect inflected tune, Italy will remain in Africa. 35 The optimistic lyrics matched the upbeat melody, but it was the female vocalist's uncanny mastery of Neapolitan vernacular that seduced the crowd. Her stage name, Italy, showed that she understood her audience and the arts of self-promotion. Night after night she delivered a mix of easy feelings, slipping from patriotism to nostalgia. Pretty, graceful, spirited, she was the African version of the Napolitana, the swarthy, indomitable maid of Naples. If the idealized future could dance and sing, it would be her. African and Italian, exotic but approachable, spirited and aloof but alluring and attainable. No wonder that she was courted by officers and bourgeois, whom she played like fools. If the men could afford it, the evening might end at Donna Carmela's. There a system of credit for known customers created a cordial air of abundant possibility and privileged ease, where money never seemed to intrude. Musical performances and gaming rooms offered ostensible entertainment, a pretext in a private setting designed to stimulate the senses. Wispy, draped fabrics abetted by sea breezes that pushed against the lingering heat of the day suggested spirits easily roused from languor, while a rainbow of ready companions, white, Turkish, black, Egyptian, Ethiopian, offered distraction and easy conversation. Rank and file soldiers might seek more casual entertainment strolling the quays. The sound of male chatter drew women from the shadows. Salam, salam, they greeted. Salam avoy, answered the men. The women bared their breasts. A few of the men approached appraisingly, made their selection, then disappeared into the darkness. Others begged off, claiming out of modesty, preference, or mockery fee meant to be repelled by the odor of camel fat. 36 When soldiers tired of the cafe and bar, they might be ready for community theater, drawing on dramatic talent among the soldiers. They commandeered the officers club as a performance venue and drafted the military band as a pit orchestra. Lieutenant Bignami was an accomplished gymnast and a reliable opening act. 37 He tumbled and performed pratfalls dressed in a clown suit. A group of officers calling themselves the Philo Dramatists put on the main event. Melodramas, sketch comedies, and cabaret acts featured stock characters: the dandy, the professor, the nun, the fool, the sweet maiden, the scalawag, the hero, the bishop. 38 Drag performances of female roles heightened the stakes for the players and tested their range. Pearl of the Red Sea or the Gates of Hell. Misawa lacked a chamber of commerce, which surely would have expressed a preference. In time, Misawa lived up to both. Chapter 3. Italy in Africa. Sometimes history lies not in archives or libraries but beneath our feet. Tourists exiting the central train station in Rome spill out onto the Piazza dei Cinquecento, the Plaza of the 500. Travelers, distracted by taxis and touts, are unlikely to give the name much thought. Those who do assume that it is yet another prideful nod to Italy's place in the Renaissance, the 1500s, in abbreviated form the Cinquecento. Auto enthusiasts could be forgiven if they guessed that it referred to the Fiat Cinquecento, an economy car that signaled the post-war automotive renaissance of Fiat. But the correct answer has nothing to do with cars or the renaissance. The 500 in question are soldiers who died in the first great military disaster of Italy's African adventure. They fell in combat at a place called Dogali. The road to Dogali was prepared by a decaying Ottoman Empire. Empire abhors a vacuum. The largely coastal territory west of the Red Sea, between Djibouti and Sudan, came under Turkish imperial rule following the conquests of Sulayman I in the 16th century. Ottoman rule endured for nearly 300 years. The appointment of Ismail Pasha as Khedive, Viceroy, of Egypt in 1867 opened a critical phase in the history of Egypt. Ismail modeled his vision of Egypt on the European powers of his day. He rebuilt Cairo on the model of Paris under Louis Napoleon. He endowed it with a great opera house and commissioned Giuseppe Verdi to create a new opera Aida to debut there. Meanwhile, the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 had dramatically changed the significance of the Red Sea coast. It also inspired Ismail to undertake a program of imperial expansion at the expense of Egypt's African neighbors to the south, Sudan and Ethiopia. The Nile originates in Ethiopia and flows through Sudan before reaching Egypt. Ismail's moves would consolidate Egypt's control of the Nile and the Great Red Sea waterway that now, thanks to Suez, linked Europe with Asia. Egypt would become the dominant regional power. Egypt moved into Sudan, establishing a presence at Darfur in 1874. In Ethiopia, Egypt occupied the trade hub of Harar in 1875 before being stopped by Ethiopian forces at Gura in 1876 and Sahadi in 1883. The Khedive's vision of a European-style Egypt complete with colonies, a modern capital, and a grand opera house exceeded his resources. By 1878, European creditors, anxious for their investments, forced the Khedive to appoint Europeans to key positions in his government. Ismail Pasha's authority faded. The rapid decline of Egypt in the 1870s and 1880s created an opening not only along the Red Sea coast but also in the interior, especially in Sudan, where it coincided with the rise of a millenarian Islamist movement known as Mahdism. Muhammad Ahmad, hailed as the Mahdi, the promised one who would wage war against the enemies of Islam, had successfully mobilized Muslim resentment of Western rule. In this case, Western rule was represented by British administrators in Egyptian Sudan. The Mahdi's preaching, along with his demonstrable piety and zeal, served to rally numerous believers who, in 1881, followed the Mahdi's lead and moved against Anglo-Egyptian garrisons and positions. The British Colonel William Hicks was given command of an Egyptian force and sent against the Mahdyists. Hicks and his men were destroyed in November 1883, as was a force sent to rescue Khartoum under General Charles Gordon. With a rapidity that suggested divine favor, the Mahdi and his followers found themselves in control of Western Sudan. Britain needed friends. In 1883 Britain sent Admiral Sir William Hewitt to Ethiopia. Hewitt's mission was to recruit Ethiopia situated on the Mahdyists' eastern flank as they pushed northward as a check on the forces of the Mahdi. Hewitt met with Ethiopian Emperor Jonas at Adwa, a commercial crossroads town and political capital in the Ethiopian north. Hewitt found Jonas open to persuasion. Jonas's motives were complex. He was a sincere and devout Christian and feared Mahdist influence in Ethiopia. In 1880 Jonas had issued a proclamation that invited Ethiopian Muslims to either convert to Christianity or leave. He was also worried about his northern frontier with Egypt and Sudan. And he was concerned about a northern outlet to the sea at Missawa, not only for the export of Ethiopian goods but also for the import of fiery arms. Alexander Macomb Mason was an American Civil War veteran who had refashioned himself as an Egyptian civil servant. Mason was a mere 25 years old in 1865, but he felt unprepared to return to civilian life in the United States. He decided to look abroad and offered his services to Egypt as a consultant, an expert in strategic and military matters. As an employee of Egypt in the 1870s, Mason helped train Egyptian troops. He also traveled hundreds of miles in Egypt and Sudan, surveying and drilling in search of water. By the 1880s, he had tired of field work. He settled into a desk job as Bey, resident representative, at Missawa. Missawa was a hub in a trading network for ivory, gold, pearls, slaves, ostrich feathers, and civet. 8. Caravan trade reached not only the Ethiopian highlands but across Sudan toward western Africa. Via boat, goods crossed the Red Sea to India, Arabia, and the Middle East. Misuwa was critically important to Ethiopian trade and, in fact, was claimed by Ethiopia. At one point Johannes tried bluff and bluster to make good on his claim to Misuwa, "I must send down my troops," but Mason responded with mockery. 9. Misuwa was a trade hub that belonged to Ethiopia no more than it belonged to any of the countries whose markets it served. 10. Ethiopia could have access to Misuwa and its markets, but it would not own it. Mason joined Johannes and Hewitt in signing the Hewitt Treaty at Adwa in June of 1884. By the terms of the Hewitt Treaty, Johannes would apply military pressure on the Mahdaists with an aim to facilitate the withdrawal of the troops of His Highness the Khedive from imperiled positions held by British and Egyptian forces. The British, in turn, recognized Ethiopia's territorial claim to Bogos, on its northern periphery. Crucially, Mason and the English guaranteed free transit to and from Abyssinia for all goods through the Red Sea port of Misuwa, then under Anglo-Egyptian control. 11. Almost immediately there were misunderstandings. In late July, the merchant ship Corsica unloaded 5 FTY crates of fiery arms destined for Johannes at Misuwa. Customs clearance was denied. The ink on the Hewitt Treaty was barely dry, yet some 800 rifle ES remained. Johannes 4. From Lincoln de Castro, Nella Terra dei Negus, Pagan Racold in Abyssinia. Milan, Fratelli Treves, 1915. Sealed in their shipping crates at Misuwa. Alula, Johannes's lieutenant, protested via letter to Mason. 3 months later, in October 1883, Johannes was still writing angry letters, protesting the violation of the treaty. "I am keeping the treaty. I have not broken it. It is a disgrace to break a treaty." He promised to send troops against the Mahdi to fulfill his treaty obligations, but the promise contained a veiled threat that his troops just might march all the way to Misuwa. 12. Egypt wavers, Italy moves in. The corvette Garibaldi shuddered to a halt along the dock at Misuwa. As the sun set on the 5th of February 1885, the Garibaldi and a companion vessel, the Amadeo, disgorged an Italian force of 800 men. As the Egyptians had never evacuated Misuwa, the city remained at least nominally under Egyptian authority. That evening, the Italian FLAG went up alongside the Egyptian FLAG at the governor's palace. 13. The display announced a period of transition from Egyptian to Italian rule. 14. A proclamation to the people of Misuwa promised peace and good order from an Italian government that claimed the friendship of England, of Turkey, and Egypt, no less than that of Abyssinia. 15. Italy was inspired by Napier's mission against Tudors in the 1860s, but also by King Leopold of Belgium, who since the late 1870s had been establishing a personal colonial empire in the Congo. 16. For King Umberto of Italy, the example of Leopold was apt, for it showed that even small nations can accomplish great things. 17. Of course it was a precedent not lost on the Ethiopians, who were eager to avoid the fate of the Congo. Leopoldo Traversi set up a scientific station at Let Marifia in Shoa on behalf of the Italian Geographic Society. 18. Two scientific missions in the Stanley mold, one led by Giuseppe Giulietti in 1881 and another led by Gustavo Bianchi in 1883, had ended in disaster. Both parties were massacred on the climb to the Ethiopian highlands from the coast. 19. Although the massacres were not carried out on Ethiopian soil, they occurred on routes normally accorded protection by authority of the Ethiopian emperor. These massacres had an emphatic intent, namely, to discourage such exploratory voyages, which inevitably led to larger and more permanent incursions. They set the price for Europe and encroachment at a level that was despairingly, unacceptably high. In the Italian case, they failed to have a deterrent effect. The massacres of the Giulietti expedition in 1881 and the Bianchi mission in 1883 served as pretexts. The security of Italian persons and Italian interests, a security the Ethiopians were manifestly unwilling to provide, became the justification for Italian occupation. It also established a pattern whereby each setback, there would be others, provided an occasion to move bulky Italian political leadership along toward a deeper engagement. In telegraphed correspondence with Italian ambassadorial representatives in Constantinople in January 1885, Pascal Stanislao Mancini, the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs, emphasized security concerns. The massacre of the Bianchi expedition, he wrote, added to that of the Giulietti expedition, has obliged us to strengthen our authority and affirm our prestige by sending a garrison. 20 In the following days, the Italians prepared the transition from Egyptian rule to Italian rule at Missawa. Pushing into the highlands. Jonas was livid. The Hewitt Treaty, negotiated only months earlier, allowed free transit of goods, including arms, through Missawa. In the eyes of Jonas, it was an arrangement that implicitly recognized Ethiopia's historical claim to Missawa. At the time of the treaty, Ethiopia allowed Missawa to remain in Egyptian hands, with the understanding that if Egypt departed, the port would revert to Ethiopian rule. 21 However, well-placed British agents believed that Ethiopia simply couldn't be trusted with a Red Sea port of such strategic significance as Missawa. 22 In fact, following the completion of the Suez Canal in 1869, any major port on the Red Sea became a matter of preoccupation. During the scramble for Africa, unoccupied territory generated anxiety that it would be occupied by a rival. In this case, an unattended Missawa might be added to Djibouti as part of France's Red Sea presence. The possibility of Egyptian withdrawal from Missawa created an opening for Italy. If the Egyptians were incapable, the Ottomans unwilling, the Ethiopians untrustworthy, perhaps the Italians could serve. 23 While the Italians were not exactly British proxies, they were happily tolerated as placekeepers. If the Italians occupied Missawa, the French could not. 24. Augustus Wilde, who had represented Britain in the Red Sea region, called British conduct toward Ethiopia and Johannes a vile bit of treachery. England, he confessed, made use of Johannes as long as he was of any service, and then threw him over to the tender mercies of Italy. 25 Johannes was displeased when Italy occupied Missawa, but he was a realist. He was not ready to move against Missawa, let alone occupy it. In discussions with an Italian representative, Johannes stipulated that he would tolerate the Italian occupation of Missawa, provided that the Italian presence went no further. 26 It was an idle promise. Italy's presence in 1885 was barely a toehold. The Italians controlled less than 4 square miles of of the area of Manhattan. In late 1886 and early 1887, the Italians pushed toward the Ethiopian highlands, creating a fortified position at Sahati. In response, Johannes's intrepid commander Alula led repeated attacks on Sahati on January 25. It was a classic colonial confrontation, lightly armed Africans attacking entrenched colonial defenders. The results were predictable. Hundreds of Alula soldiers were maimed and killed by artillery fire. Italian casualties were virtually nil. Fortunes changed abruptly. The following morning, Colonel Tommaso de Cristoforis led a column of 540 Italians and 50 native soldiers to reinforce Sahati. Alula was anxious to avoid a repeat of the tragedy of the previous day, so when he learned that Italian reinforcements were on their way, he resolved to intercept them before they could reach the safety of the fortifications at Sahati. Alula chose his terrain well. About 2/3 of the way from Missawa to Sahati, the route, which follows a dry creek bed, passes between undulating hills. The hillsides are dotted with shrubs, providing a natural camouflage. Alula ordered some of his men to take cover on either side of the Italian route, concealing the remainder of his 5,000 among the natural features of the hills. When the leading edge of the Italian column came within range, Alula's men rained down a devastating convergent fire from the hillsides. Italian infantry saw little more than puffs of smoke. At the rear of the column de Cristofori's heard the gunfire, but he did not halt his men until, a few hundred feet further on, he realized that he was facing a much larger force. By then, withdrawal was not an option. De Cristofori's and his forces sought the advantage of a nearby hill, which gave them a commanding view, but the summit was too small for them to deploy fully. They formed a compact target and soon found themselves encircled. With the Italians outnumbered 10-1, the outcome was never in doubt. According to Allula's chronicler, for Allula and his men the eager rush of combat was like a bridegroom going to the wedding. As the Italians fell wounded, Allula's forces closed with rifle, sword, and spear. All but 80 of the Italians died. 27 Allula soldiers begged him to follow up his success at Dogali with a march on Misawa. Allula hesitated, then decided to withdraw. In Italy, shock was followed by speeches, prayer vigils, and memorial masses. There was myth-building, too, centered around an unconfirmed report that the FINAL victims at Dogali had abruptly stopped fighting and stood at attention, presenting arms in FINAL salute to the fallen, whom they soon joined. Reconstructions of this patriotic tableau appeared in engravings, in cheap prints, and cut into sapphire jewelry. 28 Improbably, Dogali was compared to Thermopylae, where King Leonidas and 300 Spartans died in combat against an invading Persian force. Colonel de Cristofori's, the Italian commanding Officer, was the new Leonidas. 29 It seems not to have occurred to anyone that Allula and his men were the defenders and that the 500 Italians more closely fit the Persian role of invaders. In Rome, there were calls for a monument in the Italian capital to honor the 500 dead the Cinquecento. 30 The piazza in front of the train station was chosen for the memorial site and renamed in their honor. The architect of the Dogali monument rescued an Egyptian obelisk unearthed near the station and made it the focus of his monument. 31 The obelisk was an inspired choice. It had been hauled back in triumph to the imperial Rome of antiquity. On the Dogali monument it suggested continuity between old Rome and a new Rome being born. The obelisk sat on a plinth on which the names of the 500 were inscribed. The dedication of the monument at the Piazza dei Cinquecento took place on June 5. 32 It became the site of annual ceremonies of remembrance, which also served to stoke the fire residential of imperial ambition. Italy sought to use the massacre at Dogali as a means to press expansionist claims. If nothing else, the 500 dead could be traded for territorial compensation. Jonas was in no mood to be generous. Dogali had hurt his standing among Europeans, who saw it as ungentlemanly and African little bighorn. Jonas had virtually no leverage on European public opinion, and now he was being cast in the role of savage and ruthless predator. He protested by letter to Queen Victoria that Dogali never would have happened if the Hewitt Treaty had been respected. A man came from the Italians as a friend, he wrote, writing affectionate letters, and bearing some presents, to spy out my own country, but when he came where the Egyptians had been, he said, "We shall occupy this." Then I said, "What have you to do with my own country?" 33 Jonas had done what any patriot would have done. Jonas backed Allula, who after Dogali was subject to sharp criticism. Although Allula had more soldiers than the Italians, Allula had ambushed them, surrounded them, massacred them. Jonas refused to make an example of Allula. As Jonas explained to Victoria, Allula had done no wrong. They came by force and made in two places forts. Ras Allula went down to inquire, "What business have you to do with other people's country?" 34 It could hardly be stated more clearly, Dogali was a legitimate response to a blatant act of trespass. It was an act of defense. Still, Italy pressed for compensation. Sir John Savile, writing to London from Rome, offered a brutally honest appraisal of the Italian position. If negotiations for compensation broke down, Italy threatened to send an army of more than 20,000 in pursuit of Allula, but, Savile wondered, To what end? Ras Alula, Seville noted, is not likely to await quietly the lesson the Italians wish to give him. They may be compelled to follow him into the interior, where it will be easy to prepare against them surprises like that of Dogoli. And even if they managed to punish Alula, what would Italy have accomplished? Seville noted that Italy was also using the promise of trade with Ethiopia to cover a policy of expansion. Italy, Seville noted skeptically, spoke of opening an expanded Italian frontier to Abyssinian produce, but what does Abyssinia produce? A few hundred kilograms of coffee exchanged for a few bales of calico will certainly not enrich Italy. The only way to make money was by selling arms to Ethiopia, a trade Italy was unlikely to encourage. Moreover, Seville rightly noted that Italian public opinion was hardly keen on the idea of Italian expansion into Africa. With tepid public support, dim commercial prospects, and daunting military challenges, what was the point? 35 Britain dispatched Gerald Portal, from Her Majesty's legation at Cairo, to patch things up. 36 Britain wanted to keep expectations modest. A memo candidly described Portal as of no very high rank. Portal was perfectly calibrated to his task. This Eton-educated gentleman had joined the diplomatic corps at 21 and was posted to Egypt 3 years later. He was still in his 20s when he was sent to Ethiopia. 37 Not only was it his FIRST mission of consequence, it was the very FIRST he would lead. Portal was tall, fair, and well-groomed. His full, waxed mustache curved up at the ends. He wore his hair parted in the middle, so that it repeated the line of his mustache, dipping slightly as it crossed his brow on either side. Portal approached his mission partly as duty, partly as exotic voyage. He took careful notes of his journey. Later, he would publish his story in a volume that would feed the voracious Victorian appetite for adventure stories drawn from real life. Portal's diplomatic mission got off to a rocky start, particularly since Jonas, following the unraveling of the Hewitt Treaty, had good reason to mistrust British intentions. The Ethiopians saw Portal, and the British more broadly, not as honest brokers but as a mouthpiece for Italian reparation demands after Dogoli. A letter sent to Jonas over Victoria's signature claimed that Italian moves toward the Ethiopian highlands were intended merely for the protection of caravans and pointedly argued that Ras Alula had attacked unjustly. 38 Portal arrived at Massawa in October 1887. He carried a summary of the Italian position, which insisted on territorial compensation including Dogoli, Sahati, and more, lands that, according to the Italians, had never been recognized as Abyssinian. As the road to Johannes led through Ras Alula, Portal made the journey into the highlands, to Asmara, where Portal found the legendary Figdar. Alula was one of the great patriots of Ethiopian history. A rare photo shows a slender man of medium height with a round head, hooded eyes, and full face. The young Alula stands among his men, bareheaded but otherwise decked out in military regalia, silk tunic over cotton pants and a lion skin draped over his shoulders and tied at the chest. His shield was richly decorated in silver, he held a rifle in his right hand. 39 Augustus Wilde, a British Red Sea diplomat, journalist, and author, was among Alula's earliest and most ardent admirers. Wilde's admiration, at least on a superficial level, amounted to an act of assimilation to European standards. For Wilde, Alula was more like a brown Englishman than anything else. He was very good-looking, with good eyes, well-shaped nose, and very white and perfect teeth, and had short, black, wavy hair. Wilde's appreciation went well beyond his looks. Alula was charming, a fine storyteller, with a keen sense of humor and broad-minded views. Alula's vision was inclusive, his inner circle included both Muslims and Christians. 40 Wilde and Alula would remain good friends until Alula's untimely death a few months after the Battle of Adwa. But Portal was not Wilde. Alula was in no mood to charm. He could see no good coming from Portal's mission, which he saw as, at best, an attempt to paper over British treachery following the Hewitt Treaty. At worst, Portal was an agent of Italian interests. The audience took place at Alula's compound at Asmara. Alula's main building was a circular hut 45 feet in diameter. Massive posts supported a conical roof of branch and straw. At the top of the roof was a red wooden cross topped by an orb, good for warding off the evil eye. Portal stooped as he entered, but as the room was illuminated by only 2 doors, he saw nothing at THIRD. When his eyes adjusted, he could discern the outlines of a formidable reception. Ras Alula sat cross-legged on a divan draped in red cotton, flanked and backed by a court of no fewer than 70 people. Along the walls were animal horns from which weapons and shields were hanging. 41 Portal had prepared for his meeting by dressing in full diplomatic attire. Like Portal, Alula dressed to impress. He had draped himself in purple silk with gold embroidery. A Martini Henry rifle sat within reach, as did a curved sword, but Portal was most deeply impressed by Alula's face. Portal noted that Alula was darker than most men of Tigray. He was transfixed by Alula's bright hazel eyes and gleaming teeth, which he recalled in language that smacked of the exotic and feral. I had seen such eyes in the head of a tiger and of a leopard, he noted, but never in that of a human being. 42 Where Wild had seen an Englishman, Portal saw trouble. Portal observed the diplomatic custom of gift exchange by setting out a gift-boxed Winchester repeating rifle a clear step up from Alula's. Martini Henry and 500 rounds of ammunition, just to get him started. 43 Alula feigned indifference. Although Portal's mission was to negotiate peace with Jonas, Alula wanted to do everything in his power to undermine it. There could be no peace that did not repudiate Alula and his actions at Dogali. As for the Italian claim on compensation, Alula's message was emphatic. Presuming to speak for Jonas and thus on behalf of Ethiopia, there would be no occupation of Sahati, outside of the quid pro quo that the Italians should come to Sahati only if Alula could go as governor to Rome. 44 After this Rest interview, Alula detained Portal as a virtual prisoner for 10 days, which Portal feared might be his last. Alula knew better than to harm Portal, but he was deadly serious about detaining him. Peace would be impossible if Portal never reached Jonas. In due course, Alula received a message that he must allow Portal to proceed. Portal prepared to meet Jonas at Lake Ashange as the Ethiopian emperor and his army moved northward in early December. 45 Portal and his group took up a position by the side of the road and watched for 4 hours as the army went by. His account of the experience is instructive. Beach and I made a most careful calculation of the numbers of persons who marched past us that morning, counting the numbers who passed a certain spot in a minute, and then taking the time in which the whole army passed. At a very low estimate we calculated the numbers to be not less than between 70,000 and 80,000 persons. About the middle of the throng rode the king himself, surrounded by a picked body of cavalry. He was mounted on a handsome mule, and was dressed in the usual Abyssinian red and white shama, or toga, a fold of which concealed all the lower part of his face, the only distinguishing mark of royalty being the fact that he kept the rays of the sun from his august head with a red silk umbrella. 46. Not only was Portal's first glimpse of Jonas, but it was his first glimpse of an Ethiopian army at full strength. It left him with no illusions about Jonas's intention to GHT. At their meeting, Portal presented a Winchester rifle and a very large telescope suitable equally for astronomical and terrestrial purposes. 47 Portal's gift from Jonas was a complete Ethiopian outfit, a pink embroidered undershirt, an embroidered shama of fine cotton, a lion's mane stole to drape over his shoulders, with lion hind and forelegs pinned so as to drape down the front and back. Sword and scabbard were attached, in the Ethiopian manner, to the right hip, and a shield completed the armaments. The outfit was so impressive that upon his return to Cairo, Portal went immediately to a photographer's studio for a portrait in full Ethiopian regalia. Peace negotiations went poorly. "I am the aggrieved," Jonas observed. "Why, then, should I be punished?" 48 By December, Portal was back in Misawa, his mission in tatters. Meanwhile, Johannes marched his army as far as Jinda, on the road from Asmara to Misawa and mere hours from Italian positions at Sahati. As Johannes prepared to settle with the Italians once and for all, he learned that the Mahdi had invaded the western provinces of his empire. Tekel Hymenot, the king of Gajajam, had been defeated on January 21, 1888. 49 Mahdiist forces had marched on Gondar, an ancient Ethiopian capital, and torched much of the city, including dozens of churches. Against the advice of Alula, who insisted on a showdown with the Italians, Johannes wheeled, taking his army and Alula with him. By April 1888, not only Sahati but Asmara itself had been evacuated. 50 The Italians were preparing another challenge for Johannes. At about the time that Ras Alula was entertaining Gerald Portal in Asmara, Italian agents were in the south, at Addis Ababa, wooing Menelik with the promise of fiery arms and a tacit alliance against Johannes in exchange for land in the north and a special relationship with Italy. 51 Menelik, for his part, courted the Italians by observing that while avenging Dogali would cost Italy millions, he himself might be useful in that regard. A gift of rifle ES and cartridges could easily do the job. 52 For different but complementary reasons, Menelik and the Italians were hoping that Johannes would stumble and fall. They would soon get their wish. Menelik, as king of Shoa, offered Johannes only a provisional loyalty. He aimed to replace Johannes as emperor of Ethiopia at the first opportunity at the death of Johannes if need be, sooner if possible. Johannes harbored no illusions about Menelik. In the 1870s he had had to move militarily against Menelik to impose his authority. Since then he had enjoyed only grudging respect from Menelik. When Johannes mobilized in the north against the encroaching Italians, he had to worry about Menelik at his back in the south. The Italians, for their part, harnessed their own ambitions to those of Menelik. One day Menelik would replace Johannes, putting a compliant friend of Italy on the imperial throne. Augustus Wilde, a friend of Ethiopia with a strong moralizing streak, had no kind words for Menelik. For Wilde, Menelik was an intriguer who would stop at nothing to topple Johannes. 53 All of this was no doubt true. But the key question was not whether Menelik could be paid but whether he could be bought. 54 It was a distinction the Italians were about to learn. With the vengeful Italians in the north and a slippery Menelik to the south, Johannes opted first to go west and take on the Mahdi. 55 Augustus Wilde long afterward suspected Menelik of colluding with the Mahdaists, pushing them to attack Ethiopia, and Johannes a charge tantamount to treason. 56 At first the fighting went well for Johannes and his army, but then a Mahdaist rifle round wounded Johannes in the abdomen. The loss of Johannes took the Ght out of the Ethiopian army. A circle of followers rallied around the dying Johannes, defending his body in retreat. The Mahdi soldiers caught up with them the following day. They seized the emperor's corpse and took the head of Johannes as a trophy. It was displayed in Khartoum atop a pike. 57 Who would succeed the unfortunate Johannes? As he lay dying, Johannes recognized Mang Asha as his son and heir. 58 This dying gesture gave Mang Asha a claim on the imperial crown. Now he would have to earn it. Addis Ababa was abuzz with news of the emperor's imminent return from a war of conquest. Menelik had defeated the Weleda people, and January 18, 1895 would be a day of splendor in the capital. In fact, the emperor had arrived on the outskirts of the capital the day before. He might well have descended from the heights directly into his capital were it not the eve of Timkat, the Epiphany festival. To have entered Addis in celebration on a day of fasting would have been more than bad form, it would have been interpreted as a bad sign, an evil portent. Entry on the day of Timkat suggested a convergence of the sacred and the profane, the splendor of Timkat enhanced by the splendor of victory. Crowds lined the road as the ceremonial entry began. Precedents put clergy at the head of the procession. Their solemn demeanor clashed with the rainbow colors of their parasols and vestments. They murmured prayers as they bore the tabat, a replica of the Ark of the Covenant wrapped in colored fabric. As the clergy passed, the fervor of Timkat gave way to the joy of triumph. Some 30 mounted drummers and trumpeters led the way, followed by light cavalry astride mules adorned with rich fabrics of bright colors and fine decorative stitchery. The emperor's party composed the heart of the procession. Menelik's Afanigas, part attorney general, part Supreme Court justice, led with. Chapter 4. The Price of Liberty. His pages, then Menelik himself, surrounded by his commanders arrayed in embroidered silk. One horns of brass and wood let out a noise that blended bleats and moans, soon to be drowned out by celebratory gunfiery. Cries of joy rose from the women at the first glimpse of the husbands, sons, and brothers who had been on campaign since November. As in the triumphs of ancient Rome, the event was an occasion for mutual admiration. The victorious ruler and his soldiers displayed all they had gained by triumph of arms. The people could, in turn, bask in the glory of such a vivid display of their collective superiority. Vivid it was. The Weleda are a pastoral people, and Menelik's loot included thousands of heads of cattle. Next came the captives, at least 15,000 of them, eyes downcast except for furtive attempts to glimpse the joyous crowd lining the route. They would be enslaved and distributed as compensation to the troops, part of the yield of the expedition. So extensive was the booty that 3 days passed before the parade of soldiers and captives ended. The grandest trophy of all was Tana, the Weleda king. He had led his people in a brilliant but desperate war of resistance, he had the wounds to prove it. He had healed sufficiently to participate in the grand and tragic procession. His presence proved that Menelik's triumph had been total. It also served as an object lesson. This was a king brought low by his failure to protect his people, the most fundamental of sovereign compacts. Once in Addis, Tana's ordeal continued. The king of the Muslim Weleda followed through on his promise to convert to Christianity. Then he sat unsmiling for a photo portrait. He was dressed as a king for the occasion. His white silk tunic and black silk cape were gathered high around his neck and fastened just below his chin. He wrapped his head in a pair of scarves, in the manner of Menelik himself, except that he wore them pulled low in front, over his brow. The scarves served as a platform for a beaded and scalloped crown that sat atop his head. He wore an indecipherable expression on his face. Tana would soon return home. Menelik might have simply placed one of his lieutenants on Tana's throne, but he thought better of it. The Weleda country occupied a vast and rich area, more than 1,100 square miles. It was also densely populated. Menelik claimed that there were more inhabitants in the Weleda lands than in the entire area between Addis Ababa and Misawa. No wonder that it made such a tempting target. For Tana had been a fearless opponent, but he knew he had been defeated. Menelik reckoned it would be easier to leave Tana in place and tap him from time to time for tribute than to try to extract a surplus from his people by brute force. Serving as Menelik's agent, Tana would funnel his people's wealth to Addis in the form of regular payments. However successful as a military campaign and a harvest of resources, the war against the Weleda was a disaster in terms of Menelik's global reputation. For someone who had acquired such a sure grasp of the role of public opinion, it was an uncharacteristic blunder. Perhaps Menelik thought that an intra-African war would be of little interest to Europe. Perhaps he never believed that Europeans would care about the Muslim victims of Christian might. He certainly misunderstood the intentions of Jean-Gaston Vanderheim, the French company agent whose dispatches to Europe during the campaign were catastrophic for Menelik's image. Menelik had no one to blame but himself that such a capable witness as Vanderheim shadowed him on campaign. Vanderheim came to Ethiopia in the early 1890s, hoping to drum up business for French exporters. By the summer of 1894, he had become a fixture in town and at court. When planning for the Weleda campaign got underway in earnest, Menelik began to work on Vanderheim, hoping he would join the campaign. He provided Vanderheim with a modest entourage of 12 men, 2 boys and 2 women. And Menelik fed Vanderheim's penchant for gadgets, allowing him to lch a compass and barometer from the royal treasury so that he could log the campaign's progress. With his notebooks and a compact express detective camera built by the renowned Parisian photographer Paul Nader, van der Heim could fancy himself a one-man journalistic team. 5. In the run-up to the fall campaign of 1894 and in after-the-fact justifications, Menelik presented the war as a kind of crusade and a long-postponed payback. In the 17th century, Ahmed ibn Ibrahim al-Ghazi had been the scourge of Wilayah Christians, who had prudently converted to Islam. Ethiopian Christian lore was full of improbable feats performed against Muslim oppressors and wily rescues defying impossible odds. 6. In the end, the Muslim Wilayah were represented paradoxically, both as a plausible if unlikely threat and as a conquered people ripe for religious reconversion. The emphasis should lie on plausible. The Wilayah, least of all under Tana, were hardly prepared to threaten Menelik of Shoa and his burgeoning Ethiopian empire. When Menelik announced his campaign, he had already amassed East Africa's largest and best armed fighting force. In size, the Shoan army easily surpassed that of Emperor Jonas on the eve of his death. Menelik could effortlessly field a force of 80,000, and thanks to the Italians and French as well as independent arms merchants, most of them would carry Wetterli or Gras bolt-action rifle into action. Against such a force, the Wilayah were hardly a menace. Despite the overwhelming odds, the campaign began in a fight of anxiety. Worrisome signs unspecified but numerous ominous auguries drove Tato to implore Menelik to call off his campaign. She beseeched Menelik's advisors to do the same. Tato's appeals continued until the empress fell ill, sick with worry. Menelik took the opportunity to leave, promising to return in a few weeks. 7. Menelik's campaign against the Wilayah. It was mid-November, the end of the rainy season, before Menelik's campaign got underway. Menelik assigned the role of advance guard to Ras Michael and his troops. Michael was a convert to Christianity from Islam, although it is unclear whether he was chosen out of concern for Muslim sensibilities, as a test of Michael's own conversion, or as a portent of what awaited the Wilayah once conquered. At least half of Michael's force of 7,000 men carried good rifles of recent manufacture, with which to take on Tana's defenders. Once Michael's men had moved out, the imperial party followed with another 13,000 to 18,000 men. 8. It was a forest of lances and rifles and tent poles. Each Ras and every chief, however modest, had his entourage and his fighting men. Chief followed Ras, and Ras followed Menelik. The baggage train consisted of donkeys and mules loaded with supplies, as well as women who carried butter, Burberry, honey, and other provisions. 9. As Menelik's army moved south, the campaign began with spectacular violence, even before combat began. Pressed by the need to feed his vast army, Menelik ordered the dynamiting of a river, sending dozens of stunned shf floating to the surface providential fishes, if not loaves. 10. Although the emperor had promised Tato a swift campaign, it was mid-December before the capital received any word from him. The campaign had bogged down. Part of the delay was due to unrealistic expectations. The Wilayah, it was said, lived an idyllic, almost biblical existence on rich red loam, and Menelik had expected little resistance from a people known for farming, not fighting. 11. But the greater credit goes to Wilayah leadership. King Tana had done what any defender facing overwhelming force would do. He organized a guerrilla campaign. When Menelik's forces arrived in Wilayah territory, Menelik called on Tana to surrender on behalf of his people. Do not exterminate your people, Menelik said, according to the Ethiopian chronicle of his reign. Do not lose your country. Submit and bring me tribute. Tana would have none of Menelik's bluster. Christians will never enter my country, he is said to have responded. I will not submit, I am ready to fight. 12. Resistance started with a system of traps along the invasion route. At choke points, Wilayah fighters set sharpened stakes in camouflaged holes. The traps injured horses and men and slowed the Ethiopian advance. Menelik and his men halted to fill the traps laid for them, also to fell trees, level roads, and construct fords. This was public works with military intent. 13 As Tana and his men retreated in the face of the Ethiopian advance, they avoided defeat but left the population vulnerable. Menelik's army countered with classic anti-guerrilla tactics, targeting a civilian population presumed to support the resistance. Soon the inhabitants of the villages vanished, too, for fear of reprisals. Ras Michael ordered his men to set fire to abandoned Wilaita settlements and their characteristic beehive huts. Other villages threw themselves upon Menelik's mercy. They surrendered to the approaching Ethiopian forces en masse, carrying tree branches in a sign of capitulation. 14 Raids and defections produced informants, who were induced to provide intelligence and to serve as guides. These ultimately led to Tana. Once Tana's position had been established, Menelik's forces moved to prevent his escape. Leaving behind supplies and camp followers, Ethiopian forces undertook a night march along parallel routes to the east and west of Tana's camp, in a massive strategy of envelopment. After 6 hours, Menelik's men had pushed as far as Lake Abaya, nearly 200 miles south of Addis, behind Tana's position. They were ready to close the trap. Deprived of a path of retreat, Tana and his men could no longer avoid a pitched battle. Ethiopian numbers and fiery power could do their work. On December 11, Tana's forces squared off against Ethiopian marksmen, arrayed around artillery commanded by the eunuch Balcha. In peacetime, Balcha served as one of Menelik's key administrative lieutenants, entrusted with control of the imperial treasury. In war, Balcha applied his accounting skills to the ammunition and personnel of the imperial artillery. Although the Italians later would make much of the idea of a eunuch serving as head of artillery, his impotence a metaphor for the reputedly limp Ethiopian gunnery, Balcha's guns spread havoc and confusion in Tana's army. Tana's men crouched behind leafy cobus trees. When they left protective cover to launch their spears, they were cut down by Ethiopian rifle fire, falling to multiple wounds. 15 Tana was captured on the 13th, but the fighting continued for several days, eventually shading into a pacification operation. By December 18 the fighting was over. Brought before Menelik, Tana adopted a contrite tone. "I listened only to my pride," he moaned. "I should have submitted to you rather than see my country devastated and my subjects massacred. May the death of my countrymen be upon me." 16 It was a generous statement. Tana was shouldering responsibility for Wilaita's suffering, although the cruelty and rapaciousness of the campaign shocked even veteran Ethiopian soldiers, men who had participated in earlier campaigns in horror and Cafe 17. The brutality of the conquest was heightened, in part, by the frustration of Ras Michael's men and the casualties they suffered, thanks to the effectiveness of Wilaita guerrilla tactics. The conquerors had little mercy on Wilaita men they captured, and had to be restrained by Menelik. The Ethiopian Chronicle of Menelik's reign, occasionally given to boasting, relates that the Wilaita were exterminated in a single day. While manifestly this was not true, Menelik hoped to rely on tribute from the Wilaita for years to come. Menelik tallied 80,000 Wilaita killed or taken prisoner. The Official Ethiopian Chronicle puts the number higher, at an improbably precise 118,987. Vanderheim thought the true figure much lower. 18 What is certain is that, in Africa as in Europe, war feeds on war. Wealth wasn't just incidental to the campaign, it is what drove it. Ethiopian soldiers were compensated in the form of what they could herd, prod, or haul away. Vanderheim detailed the booty amassed in a day of raiding chickens, cabbage, pumpkins, horses, donkeys, goats, cattle. The day's take included women and children, 2,000s were enslaved. A livestock epidemic beginning in 1888 had depleted not just Ethiopian livestock but the Ethiopian population. 19 The loss of population in Shoa was devastating, as high as 1/3. 20 Thus there was a rape of the Sabines dimension to the Wilaita campaign, as Menelik and his army forcibly transferred population as well as wealth in the aftermath of victory. Menelik had his pick of the bounty of war. Of the 36,000 cattle seized, Menelik took half, sharing the remainder with his soldiers. Menelik took 1 in 10 slaves, for a total of 1,800, which puts the number of enslaved at 18,000. Menelik tagged his share with the sign of a cross, burned in acid on the hand. Thus indelibly claimed for the emperor, they were free to mingle during the slow procession back to Addis. 21 On December 29, still days from the capital, Menelik's forces staged a victory parade. A makeshift review stand was built. Menelik, dressed in ceremonial finery, took his place on the platform beneath a sunshade of woven branches. His head was framed by a lion's mane headdress. King Tana and his conquered Welata chiefs sat in front of Menelik as the emperor's cavalry paraded in review. The cavalry passed at a gallop, followed by running infantry. Before departing for Addis, Menelik left his mark on the land, ordering that a residence be constructed on a hilltop. It offered a territorial view of the conquered region. 22. The view from abroad. Menelik's Welata campaign was a resounding military success. It raised money desperately needed for the defense of Ethiopia. It allowed Menelik to test his army in real military action on the eve of the confrontation with Italy. The conquest of the Welata turned green recruits into combat veterans. It also allowed him to try out his weapons in combat. Menelik had bought 15,000 Gros rifle ES from the French businessman Léon Chefneux. A surprising number of them jammed after firing 6 or 7 rounds, sometimes with fatal consequences. The jammed bolt-action rifle ES left Ethiopian soldiers temporarily disarmed as they struggled to drive the bolt home. 23 Welata fighters fell upon them with their older but more reliable technology of lance and sword. But the campaign had been costly in other ways. In the European press, Vanderheim's chronicle of the pitiless campaign threatened to undo Menelik's carefully cultivated image as a wise, humane, and Christian African leader. In fact, it threatened to erode Menelik's high moral ground in the looming battle with Italy by exposing an indigenous African impulse to conquer. Vanderheim's accounts of Welata families being apportioned among Menelik's men also gave the lie to Menelik's public stand against the slave trade. Or, more precisely, it exposed a peculiar casuistry whereby the ban on slavery did not extend to spoils of war, domestic servants, or Muslims. Menelik learned of Vanderheim's articles and their devastating impact in Europe after his triumphant return to Addis Ababa. Menelik mobilized Casimir Mondin Vidalehead, whose breezy defense appeared in Le Temps in April. Mondin pitched the story of the Welata conquest in historical and religious terms. The Welata country was a former province of the Ethiopian Empire. Thus it was not a conquest but a reconquest of a province lost for several centuries. Moreover, the Welata remained of Christian tradition, although strongly touched by Islam. Menelik had merely brought them back to the bosom of Christendom. Today the cross has won out over the crescent, he concluded. The former provinces returned to the Christian fold, thanks to Remington and Gros rifle ES. Force has submitted to force. So it was written. As for European public opinion, Mondin spoke for Menelik here, too, invoking a common Christian bond. European public opinion matters a great deal to Emperor Menelik, he expects a feeling of justice, a sentiment he regards as dominant among Christian people. 24 While Mondin carried out damage control, Menelik let it be known that Vanderheim was no longer welcome at court. Vanderheim quickly packed his bags and announced he was leaving for Harar, where he hoped to pass a few weeks, perhaps to rehabilitate himself and eventually return to court. Menelik played the gracious host, but he prepared a trap. He provided Vanderheim with a letter of introduction to Makonnen, governor of Harar. Normally such a gesture guaranteed a warm reception and accommodations worthy of a guest of the emperor. But Vanderheim learned via back channels that the court had sent a messenger ahead with special instructions for Makonnen. By way of friends at court, Vanderheim learned that unpleasant surprises awaited him at Harar. 25 Vanderheim orgianized his departure, including an armed escort. Once en route to Harare, Vanderheim announced a sudden need to deliver an important letter. He would forego his visit to Makanan and head straight to the coast. He offered his escorts double pay if they accompanied him. They bypassed Harare and made straight for Djibouti. THIRD-WORLDISM and the 500 became shorthand in Italy for the horrible cost that imperial ambitions could bring. At the same time that the monument in Rome sought to place the sacrifice of the 500 on a path leading to a future that would justify it, Italian political leadership hit upon a new scheme. Why place Italy's sons in harm's way when there were Africans ready to take up arms in the service of Italy as professional soldiers? When the Italians turned to the African population for recruits after Dogali, they followed local precedent. When Egypt sought to invade Ethiopia in the 1870s, it hired foreign officers, including veterans from the American Civil War, as well as Danes, Germans, and Austrians who had fought in European wars of 1864 and 1866. These veteran officers commanded Egyptian soldiers as well as mercenaries drawn from the Ethiopian periphery. Similarly, when the Italians wished to expand their military might in East Africa, they put out a recruitment call. Word passed from village to village. At the appointed time, dozens of potential recruits gathered. Their origins were diverse: men from the Red Sea coastal villages, men from the Sudan, men from the Ethiopian highlands as far away as Gondar and Shoa. Two recruiters did not discriminate by language or creed. Muslim and Christian were welcome. Chapter 5. Black in service of white. Selection was pitiless. After the recruits mustered, a European officer would stride among the ranks, sending half the men on their way with a word or a gesture: too young, too old, too thin. Then a brutal endurance test would begin. An officer mounted on horseback would lead the aspirants at a slow gallop over hills and across streams. The sole purpose of the cross-country trek was to winnow the field. As the distances mounted 3, 6, 9, 12 miles, men fell behind and the field thinned. At the end, 4 or 5 might remain. They were the elect, the chosen, the few. A brief medical examination came next, then a bath and the distribution of clothing: a white tunic and calf-height white pants. These outfits were a dressed-up version of the everyday wear typical of East Africa: a belted white smock over white pants that are generous at the hips but tight at the upper calf or ankle. For many recruits, these might be the finest clothes they had ever worn. It was only the beginning of the transformation. The ensemble was completed by a short jacket with embroidered arabesque flourishes and, for the head, a red tarbush or fez. Last came the tools of the soldier's trade: a rifle, a bayonet, and a cartridge pouch of red leather. Forming the askari battalions. Recruits were assigned to distinct units, identified by a sash worn around the waist. The FIRST-4 battalions were distinguished by sashes of red, blue, purple, and black. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th native battalions, respectively. 3. As Italy pushed out of Misawa up into the highlands, its military needs grew. By the 1890s, 4 battalions were added, increasing the count of native battalions to 8, each of just under 1,000 men. The new units adopted sashes of Scotch plaid, green, white, and yellow. These soldiers, known as Bashi Buzuk, an old Ottoman term, or askari, looked sharp in their uniforms of white linen or cotton. A smart uniform was part of the appeal of military service, but motives for joining varied. Some recruits were escaping a criminal past. Others, refugees from the slave trade, for example, saw it as a way to start life over. For everyone, soldiering meant security: food, clothing, and steady pay. A soldier signed up for a 1-year term, in exchange for which he received 1.5 lire per day. While the sum was not huge, a mere fraction of what a European soldier would have received, it represented a fine wage in Africa. For a young man, it was enough to support a wife whom the smart uniform helped to start a family, and, after a year of savings, buy a mule or other work animals. 5. In addition to a stable income in an economy that was otherwise precarious, service offered prestige. The status of the soldier or warrior is very high in Ethiopian society and in East Africa generally. Most Askari re-upped after their year of service. Military service offered reliable income, local esteem, and social ascent. 6. A year or two of soldiering could buy a farmer's life. A soldier was someone with a future. What the Italians got in return were soldiers who would fight for Italy, even though they were not Italian. The Askari were foot soldiers of uncommon speed and endurance. Except for the coastal lowlands, Eritrea and Ethiopia are at high elevation above 6,000 feet. It wasn't easy for European troops to adapt to the thin air and extremes of temperature at altitude. 7. Even after acclimation, European soldiers never matched the speed and agility of native troops. Askari units led by Italian officers mounted on mules or horseback could move with astonishing speed compared to European infantry standards. Paul Lorabar recounts having received orders to move his native battalion, stationed at Asmara, to reinforce Italian positions at Agordat, some 118 miles away. Lorabar's Askari, led by mounted officers, completed the journey in 3 days, averaging well over 30 miles a day in marches of 9, 12, and 15 hours. 8. Napoleon's armies, noted for their speed among European armies, might on occasion achieve 25 miles a day. Such mobility put Italian forces on par with Ethiopian forces, taking away the speed advantage the Ethiopians enjoyed when matched against Italian soldiers. During the military campaigns of 1895, when Italy vastly increased the area of land under its rule, speed meant that the Italians could pursue, overtake, and defeat Ethiopian forces, even when the latter were in full retreat. Such a feat would have been simply unattainable by European units. Askari battalions were always commanded by European officers, but Askari could enter the leadership ranks as non-commissioned officers. These subaltern or non-commissioned officers were chosen from among the more seasoned and dedicated Askari. They were distinguished by a red fez topped with a tassel or pompon whose color varied according to battalion. Thanks to the Askari, Italian commanding officers enjoyed a level of attention typically enjoyed only by Ethiopian chiefs. Just as the tent of an Ethiopian leader would form the center of any camp, so the tent of a European officer would constitute the core of an Askari battalion camp. As soon as the day's march was concluded, the first duty of the Askari was to prepare the tent of their commanding officers. They also served as bodyguards, never letting the officers out of their sight. If local inhabitants approached with an offer of food or drink, the Askari would see that the local first sampled his own food or drink, to ensure that it was fit to be consumed. 9. And while it may seem strange that the Askari would take up arms against other Africans and even fellow Ethiopians, for many loyalty was personal and local, rather than national or Ethiopian. Banditry was common in East Africa, and relations between neighboring regions and settlements could as often be predatory as cooperative. In such circumstances, the bonds of status, income, military service, and even friendship could trump all others. When Askari battalions returned from a mission, they remained a team. Askari lived with their families in tukuls rather than in barracks, but the huts were grouped around the residence of their commanding officer and the entire battalion-level settlement was enclosed by a palisade. 10. In an obvious sense, the existence of the Askari was organized around their identity as soldiers. Strong bonds formed. Italian military policy was, in its own way, family-friendly. This tended to encourage a broad identification with the European occupiers. 11. The spouses of the Askari were permitted to go on campaign with their husbands, and frequently did so. Children were the inevitable result of such policies, and it was not unusual for entire families, in EFFECT, to join the service, even to fight beside husbands and fathers and support them in combat. In the fighting at Mekele, Askari family members served as runners, dodging Ethiopian fire to bring up ammunition. One Askari spouse died in such a role, cut down bringing rifle rounds to her husband. 12 Italian officers were surprised but pleased to hear Askari sing patriotic Italian songs as they marched or built fortifications. 13 The archival record and memoir literature are full of statements of praise and affection from Italian officers. Our faithful Askari is a recurring phrase in the historical record. With few exceptions, it does not appear to be an exaggeration. 14 Askari were encouraged to learn Italian for both military and cultural reasons, with limited success. A survey of some 3,600 Askari revealed that more than half could neither speak nor understand the language. Hierarchies of command REF elected hierarchies of race. When General Antonio Baldissero proposed that European and African troops serve side by side in mixed units, the idea was shot down by Rome. 15 Baldissero's innovative proposal suggests that racial ideas were still in flux. Its rapid demise shows that such categories were rapidly hardening. The Italians were indifferent to religion when they recruited Askari. Religious difference seems not to have interfered in the formation of strong soldierly bonds between Askari of Christian and Muslim background. Soldiers followed their own religious traditions when it came to the butchering of meat, for example, or the consumption of wine, from which Muslim Askari refrained. Both Muslim and Christian Askari declined to consume preserved Italian meats, which would not have been prepared according to Islamic or Ethiopian Orthodox rules. 16. Love in Africa. If Askari men found it normal to combine military service and domestic partnership, the situation was somewhat different for European men on duty in Africa. By the end of 1895, there were more than 10,000 Italian soldiers on campaign. Many more served in support roles, with still more arriving each week. 17 Only the wives of high-ranking officers were permitted to follow their spouses, fewer still agreed to do so. 18 Rosalia Pianavia followed her husband to Eritrea, where she lived during his 3-year tour of duty, but her situation was exceptional. Her husband was a colonel, second in command of Italian forces. What this meant for the sex lives of Europeans and Africans is interesting to imagine but difficult to document. Memoirs and diaries are largely silent on the issue. One is left only with tantalizing but inconclusive passing references. What, if anything, should we read into the fact that a certain Sergeant Finiello was known around the barracks as La Signorina, the Miss? 19 When the Italians returned in 1936, they would issue strict regulations aimed at safeguarding Italian racial purity. 20 In the 1880s, they articulated no such concern, a measure of how far race had yet to travel as a concept and a boundary. Prostitution certainly existed at Misawa, as in any port city, and at Asmara, too. But many Italian soldiers established longer-term relationships with Eritrean women, whom they supported in roles situated somewhere between the courtesan and the spouse. These women were known as madamas, a title typically reserved for spouses. 21 General Giuseppe Aramondi, who would die at Adwa, had a madama of legendary beauty. 22 Although the relationship between soldier and madama had a status approaching that of marriage, the bonds of marriage could be loosely interpreted. Like any marriage, these relationships produced their share of drama. Cesare Nerazzani spent years in Eritrea as a high-level diplomatic representative. He had his madama when he was in residence at Assab, on the Red Sea coast, but both Nerazzani and his madama had other lovers. When Nerazzani discovered Mocha, a dancer at a nearby village, he had a shack built for her in Assab not far from where Nerazzani lived with his madama. Meanwhile, Nerazzani's madama took lovers of her own. Among them was Rosentreter, a Swiss machine installer posted briefly to Assab to set up a water distiller on behalf of a German manufacturer. When Rosentreter returned to Europe, he was replaced by a handsome Florentine named Nazzoli. His purpose in Assab is unknown, but the affable Nazoli made the most of his time there, befriending Narazani's Madama. His sojourn in Asab ended abruptly, however, he was last seen leaving by way of the window when Narazani came home early one day. 23 In many cases, the Madama relationship was regularized, even institutionalized. Chris Prouty, in her Phi-Ne work on this period, argued that many native families, especially impoverished ones, saw that to place a daughter in a relationship with the EUROPEN could represent a significant opportunity. The EUROPEN was expected to supply a home, a tukul, adequately furnished, along with grain and cash. The soldier's consort might also receive a mule, richly adorned with colorful tack. Above all, she received the title of Madama, a status that conferred prestige. It also gave her a place in the hybrid European African society, with a social rank commensurate with that of her patron. Thus the Madama of the captain could lord it over the Madama of a lieutenant. Within local society, the Madama was seen as married a common-law spouse with all the honor and respect pertaining thereto. 24 The elevated status of the Madama remained with her even after her Italian partner returned to Europe. The goods she acquired meant that she was notably better off than she might otherwise have been. Culturally, she enjoyed significantly higher status. Newly single, she was free to start over with another EUROPEN or to marry up within local society. 25 Far more ambiguous was the status of the offspring of these relationships. 26 In similar contexts, such children have been rejected as unpleasant reminders of collaboration with an occupier. One thinks of the children born to French women who had relationships with German soldiers during the Nazi occupation. 27 But this was not always so. Anglo-Indians acquired a particular status during the British Raj, although that status. Italian soldier with Madama. From Psi Archive at the University of Naples L'Oriental, Silvana Palma, Archivio Storico della Società Africana d'Italia, Raccolte Fotografiche e Cartografiche. Naples, Istituto Universitario Orientale, 1997. Certainly became more ambiguous after 1947. In Eritrea, at least in some cases, the blended children resulting from these relationships were welcomed, sometimes even embraced by the surrounding community. The Ethiopians had some experience in these areas, including European-African relationships that were far more casual. When Augustus Wilde arrived in Ethiopia to write a series of articles for the Manchester Guardian about the burgeoning Italo-Ethiopian conflict, he spied a nearly white woman and her daughter, who was nearly as fair, living among the local population. He surmised, and was later able to confirm, that the woman was the product of a liaison that had occurred during the 1868 English expedition against Tudros. The woman would have passed as an English woman and, in fact, was known locally as the English woman, the Inglese. She was born after the brief English campaign and raised within the Ethiopian community. 28 She eventually married and, by the time she was spotted by Wilde, had a daughter of her own. Similarly, at least some of the children of Italian-Eritrean couples readily found a place in African society. When Major Pietro Tazelli died in combat late in 1895, he left behind his Madama and a newborn boy. She remarried, her new husband adopted Tazelli's son as his own. The couple named the boy Petros in honor of his natural father. 29 Other sources present a more complicated picture. Some photographs from the period depict European-African couples posing for studio portraits very much like those one would expect of EUROPEN couples, the picture of domestic bliss which tends to validate the image of the Madama as the social and sentimental equivalent of the spouse. Other photos depict Eritrean women posing naked or nearly so alongside their EUROPEN spouses. They are surrounded by props, animal skins, cheap jewelry biased toward exotic sexual allure rather than cultivated domesticity. 30 Locale mattered, too. The somewhat elevated status of the Madama was a better fit for the relatively circumscribed community of the highlands, especially Asmara. In the more transient world of Misawa, as in port cities everywhere, casual relations predominated. Theater productions, of which the Italians seemed inordinately fond, sometimes featured half-naked costumed local women who functioned more as props than as performers. 31 Rosalia Pianavia, an officer's wife and therefore a Europe and Madama, was troubled by the number of mixed-race infants in Eritrea and their insecure status. The role of the Italian fathers in the lives of these children ended either with their death in combat, as in the case of Tazelli, or with the completion of their tour of duty. Pianavia admitted disgust at the thought of black and white living together, but the offense was not so much that of racial mixing as that these couples were heedless of the consequences of a union fated to end. Sooner or later their children would be fatherless. Rosalia Pianavia made the care of these children a personal crusade, relying on a blend of compassion and guilt to drum up funds for ongoing care. Her first case was a Beatty, who had lost her mother. Her father, an Italian officer, entrusted a Beatty to Pianavia when he returned to Italy. Pianavia accepted responsibility for the child, renaming her Maria Nina. Pianavia decided to create a home for orphaned children. It took work to persuade colonial authorities to grant permission for her initiative. The risks to the partisans of empire were considerable. Creating an orphanage meant acknowledging colonial practices, sexual practices that flouted moral conventions, and it highlighted the imbalances of power inherent in the colonial enterprise. 32 In time, Pianavia's venture was approved. Maria Nina became the first of many children consigned to Pianavia's care. The little girl was followed by Angelina, Vitorina I, Vitorina II, Lucchino, Orest, and Giovannino, the latter two brothers. 33 Rosalia's genius was to spotlight the responsibility of fathers and turn that responsibility into support for their children. In EFFECT, it was a guilt tax. With the approval of Padre Bonamai, the military chaplain, Pianavia held collections in Eritrea to raise funds. 34 She used the proceeds to found an orphanage, the Institute of the Little Innocents, where abandoned and orphaned children could find food, shelter, and care. The humanitarian core of her project, which the term Little Innocents brilliantly captured, garnered support in Italy, where fundraisers yielded additional funds. The city of Genoa hosted a festival, with proceeds dedicated to Pianavia's institute. Genoa's Benefici raised 28,000 lire, which financed the construction of buildings at the institute and staffed them with caregivers, both African and European. Pianavia secured the charitable engagement of a female religious order. The nuns served both as guardians and teachers. 35 Pianavia's Institute of the Little Innocents could only be a palliative, it never addressed the contradictions inherent in empire. In fact, the stories of the Ascari and the Madamas are in some ways analogous, showing the powerful forces at work to encourage African collaboration with European occupiers. As long as the European presence seemed permanent, realism as well as access to money and prestige argued in favor of accommodation. Chapter 6. Africa in Italy. Mang Asha lacked in intellect, he made up for in looks. He was tall, with fine skin and delicate features. His wide-set doe eyes had a seductive quality. A trim mustache, a soul patch, and a short beard added a dash of style and gravitas. His hair, often braided, alluded to his soldierly qualities. Mang Asha was a dandy and, like all dandies, was blessed with a knack for self-presentation. A photo portrait shows him in the classic aristocratic cape of black silk, which contrasted with the fine white fabric rolled loosely about the neck. Although pictures capture his penchant for jewelry, he wore small looped earrings. They don't capture the aroma. Mang Asha loved perfume, a rare affectation in Ethiopia. Perfume was brought from the coast by Muslim merchants and so had infidel associations, especially among Christians of an older generation. One perfumed, vain, effeminate Mang Asha could brush off such criticism. What gnawed at him was his thwarted ambition, his claim on the imperial throne. Mang Asha was the illegitimate son of Emperor Johannes, the product of a casual liaison between the emperor and a lover whose name is lost to history. Mang Asha claimed that Johannes, mortally wounded in battle with the Mahdi in 1889, had recognized Mang Asha as his son and successor on his deathbed. In the succession struggle that ensued, however, Mang Asha was outclassed. If Mang Asha was to challenge Menelik and succeed Johannes as emperor, he would have to earn it. His greatest asset was Alula, a man who had served Johannes faithfully and who, upon the emperor's death, shifted those loyalties to the son without hesitation. Alula was a legendary fighter. In the 1870s, he had defended the Ethiopian highlands against the incursions of the Egyptians, defeating them at Gura and Sahati. He did no less to the Italians in the 1880s, perpetrating the massacre at Dogali and earning Italy's grudging respect. Alula, to the Italians, was the Ethiopian Garibaldi. It's hard to imagine a higher compliment than to compare the fierce, falcon-nosed Alula to Giuseppe Garibaldi, the father of modern Italy. But even with such talent at his side, Mang Asha could never quite carry the role of pretender. In fact, beside Alula, Mang Asha faded. It was a classic triumph of talent over lineage. While Mangus's claim to power rested on his lofty birth, Alula was an upstart, a man who owed his American-style ascent from obscure but no doubt hardscrabble origins to his fighting skills and political realism. Alula would be known to history as the best native general and strategist that Africa has perhaps produced in modern times. Mang Asha was propped up by Alula's skill and dogged loyalty. It was a compliment to Alula, but a cruel slam at Mang Asha, that Alula was known to be both mind and arm, the intellect and the might of the dim and vain would-be emperor. For no one was better prepared to exploit the death of Johannes than Menelik. The king of Shoa had been plotting against Johannes for years, building up his army and conspiring with Italy against him. The Italian emissary Pietro Antonelli First visited Ethiopia in 1879, at the tender age of 20, and he had been cultivating ties at court ever since. In 1885, the Italian occupation of Misawa gave Menelik and Italy a common enemy in Johannes, and the bond deepened. Just as the British had used Johannes against Tudros, Antonelli knew that building up Menelik would distract and weaken Johannes. For his part, Menelik was more than willing to be used, just as he made use of the Italians. Italy became a major source of fiery arms, with which Menelik would both challenge Johannes and expand his domain. In a transaction that captured the essence of their relationship, in the aftermath of Dogali, Menelik promised Italy revenge against Alula and Johannes in exchange for 10,000 Remington rifle ES and 400,000 cartridges. All the while, Menelik fed Antonelli's image of Ethiopia as riven by factions. Not only Menelik himself but also Tekel Hymenot of Gajajam and Ras Michael of the Wolo Oromo were depicted as restive and ready to break with Johannes. It was not a picture wholly discordant with reality or with history. Traditions of banditry and the habitual jockeying of regional chiefs easily sustained the illusion that Johannes was the sole stabilizing force in an Ethiopia seething with discontent. Antonelli imagined that sponsoring Menelik while occupying the Red Sea ports of Misawa and Zala, thus limiting Menelik's access to the sea, prepared the way for Italian predominance in Ethiopia. Antonelli deeply admired Johannes for having forged an Ethiopian empire, but he foresaw that the death of the emperor would unleash hell, a civil war where 1,000 pretenders will fight over an empire that no longer is. Italy, having backed Menelik, would be in a position to exploit and dominate a divided Ethiopia. By the late 1880s, Antonelli was shuttling between Rome and Addis, working out the details of a pact with Menelik. Italy was ready to enter a military alliance with Menelik in which Italy would support Menelik against Johannes. If Johannes attacked Menelik, Italy agreed to respond immediately by pushing up from the coast to the highlands, occupying Asmara. Such a move would threaten Johannes from the north at the same time that it secured land for Italy. In EFFECT, Menelik was buying allies with land, condoning Italian encroachment on territory Johannes claimed for Ethiopia. When Johannes had learned about the plotting of Menelik and the Italians, he sought to rally Menelik to his side under the banner of Ethiopia. "If the two of us remain united," he wrote to Menelik, "with the help of God we will win." 9. Menelik was playing a high-risk game, and he was not without his critics, some of them powerful. If Menelik could see how Antonelli and the Italians were useful, Tato could barely restrain her contempt. As a northerner, she headed the Tigrayan contingent at Menelik's court, greeting Antonelli with a mix of ill humor and sarcasm. 10. But Menelik would not break with Antonelli and Italy as long as Johannes was alive. And he was taking no chances. At the same time that he cultivated his relationship with Italy, he was courting France at the very highest levels. Encouraged by Ilg, he wrote to Jules Scrivi, President of the French Republic, presenting himself as an honest broker, the benevolent peacemaker in a dispute between Johannes and Italy. 11. Somehow, the part of Menelik that conspired against Johannes could get along with the part that was an Ethiopian patriot. Just as Menelik could take money and weapons from Italy without being bought, he felt he could undermine Johannes without undermining Ethiopia. Johannes had good intelligence about Menelik's dealings, and he was unafraid to act against those who were insubordinate. He had punished Tekel Hymenot for such scheming, sending Ras Alula as his avenging angel. Alula humiliated Tekel Hymenot, forcing him to seek refuge in a mountain hideaway. 12. One thing saved Menelik from a similar confrontation with Johannes in the fall of 1888: the remoteness of Shoa, relative to the nearer threat of Mahdi invasion. While Johannes prepared for war against the Mahdi, the quasi-crusade that would end with his death, Pietro Antonelli was arriving in Addis Ababa with letters, gifts, 4,700 Remington rifle ES, and 220,000 cartridges. By then, Menelik had already campaigned with an army of more than 100,000 soldiers, demonstrating a might rivaling that of the emperor. Italy had helped to build Menelik, its client, into a major regional player. In March 1889, Menelik and Tato were in the town of Wickel, visiting one of Tato's properties, when news of the death of Johannes reached them. It was the moment Menelik had been waiting for. He immediately claimed for himself the imperial title of Negus-Onegist, King of Kings. It was a title Mang Asha regarded as rightfully his, as the son of Johannes. Not only did Mang Asha have lineage in his favor, he had precedent as well. Historically, Ethiopia had been ruled from the north, from Tigray. Bolstering that precedent was a strong antipathy among northerners against the south and Shoa. It hardly mattered. Now, with Menelik claiming the throne, power shifted abruptly to the south. Addis Ababa, which had barely existed a decade earlier, became the new capital of Ethiopia. More to the point, when Johannes died, the army Menelik had created to challenge him was ready to intimidate even the stubbornest of rivals. Pietro Antonelli, who had assumed responsibility for courting Menelik, building him up and cultivating him as a client for the day the throne was vacant, couldn't believe his good fortune. This turn of events made him look brilliant. He was the mastermind behind a dogged, long-term strategy that was finally paying off. He had backed a winner. He immediately set about formalizing the relationship. The result was a treaty, signed in Wickel, in Italian, Uxiali, on May 2, 1889. The treaty reaffirmed the abolition of the slave trade in Ethiopia, Article 14, and gave preference to Italians in trade and commerce with Ethiopia, Article 18. However, the most important piece was Article 17. According to Italy, this article obliged Ethiopia to accept Italian representation of its interests abroad, tantamount to an Italian protectorate over Ethiopia. Even though a separate article, Article 19, proclaimed the Italian and Amharic versions of the treaty to be in perfect concordance with each other, disagreement over the Amharic version of Article 17 would become the cause, or at least the pretext, for the war that would culminate in the Battle of Adwa. 13. Antonelli signed on behalf of King Umberto of Italy, Menelik signed for himself. It was a measure of the respect Ethiopia had garnered in Europe that the Treaty of Wickel existed at all. A state-to-state treaty negotiated between sovereign European and African states was a rare thing in the 19th century. The treaty's consequences were many. For Menelik, the agreement was insurance for his throne. He was making good on his promise to swap land for power. Mere months after the signing, in August 1889, the Italians moved up from Misawa into the cool highlands and occupied Asmara, where their presence would distract Mang Asha and vex Alula. Just as Italy had preoccupied Johannes, so it would preoccupy Mang Asha, keeping him pinned in the north, where he could do little mischief. Menelik set about consolidating his authority in other ways. Like Napoleon, he used family members as trusted local rulers, holding them personally accountable. Tato's brother, Will, immediately received the title of Ras and sovereignty over additional territories worthy of his new title. Makonnen, Menelik's cousin, remained governor of Harar, east of Addis Ababa. Menelik demanded and received gestures of loyalty from other local rulers throughout Ethiopia, with the predictable exceptions of Mang Asha and Alula. 14. Meanwhile, an Ethiopian delegation was to visit Italy later that year, with the aim of ratifying in solemn ceremony in Rome the agreement concluded at Wickle. It was a plum assignment, but also one bearing great risk. Someone would have to assume leadership of Ethiopia's FIRST overseas diplomatic mission of modern times. Menelik chose his cousin Makonnen. Makonnen, governor of Harar. Menelik, who was 45 EE when he claimed the title of emperor, had come to rely heavily on his young cousin. In 1887, as Egyptian power waned, and while Johannes and the Europeans were distracted by Dogali, Menelik seized Harar, 200 miles east of Addis. It was a move of great strategic importance. Sir Richard Burton, who is thought to be the first European to have entered the city, repeated a Harari saying he heard in 1854. He who commands at the coastal town of Berbera, holds the beard of Harar in his hand. 15. Not only was Harar a major market town, it was Menelik's gateway to the sea. Menelik knew that his independence depended on it. As soon as his soldiers had secured the place, Menelik installed Makonnen, then a mere 35 years old, as governor. The walls of Harar made of stone bound by ochreous clay vary from 5 to 15 feet in height. 5 heavy gates and 15 towers create an impression of security that soothed harried travelers arriving from the Somali coast by way of the Afar Desert. 16. One relieved visitor exclaimed that Harar seemed built of chocolate. 17. Inside the walls, Harar teemed with life. The residents of Harar itself, Burton claimed, made up a distinct race. 18. The steady arrival and departure of caravans kept things lively, as did the diverse population that lived there or arrived on market days. The rural population of the Harar region is largely Oromo, and in addition to that language and Udari, which was the language of Harar itself, one could regularly hear spoken Amharic, Arabic, Greek, Hindi, Italian, French, English, Turkish, Armenian, and from time to time German. 19. The population of Harar numbered in the tens of thousands. Its narrow, rain-rutted earthen streets funneled the population toward its public squares, giving the town an intensely urban feel. 20. In market squares and on adjacent streets, everything was for sale. Millet, lentils, and barley were displayed in mounds. Jujube, bananas, and citrons were stacked on tables alongside any locally hand-woven cloth. 21. Porters shouldered heavy loads of coffee in goat skins. 22. Vendors touted honey, butter, and the stimulant cat. In the dry season, dust swirled in the sun's glare, mixing with the smells of coffee, rotten fruit, and dung. Stray ostriches startled and bucked. 23. Goats and cattle were sold and butchered in the open squares, their gaping necks adding odor and color to the trade. The spectacle of crowds shuffling over blood-washed earth, speaking in tongues, gave Harar an apocalyptic quality. 24. The hierarchy of trade descended from ground floor shops, followed by wood-framed merchant stalls butted up against walls and shaded by makeshift awnings. In the squares, shops were no more than wares spread over blankets. Nearby, peddlers worked the crowds and neighborhoods on foot. Most vendors disappeared at dusk, which arrives promptly at 6:30, thanks to the equatorial latitude. That was when the hyenas moved in via gaps in the walls. Horror had no formal waste removal, other than nature itself. By night, the hyenas entered, scavengers taking what suited their appetite, leaving the remainder to be washed by seasonal rains. Today horror has much of the look and feel of a North African town, though a bit worse for wear. In the 19th century, it was little different. European visitors noted the resemblance, finding the town both picturesque and a little barbaric by North African standards. The fact that horror had been fought over by Egyptians and Shoans surely had something to do with its well-used appearance. The Shoan occupation of horror was brutal, and Menelik had moved quickly to put his stamp on the town. After the conquest, Menelik announced, "This is not a Muslim country, as everyone knows." 25 Makanan had the main mosque torn down, as if to drive the point home. He replaced it with an Ethiopian Orthodox church designed by an Italian architect. 26 Horror was a gem, the terminus for caravans from the coast and the commercial capital of a rich agricultural region, and Eden for some specializing in coffee. 27 But whether it was Eden or something else, for Burton it was Tuscany, which perhaps amounts to the same thing. Horror was the jewel in the imperial crown created by Menelik's aggressive expansion to the west, south, and east. Like the conquest of the Welata, the incorporation of horror could be justified as a strategic necessity, an Ethiopian realpolitik without which Adwa would have been impossible. Just the same, like the Egyptian expansion it displaced, Menelik's aggressive annexations bore witness to an indigenous African colonialism. 28 Menelik was determined to extract as much as possible from his conquest. A special tax was imposed. Some members of the European population were forced to provide loans. 29 Menelik got what he wanted, but it took years for the business climate to recover. Incorporating horror was just a beginning. As governor of horror, Makanan operated as Menelik's viceroy. At an elementary level, Makanan's job was to preserve order and forward tribute extracted from the coffee and coastal trade. In reality, his work was immensely complex. He had to manage what was easily Ethiopia's most cosmopolitan city. Plus, as the first Ethiopian OFFICHAL most visitors met, he was the face of Menelik's Ethiopia for OFFICHAL delegations making their way to the capital. 30 visitors of state were greeted on the approach to horror, as much as a day's journey out. Mounted troops in parade dress formed the escort, their horses trimmed with silver tack. The riders themselves wore capes of purple velvet or embroidered silk and carried animal skin shields. Music horns and flutes added to the pageantry. 31 The transition in vegetation from the Afar Desert is so abrupt that the impression is all the more intense. Grassy pasture and meadowland comes into view, and soon steep hillsides turn abruptly to gorges where fig trees thrive. The terrain stabilizes, and natural hedges of rosebush and euphorbia frame patches of land devoted to coffee cultivation. Horror itself sits in a basin, as caravans cleared the pass a mile away, its minarets, its wall, and its flat-roofed buildings came into view. 32 As the only two-story structure in town, Makanan's governor's palace stood apart. 33 Its gleaming white walls and tall windows with Roman arches presented an unmistakable profile to visitors as they approached the town. Awnings on the windows and a scalloped finish running along the top of the foot-thick walls softened an otherwise fortress-like facade. Banners uttered from its gate-like entrance. On balance, the imposing structure served to accentuate the gracious reception of the host. Despite his reserve, Makanan managed to communicate warmth. He unfailingly received emissaries and merchants with style and tact. On OFFICHAL occasions he received guests cordially, though formally, in a black silk shirt with colored piping, usually with a matching black silk cloak fastened with a gold clasp at the neck. 34 Makanan had a long, thin face, a full mustache, and a goatee described as too long for a man of the African race. 35 Many visitors noted his dark, lively, somewhat mournful eyes. 36 Makanan had lost his Oromo wife at a young age, he never remarried. While piety was not unusual among his contemporaries, fidelity was. It was said that his fidelity to his Oromo wife mirrored his fidelity to horror and endeared him to the people of the region. 37 Makanan was not above making informal appearances in public, and he ventured outside the governor's palace often. Unlike Menelik or Tato, who rarely were seen without a full retinue, Makanan frequently went out in the company of a single advisor, a gesture of trust on his part, and a measure of his popularity and esteem. By all accounts, Makanan's was an extraordinary intellect. Even his enemies credit him with intelligence, tact, and discernment. He left a vivid impression on everyone he met. A perfect gentleman, Sir James Renilrod recalled. 38 others recalled him as subtle, cultivated, enlightened, courteous, polished, a man who wielded power in a quiet way. Behind the Polish, some discerned a personality at once smart, hypocritical, and wily, but no one doubted that he was a formidable figure. 39 He was voted by acclamation the most intelligent man in Ethiopia, alert and intelligent, a quick intelligence there is no shortage of high regard. 40 This delicately attractive man possessed a musical voice and cordial, dignified manners. 41 Until his death in 1906, Makanan was widely seen as Menelik's successor. 42 He passed on many of his features to his son, Taferi Makanan, who, as Ras Taferi, would assume a legendary and lofty status as the focus of the Rastafarian cult in the African diaspora. Though Makanan would never rule, his son would succeed Menelik in the fullness of time, ascending the throne as Haile Selassie in 1930. Makanan's Harare was more than a diplomatic gateway. Harare was a cultural hub, a hinge between the coastal towns of the Red Sea, which had been steeped in the culture of Islam for generations, and the Ethiopian highlands, where Christianity tended to dominate. Both in architecture and in dress the city seemed to belong more to the Middle East than to sub-Saharan Africa. Chalk white stone and mortar dwellings took the place of branch and straw tukul. The 1880s were an era of commercial pioneers. 43 French, Italians, Indians, Armenians, and above all Greeks sought, if not a killing, at least a living. 44 For many, the basic idea was to buy something for which a European market no longer existed, fabrics with patterns or colors deemed démodé, firearms a war or two out of date, and sell them to African buyers. A few, such as the French poet Arthur Rimbaud, represented European firearms with OFFICES in Aden or elsewhere, but many operated on their own account, trying to make a living in the import-export trade. 45 Many, including Rimbaud, did both. Rimbaud had arrived in Harare in 1880, where he represented the Bardi firearm of Aden, but by 1885 he was also acting as his own agent. He was convinced that he would make as much as 30,000 francs selling a shipment of armaments to Menelik. Rimbaud soon discovered that he had no pricing power in a country where there was only one legal buyer of firearms, namely, Menelik. After losing months trying to organize a caravan up from the Somali coast, Rimbaud hauled his shipment of slightly out-of-date rifles to Menelik's court. There Rimbaud watched while the emperor took 10% off the top as a customs duty, then dictated the price for the remainder. He even had to accept Menelik's terms. He left his shipment in Menelik's capital in exchange for an IOU, and would be paid by Makanan upon his return to Harare. In the end, Rimbaud felt lucky to have recovered his costs. 46 Suitably FL East, Rimbaud learned the hard way what many other merchants already knew: the better trade was not in direct sales to African heads of state but in retail sales on local markets. This was where the Greeks dominated. 47 As in the California gold rush, much of the real money was not in gold but in dry goods and liquor. Another lucrative trade was in slaves. As Harare was the terminus for all trade between Shoa and the coast, it was inevitably a hub in the regional slave trade. 48 There were 5 jumping off points for caravans to Harar from the coast, but only 3 were heavily trafficked: where the British vigilantly suppressed the slave trade, and Abuk and Tadjoura, both occupied by the French and both on the Gulf of Tadjoura. Ibrahim Abu Bakr and his 12 sons controlled the preferred coastal markets on the Gulf of Tadjoura and much of the 182-mile caravan route to Harar. 49 Thin and of medium height, with a high forehead and darting eyes, Abu Bakr received guests seated on an angareb draped in animal skins. His everyday dress included a bright tunic and a turban of white muslin. He served coffee to his guests as a gesture of respect, but also, some wryly noted, as a display of largesse. 50 Abu Bakr drove a hard bargain. He had few friends among those who had no choice but to do business with him. Eyewitnesses, all of them European, it must be said, mention no endearing qualities. One bitter acquaintance called him a registered thief. It is difficult to disentangle the generally negative accounts of his personality from high-minded disdain for his role in the slave trade and widespread resentment of his stranglehold on caravan routes from the coast. 51 His European guests most readily remembered 2 things about Abu Bakr: that he constantly worked prayer beads in his left hand, and that he had the nasty habit of spitting from a gap between his teeth, heedless of where his spittle landed. One gets the impression that conversations with Abu Bakr tended to be brief. Negotiations, on the other hand, could drag on. A camel could carry up to 300 pounds of goods. A large inventory of, say, rifles might require 100 camels. 52 It could take a while to round them up, as Europeans wilted in the intense heat of the Somali coast. A French caravan was stalled from May until October while sufficient camels were found. Arthur Rimbaud, eager to sell his load of rifles to Menelik, cooled his heels at Tadjoura for a year. 53 Such delays were simply another form of negotiation, as additional camels could always be found at a price. 54 Since members of the Abu Bakr clan rarely left the coast, Makanan had no direct dealings with them. Conversations went through third parties, including the caravans to Harar and back. Both parties had strong incentives to keep the caravans moving without incident. Abu Bakr, whose most lucrative business was in enslaved people intended for markets across the Red Sea, depended on a steady supply of captives from the highlands. Menelik not only required an outlet for goods of all kinds but also needed to import fiery arms. Even with the best of intentions regarding the slave trade, and the record is mixed, Menelik had little choice but to do business with Abu Bakr. With the British shutting down both the arms trade and the slave trade via Zila and other Red Sea ports, Abu Bakr and Menelik needed each other to survive. 55 So strong was the presumption that both parties needed a smoothly operating caravan trade that when anything untoward occurred, a massacre, a robbery, there was the strong presumption of complicity. The massacre of the Barrel Save Our Caravan in 1886, for example, might or might not have been payback for a French naval commander's criticism of Abu Bakr's involvement in the slave trade. It might simply have been a way to hike up caravan rates by underlining the risks. 56 Either way, no one presumed Abu Bakr innocent. Abu Bakr was a cultural broker as much as a merchant. On the coast, he lived among ethnic Somalis, but his Afar descent gave him entree among the Afar people who controlled the routes the caravans took from the moment they left the Gulf of Tadjoura until they arrived at Harar. Following Abu Bakr's death in 1885, his sons carried on a thriving trade, bringing goods to Shoa and returning with caravans frequently of enslaved boys and girls bound for the Arabian Peninsula and beyond. 57 For Makanan, dealing with the slave trade was one of his prickliest tasks as governor of Harar. 58 With Menelik's complete confidence, he controlled who and what entered Menelik's kingdom. 59 Coffee, fiery arms, ivory, slaves, nothing moved without his tacit approval. Both Makanan and Menelik were aware of the disfavor in which the slave trade was held. Menelik had disavowed the trade, as had Tudros before him, but the simple fact remained that enslaved people were a key export commodity. As caravans were rarely homogeneous, most featured disparate commodities shipped together for security. Indirect complicity in the trade was nearly unavoidable. 60 and Menelik could ill afford to antagonize those who operated his trade linked to the outside world. Moreover, as long as Menelik's soldiers remained largely unpaid, booty including property, livestock, and slaves taken from among the defeated would remain part of the soldier's life. Richard Pankhurst, in his magisterial economic history of Ethiopia, cites a source to the EFFECT that a slave caravan left Shoa every 3 months in the 1880s. By the mid-1890s, Menelik was actively suppressing the trade, destroying notorious slave market towns and punishing slavers with amputation. Even then, slavery persisted as a feature of the gift economy. Enslaved people remained a staple of imperial largesse under Menelik as wedding gifts to friends of the court, for example as late as 1903. 61 Managing commercial and moral transactions tactfully was part of Makhanen's charge at Harar. As merchants jockeyed for access and advantage, missionaries elbowed in, too. Father Louis Torin Kahagni, a Capuchin friar, arrived in 1881 to develop the Roman Catholic missionary presence in the region. For a time, he combated the slave trade by buying slaves to save them not only from human bondage but also from eternal damnation. Torin bought enslaved boys, mostly in their teens, for as many as 5 thalers and as few as 30, took them on as his wards, and prepared them for conversion to the Catholic faith. 62 Some of them enjoyed successful careers, thanks to language training in mission schools. 63 In exceptional cases, such boys might themselves become missionaries, carrying on apostolic work among their own people. Torin was assisted and eventually succeeded as bishop by André Yarasia, who arrived in 1884. 50 years later, in the 1930s, Yarasia was still there. 64 As for Makhanen himself, his work in Harar amounted to a kind of diplomacy school, an internship in dealing with Europeans. Long before his departure for Italy, Makhanen had acquired a cosmopolitan polish that would qualify him as Ethiopia's premier statesman. Anyone who could preside over the complicated affairs of Harar, not to mention the Europeans, Afar, Arabs, merchants, missionaries, slavers, and weapons merchants who made up its many constituencies, was an asset indeed. Later, Menelik would tap him to serve as his representative on missions to Rome, St. Petersburg, Paris, and London. When the French newspaper Le Temps referred to Makhanen as the second personage in the empire, that is, second only to Menelik, there was surely grumbling in Addis and elsewhere. 65 Anyone as smooth and talented as Makhanen was bound to have jealous detractors. But for Menelik himself there was really no doubt. When it came time to send an emissary to Rome to finalize the relationship embodied in the Treaty of Wickle, there was no hesitation. He sent Makhanen. The grandeur of Italy. When Makhanen and the rest of the Ethiopian delegation stepped off the train in Rome on August 27, 1889, it was already a victory for Africa. It marked the beginning of the first high-level diplomatic encounter between sub-Saharan Africa and Europe of modern times. 66 5 years earlier, Otto von Bismarck, Chancellor of Imperial Germany, had convened an international conference on Africa at Berlin. At the Berlin Conference of 1884, the future of Africa lay in the hands of the attending European powers. As the fate of Africa was considered not to be in the hands of Africans, no one had thought to invite any. In its own quiet way, Makhanen's diplomatic mission was a rejoinder to the arrogance of Berlin. A more emphatic rejoinder would come in 1896 at Adwa. Makhanen's delegation included translator Joseph Negussi, Orthodox priest Welda Michael, and 5 other high-ranking figures. They were supported by 13 bodyguards and 21 personal servants. Makhanen and his delegation left Harar in July 1889 in the company of Pietro Antonelli and Luigi Capucci. Together, they made their way to the port city of Zilla, where they boarded the Colombo. 67 The vessel was a fitting namesake for the mission Makhanen had undertaken. his voyage of discovery was leading him to the Old World. Although the Colombo was Italian, and therefore FLEU Italian colors, Makonnen made a quiet independent gesture. From the foresail mast, a flag of horizontal green, yellow, and red bands FL uttered in the wind. On the flag's middle band a proud lion of Judah strutted, holding a cross in his forepaw. It was the first recorded use of this immortal symbol of Ethiopian sovereignty. 68 Much was at stake for the Italians. As they understood it, the Treaty of Wickle linked Italy and Ethiopia in a protectorate relationship. It was incumbent upon them to show their capacity to shelter and protect. The voyage offered plenty of symbols of menace. After the Colombo had passed from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean by way of the Suez Canal, it headed for the Strait of Messina, legendary home of the monsters Scylla and Charybdis. As the vessel steamed among the Aeolian Islands, Stromboli obligingly spewed smoke and stray bits of lava, a convenient metaphor for danger, at which point an Italian naval squadron arrived as escort. From Stromboli to Naples, the squadron nestled the Colombo and its passengers in its protective embrace. After landfall on August 21, the Italian display continued. Naples was not only Italy's largest city by far with 500,000 inhabitants, it was half again as large as Milan, but also the home of the Italian Geographical Society, ardent patron and promoter of an Italian colonial vision. 69 The dockside reception was grand, with diplomats, a cabinet-level OFFICHAL, and high-ranking OFFICERs of the Army and Navy receiving the delegation in the August heat. An infantry detachment read off a rifle salute. The Ethiopian delegation clambered into carriages that raced up the Via Toledo to the Grand Palace at Capodimonte. Capodimonte was one of the OFFICHAL residences of the Bourbon monarchy that had ruled Naples and Sicily until the arrival of Garibaldi in the 1860s. It was now being put to use to FL Italy's new African partner. White tents with blue conical tops dotted the lawn, providing the guests with an alternative to lodging in the rooms inside. The strangeness of it all was unsettling to the Ethiopians. Most chose to bed down outdoors, and the entire delegation slept with swords at the ready. 70 After settling in, Makonnen's group was treated to some of the region's best, a night at Teatro San Carlo, the opera house of Naples, for a performance of Il Barbiere di Siviglia, and a trip to Caserta to see yet another palace, the Bourbon's stunning Versailles-inspired country retreat. 71 After a week in Naples and Campania, Makonnen's delegation took the train north, arriving in Italy's capital on August 27, 1889. It had already been an eventful summer in Rome. In June, members of the government invited controversy when they attended the solemn inauguration of the Giordano Bruno statue in Campo dei Fiori. It was a deliberate snub to the Vatican, whose predecessors had burned Bruno as a heretic in 1600 on the very spot. 72 Back in Africa, with the Makonnen mission en route, Italian troops moved from Messawa into the highlands and occupied the town of Asmara, on the pretext laid out in a letter to Menelik that Italian soldiers needed to be housed in a place not so warm as Messawa. 73 Such a move could only have been prearranged. It was an act that paralleled the Makonnen mission and, like it, signaled the deepening Italo-Ethiopian collaboration. However, it also ignited a public debate about the government's colonialist enterprise. 74 Aware of the public's doubts about empire, the government had been careful to couch its steps toward expansion in peaceful terms. The occupation of Asmara was only a means to escape from the heat of Messawa. The press wasn't buying it. The Vatican newspaper noted that what had begun as a purely commercial enterprise aimed at securing a port in the Red Sea, Messawa and nothing more, now looked like a strategy of conquest. Even the normally pro-government Tribuna pronounced itself averse to colonial expansion and pointedly accorded all merit but also all responsibility to those who had engineered Asmara's occupation. 75 By the time the Makonnen delegation stepped down from its rail car in Rome shortly after 3 in the afternoon, Roman public opinion was primed. While some favored the government's policy, still others remembered and resented the massacre at Dogali. Most vocal of all were the anti-colonialists, who used Makhanen's arrival to protest what was called, oddly, Italy's pro-African policy. Rome tends to empty in the summer, but a small crowd, mostly workers, was on hand when Makhanen saluted the crowd from the platform by touching his hand to his mouth and forehead before extending his hand to the gathered onlookers. 76 He shook hands with General Emilio Pollovicini and a government representative. 77 A much larger and more boisterous crowd, their angry shouts and whistles could be heard inside the station, waited outside, where a woefully inadequate cordon of carabinieri struggled to hold them back. The carabinieri captain responsible for the fiasco was later given a dressing down. There were more shouts, whistles, and cries of protest before the delegation was rushed into waiting landaus, where they sat immobile while the crowd surged to block their path. It took a charge by mounted carabinieri to clear the way. The press called it an uproar and indecorous. 78 The carriages whisked the delegation past the Dogali monument to the Via Venti Settembre, through the Porta Pia, and onto the calm, lush grounds of the Villa Maraffiori. At verdant Maraffiori, every need had been anticipated. Sheep and cattle had been set to pasture on the Maraffiori lawn, ready to be butchered. According to Ethiopian custom. Inside the villa, a special low table under 2 feet high, to accommodate Ethiopian dining customs, was set out in the dining room. The villa's pantry was well stocked. A curious press reported every activity of the delegation, down to the last detail of food and drink: salad, rice, lobster in mayonnaise sauce, Velletri wine, cognac, cigars, coffee, Benedictine. 79 Sightseeing began the following afternoon. Makhanen visited the Pantheon and paid his respects at the tomb of Victor Emmanuel II. Under Agrippa's vaulted rotunda, Makhanen signed the guest book on behalf of Menelik. 80 Security was tight, the scandalous disruptions at the train station would not be repeated. I ask the protection of your Majesty. Makhanen's real work began on the 29th, when he ventured to the Quirinal Palace to meet Umberto, the King of Italy. 81 At the piazza in front of the palace, troops and a military band were ready in full parade dress in front of monumental statues of Castor and Pollux. There was a wide security screen, courtesy of the Carabinieri. 82 The Ethiopian delegation was escorted inside the palace and up the grand staircase to the throne room, where not only Prime Minister Francesco Crispi but also all the key ministers, army, navy, state were present. Beside Umberto's throne were the many individuals who had cultivated the relationship with Menelik over the years, including Pietro Antonelli, Augusto Salimbeni, Cesare Nerazzani, Luigi Capucci, and Leopoldo Traversi. Standing in front of the throne was Umberto himself, in military dress. Makhanen prostrated himself before Umberto, as required by Ethiopian royal protocol. Once Makhanen rose, Umberto politely inquired about Makhanen's voyage. The core of the ceremony come down to mere words, but as the existence of a protectorate would later be disputed, the words matter a great deal. Makhanen went first. Speaking through his translator, Joseph Negussi, Makhanen addressed Umberto on behalf of His Majesty the King of Ethiopia and acknowledged a mutual interest in a treaty of friendship and commerce. Makhanen again invoked Menelik's name, then uttered on Menelik's behalf the phrase, "I ask the protection of your Majesty, so that peace and tranquility reign in Ethiopia and in the neighboring Italian possessions." Anyone listening would have been forgiven for thinking that Makhanen was invoking a protectorate in the name of Menelik. "I have heard your words with great satisfaction," Umberto responded. "I hereby pledge myself to the treaty drawn up for the common good of the two kingdoms, and to the protection that I and my government grant to your country, with which we sincerely desire peace and prosperity." 83 Italy argued that the Treaty of Wickle, which Makhanen's presence was to ratify, established an Italian protectorate over Ethiopia. Even though the word protectorate appeared nowhere in the treaty, Makhanen's invocation of Umberto's protection, followed by Umberto's extension of protection in response, seemed to validate the Italian claim. 84 The word itself was splashed on the front page of newspapers reporting the event, coverage that would have been impossible for the Ethiopians to miss. If there had been a misunderstanding, there was ample opportunity for Makonnen to clear it up. Was it all part of a ruse? The story was only beginning. After the remarks of Makonnen and Umberto, there followed a parade of gifts from Menelik: shields, drums, lances trimmed in gold and laced with gems, 2 horns Phi-LLED with tej, honey wine, 5 Orimo saddles, 30 oversized elephant tusks, and 1 live baby elephant. 85. With the diplomatic and courtly formalities behind him, Makonnen embarked upon a tour of Italy. It was a hit parade of Italian cities: Genoa, La Spezia, Pisa, Monza, Turin, Bologna, Milan, Modena, Venice, designed to showcase Italy and justify its status as protector. The Ethiopians were treated to military reviews and cavalry maneuvers. They were feted with fireworks and Bengal lights on the canals of Venice. King Umberto and Queen Margherita hosted another royal reception at their grand palace in Monza. Makonnen pronounced himself seduced by the charms of Italy. Turin, he exclaimed, was the kingdom of heaven. At Lake Como, quite understandably, Makonnen pronounced Italy wicked because, after seeing it, one doesn't ever want to leave. 86. Somehow Makonnen pulled himself away. On the 19th of September, he and his delegation returned to Rome, where he negotiated an addendum to the Treaty of Wickle, the additional convention, signed at Naples on the 1st of October. For Italy, this addendum recognized de facto Italian authority in lands they occupied, according to the principle of uti possidetis as you possess. 87. Since Italy had spent the late summer occupying the Ethiopian highlands from Asmara to the Marab River, this provision recognized a blatant land grab. 88. For Ethiopia, the agreement provided scarce capital in the form of a loan of 4 million lire, guaranteed by the Italian government. Half of the funds were to be made available to Ethiopia immediately, with the remainder to be established as a credit line, to be used against purchases made by Ethiopia in Italy. In EFFECT, the line of credit was also a kind of export subsidy for Italian business. As collateral, Makonnen put up the customs payments collected at Harar. If Ethiopia defaulted on the loan, Italy was entitled to take over customs operations at Harar until the loan had been made good. 89. Although the additional convention entailed risk, it was risk both parties were willing to accept. On balance, it was a sweet deal for Italy. For Ethiopia, the stakes were much higher, but the country had little choice. It was struggling to preserve its sovereignty as the European powers circled menacingly. It was starved for resources as agrarian crisis and famine deepened at a moment of supreme peril. In exchange for cash, it offered recognition of what was about to be proclaimed as the Italian colony of Eritrea, carved from lands historically claimed by Ethiopia. Although it would later be disputed, Menelik, or at least Makonnen on his behalf, seemed to be recognizing Italy's annexation not only of Asmara but also of the regions of Bogos, Hamasan, and Akalgoze, at least 5 square miles in all. It also received the promise of 2 million lire in sales to Ethiopia, via the credit line, and the right to occupy Harar should Ethiopia default on the loan. Ethiopia was betting the bank, trading land for time and money. With Italy ensconced in Eritrea in the north and the Harar trade hawked as collateral in the south, everything was at risk. If Ethiopia lost control of Harar through loan default, it would be utterly at the mercy of Italy. About the time that the Makonnen delegation was getting ready to leave, an unusual news story broke. Menelik's gift baby elephant had gone into a rage, busted up its stall, and then, with relentless pounding from its trunk, shattered the door and escaped. It took 20 men to corral the animal and return it to its pen. 90. It was a timely reminder that life is full of surprises and that no one can predict, let alone control, the future. The breach was gentle, but also somehow ominous. I have discovered something humiliating for my kingdom. Menelik was writing to King Umberto of Italy. The letter was dated September 27, 1890, about a year after Makonnen's journey to Italy. In November of the previous year, Menelik had been crowned emperor by Abuna Matuas, the metropolitan of Ethiopia, at the Church of Mary at Entato, in the hills above Addis Ababa. Some time later, Menelik wrote to the various European heads of state, announcing his coronation. In late February 1890, both Britain and Germany responded that, by the terms of Ethiopia's protectorate status, they should have been informed through Italy, which, as protector, handled Italy's diplomatic relations. The replies sparked a vigorous protest. Had Ethiopia agreed to protectorate status? At an elementary level, the question turned on a translation. The Treaty of Wickel was drawn up in Amharic and Italian. In his letter of protest to Umberto, Menelik complained that while the Italian version of Article 17 seemed to oblige Ethiopia to have recourse to Italy in its dealings with other states, the Amharic version merely gave Ethiopia the option to do so. When Britain and Germany insisted upon receiving communications from Ethiopia by way of Italy and indeed replied by way of Italy, the confusion had become evident. Chapter 7. Something humiliating for my kingdom, but had the confusion been deliberate? Discussions of the causes leading up to the war between Italy and Ethiopia have tended to take the story of Article 17 at face value, that the misunderstanding and subsequent hostilities emerged from a simple error of translation or a dishonest interpretation. Too certainly the language of the treaty could have been clearer. The word protectorate appears nowhere in the document. It is only the implication of the language of Article 17 that establishes it. Still, there is plenty of reason to believe that the ambiguity of Article 17, the mistranslation, was something Menelik was aware of and was willing to live with for a time. After all, Menelik signed the treaty in early 1889, Britain and Germany both communicated with Menelik via Italy later that year, but it was only late the following year that Menelik made his formal objection. Certainly when Makonnen made his voyage to Italy to sign the treaty in late summer of 1889, the language of protectorate was everywhere. The newspapers used the language of protectorate in their coverage, on occasion resorting to headlines blaring out the single word protetorato. In the several weeks that Makonnen and his delegation toured Italy, the message could hardly have escaped them. There were plenty of opportunities to clear up any confusion. More to the point, both Umberto and Makonnen, in their formal addresses to each other, spoke specifically of a relationship of protection. In addressing Umberto, Makonnen stated, "In the name of my king, I ask the protection of your majesty," to which Umberto replied, "I hereby pledge myself to the protection that I and my government grant to your country." 3. Makonnen was no fool. Although there were those at court who sometimes doubted his loyalty, who feared he would betray Menelik in order to replace him, Menelik's trust in his cousin, whom he sometimes called simply brother, was unwavering. For could Makonnen have deceived Menelik and the court by speaking one language, the language of protectorate, at Rome while speaking another at home? In the age of modern newspapers, available and read in both capitals, such a feat was impossible. Instead, for Menelik, the mistranslation of Article 17 was a convenient fiction. It allowed Makonnen to go to Rome, sign the Treaty of Wickel, negotiate the additional convention and the all-important loan of 4 million lire, and return to Ethiopia a friend of Italy. Then, more than a year later, and from the safety of his secure imperial throne, Menelik could begin to disentangle himself from the partnership with Italy that had facilitated his rise. It was not yet a formal rupture. In his initial protest, Menelik used the language of a gentle friend who had been hurt, and he mostly communicated through official channels. He was in no hurry to bring down the edifice he had helped to create. For one thing, until Mang'asha had been crushed as a rival to the throne, he still needed the Italians to keep arms from reaching Mang'asha by way of Misawa. 5. It would be more than a year before he would formally, officially renounce the treaty. By then, he was ready to face whatever consequences the step might bring. Antonio Baldissera could see where this was going. 6. As commander of Italian forces in Africa, he argued that Italy needed to rethink its policies and alliances in the face of Menelik's rise. It was fine to back Menelik when he was the young southern upstart plotting against Emperor Johannes. According to the same logic, however, with Menelik now on Ethiopia's throne, it was time to find another internal ally, someone who could help to keep Menelik off balance and preserve Italy's margin for maneuver. Not everyone agreed. Everything turned on one's view of Menelik. Pietro Antonelli, who had invested years in cultivating the Menelik relationship, argued that Menelik's ascendancy was also Italy's. Italy had backed the winning horse and was about to cash in. 7. Baldisera saw things differently. 8. Menelik had played Antonelli and through him, Italy as long as he was the scrappy underdog. Now that Menelik was on top, he no longer needed Italy, hence the burgeoning misunderstanding about Article 17 of the treaty. Italy shouldn't waste any time trying to clear up the misunderstanding, Baldisera argued. Italy should find a new scrappy underdog to sponsor against Menelik, for example, Mang Asha, the son of Johannes. Divide et impera, he was fond of saying in weighty Latin, redolent of Roman imperial grandeur, divide and conquer. 9. Baldisera got nowhere. Partly it was a matter of momentum. Italy had invested in Menelik and Shoa for so many years, it was hard to remember why it had done so. Partly it was a matter of lingering resentment. Backing Mang Asha against Menelik would mean reconciling with his lieutenant Alula, the commander at the massacre of Dogali. But reconciling with Alula was politically difficult for Italy. 10. In frustration, Baldisera resigned. The creation of Eritrea. Baldisera, who led the Italian forces that occupied Asmara in August 1889 without firing a shot, stepped down in December, mere days before a signal date in the history of East Africa. On January 1, 1890, Italy announced the formation of the colony of Eritrea. Eritrea derived its name from the Greek word erythros, red, thus explicitly referencing the Red Sea. The name conjured memories of classical antiquity, including, inevitably, the glories of the Roman Empire, whose renewal the new colony seemed to promise. 11. Baldisera's replacement as commander of Italian forces in East Africa, General Baldassare Oro, took up residence in Asmara, now the capital of Eritrea. 12. In General Oro, Menelik and Ethiopia acquired a true friend. The question was, did they want one? Almost immediately after establishing himself in Eritrea, Oro began to think about what a good ally of Menelik would do. He hit upon the idea of marching into Ethiopia, the neighboring restive province of Tigray would do, and pacifying it for Menelik. In a letter to Rome, Oro wrote that he was contemplating a march on Adwa, where, having secured the city, he would await the arrival of Menelik. Such a move would demonstrate to Ethiopia Italy's power and value as an ally. 13. Menelik could even use the occasion to have himself crowned in the historic holy city of Aksum. Rome responded that Oro should focus on fortifying Eritrea, to which Oro replied that the best way to defend Eritrea was by securing Tigray. At this point, Antonelli could see that the years of work that had gone into cultivating his relationship with Ethiopia were in jeopardy. He threatened to resign. But before anyone could restrain Oro, he pounced. The next time Rome heard from Oro, it was January 26, 1890, and he was writing from Adwa. 14. Oro's Adwa adventure was a disaster. Less than 1 month after Italy announced the creation of Eritrea, Oro had carried out a new invasion of Ethiopia. If there was anyone left in Ethiopia who was unsure of something humiliating for my kingdom, Italy's expansionist intentions, those doubts crumbled. It also brought home to Menelik just how risky his pro-Italian policy had been. Although Italy had helped him to arm himself, to build his treasury, and to maneuver against Johannes, he now risked appearing to be a stooge of Italy. Certainly, had he accepted Oro's invitation and met the invading Italian forces, or, even worse, had himself crowned at Aksum as the Italians looked on as patrons, he would have suffered irremediable damage. He stayed away. Instead, Menelik extracted what he could from the episode. The pacification of Tigray and the submission of his rival Mang Asha were worthy goals provided he could keep his distance from the Italians. He marched his army northward through the Enderta region, as if heading to meet Oro, but proceeding at a stately pace. Along the way, Menelik encountered significant resistance from farmers reluctant to feed his army. 15 Menelik continued to push northward, brutally relentless, providing a vivid demonstration of what awaited Mang Asha and Tigray when he arrived. Menelik's display of determination convinced Mang Asha to give in. He was about to be crushed between Menelik, driving northward, and the Italians, pushing south. He despaired at the destruction and suffering. In late February he set out, accompanied by an entourage of 300, to meet Menelik before the latter reached Tigray. He was received with honors and made his formal submission, carrying a rock on his shoulder as a symbol of his subordinate status. The battle to succeed Jonas was over, Menelik had won. Oro was sacked. His clashes with Antonelli and his rash behavior revealed him to be a liability. By April, a mere 4 months after his appointment, he was gone. 16 By June, Orest Baratieri was in Eritrea along with his prize horse, Trentino, beginning an ascent that would give him executive authority in both military and civic matters for the entire colony. 17 By 1890, Baratieri had already enjoyed a stellar career as an Italian patriot and soldier. He was born in the Alpine region of Trentino Südtirol in 1841, when not only Trentino but also much of what is now northern Italy was under Austrian rule. Although Trentino is an area of hybrid Italian and German culture, the Baratieri family identified with Italy. Orest attended a monastery school where he was taught by brothers of the Order of St. Francis. The young Orest was an excellent student, a fine writer, and a spirited young man with a romantic sensibility. He was 17 when he joined Giuseppe Garibaldi's Red Shirts, an insurgent band determined to unite Italy. He was part of the legendary Red Shirt expedition that landed in Sicily in May 1860 and fought to bring Sicily and the southern Italian peninsula into modern Italy. Success inspired Baratieri to pursue a military career. He became a captain in the army. He was wounded in the fighting that drove Austria out of Venetia and paved the way for Italian unity in 1870. He was promoted to the rank of major in 1876, he ran for election in Brescia, won, and began a 20-year stint in the Chamber of Deputies in Rome. With the idea of Italy as his guide, he had become an accomplished military and political leader. He was barely 35 years old. 18. Baratieri, Umberto, and the example of Leopold's Congo. If Baratieri ever sensed the eerie parallel between Ethiopian efforts to be rid of Italy and his own efforts to rid Italy of the Austrians, he didn't write it down. By the time he shipped out to Misuwa, he had moved ever deeper into Italy's budding imperialist circles. As a result of his travels and his military service in North Africa, Baratieri came into the orbit of the Geographical Society, which in Italy, as everywhere else, was an incubator of colonialist sentiment. Baratieri made an effective colonial advocate. He had honed his writing skills as editor of Rivista Militare, Italy's major military periodical, which helped to get him elected to the governing council of the Geographical Society. There he came to admire the work of King Leopold of Belgium. In the 1870s, Leopold had asserted that tiny Belgium was small, happy, content, yet by the 1880s, Leopold was well on his way to carving out a vast African enterprise for himself in Congo. 19. The example of Leopold fired imaginations in expansionist circles by showing that even small countries could accomplish grand colonial feats. Soon King Umberto was emphasizing commercial and maritime themes. 20. Baratieri was an avid reader. By the time he arrived at Misuwa in 1890 he was already an amateur African ethnologist, seeking to gain tactical advantage over Ethiopian adversaries by exploiting their differences. 21. As he rose in authority, he sought out partnerships with local chiefs in Eritrea, playing on both their resentment of Mangus's heavy-handed rule and their fear of Menelik and rule from the south. In each case, his pitch was the same: Italian rule was better, less burdensome, more liberal than any local alternative. 22 The showcase figure was Botta Hagos. 4 years prior to the arrival of the Italians in the highlands, Botta had lived the life of a shifta, a bandit. He and his men pounced on caravans making their way between Misawa and the coast. As the authority of the Ethiopian state expanded, first under Tewodros, then under Johannes and Menelik, his room for maneuver became constrained. The arrival of the Italians provided a counterweight to Ethiopian authority, which had encroached on his autonomy and his income. A courtship of mutual interest began. Italy struck a deal with Botta, recognizing his regional authority, including an administrative capital at Saganiatai. 23 The ascent of the shifta had begun. Botta's collaboration brought him power and legitimacy. His service as Italian regional administrator came with authority to mobilize a military force numbering in the hundreds. This made Botta powerful, but as he was now Italy's ally, the deal also increased Italian firepower at minimal additional expense. In exchange for his administrative and military service, Botta was authorized to exact a tribute of 10% a tithe, in EFFECT on the population in his region. It was even said that Botta had converted to Roman Catholicism. The Italians were proving themselves adept at expansion and consolidation via co-optation of local leaders. 24 Botta entertained lavishly. Rosalia Pianavia, who confessed to a fascination for Botta, remarked on his pride, his imposing presence, and his air of mystery. She was less admiring of his methods as a ruler. Botta was more feared than loved. 25 The fascination was mutual. Botta developed an infatuation for Rosalia, even though or perhaps because she was the spouse of one of the ranking Italian officers. Mimetic desire requires no translation. Botta visited Rosalia in great pomp, preceded by soldiers and musicians blasting out a tune on their maliket horns. Botta followed on a white mule whose pink saddle cloth was embroidered in silver. Rosalia was flattered by the spectacle, and Botta left enchanted. 26 More cordial visits ensued, and Botta's fascination did not abate. Politics would soon dampen his ardor. Eritrea, settlement colony. On November 10, 1893, 9 Italian families, 50 individuals in all, arrived in the highlands of the new colony of Eritrea. The event represented the fulfillment of a cherished vision, to find an outlet for Italy's burgeoning population. In 1891, just a year after the noisy proclamation of Eritrea as a colony, a parliamentary commission had set off for Misawa. Its task was to determine the suitability of Eritrea for settlement. Every year thousands of Italians left Europe for a new life in the Americas, where they started over as Brazilians, Argentinians, or Americans. For some political leaders, finding an outlet for all of this youthful vigor became a national priority. A member of the Chamber of Deputies, Leopoldo Franchetti, became the leading advocate for the vision of Eritrea as a settlement colony. 27 Franchetti soon encountered resistance, not so much, at first, from Africans, but from the Italian civil and military authorities. Franchetti's vision of colonial Eritrea was populist. If landless Italians were being lost to the Americas, he argued, then it was the landless who should be invited and subsidized as farmers and settlers in the new colony of Eritrea. Unless the colony was properly settled by family farmers, Franchetti argued, well-capitalized investors would seize the best land and simply reproduce the quasi-plantation system, the vast latifundia, that hampered the development of southern Italy. Franchetti's idea of subsidized settlers faced resistance on a number of levels. Eritrea was a huge drain on Italy's budget. Any funds had to be coaxed from a legislature that was skeptical of the value of colonial enterprise. Unless new money was found, Franchetti's subsidies for settlers would be diverted from other colonial interests, including the army. The army was already starved for resources. It viewed resettling landless Italian peasants in Eritrea as a luxury, even a burden. What the army wanted above all were stable, well-capitalized large-scale farmers who would be allies in the conquest and pacification of Eritrea, something closer to the stable, wealthy settler communities the French were establishing in North Africa. 28 Franchetti's Vision 1. The work of building a settler's Eritrea began. Franchetti's settlement plan offered generous inducements, the Italian equivalent of 40 acres and a mule. Each family was promised 20 hectares, nearly 50 acres, in perpetuity provided they occupied and cultivated the land for 5 years. Start-up costs travel to Eritrea, seed, tools, a dwelling, and an advance on the first year's crop yield were provided in the form of a loan, payable in cash or in kind, at an interest rate of 3%. 29. From his position as the head of the OFFICE of settlement, Franchetti was tireless in his advocacy. Between 1893 and 1895, some 400,000 hectares, nearly a million acres, of the finest farm and pasture land in the Eritrean highlands was set aside for settlers and ruled off-limits to the local African population. Rather than try to create an organic community from scratch, colonial administrators transplanted parts of existing communities. The first settler families were drawn from 2 villages. 7 families were from the Lombard town of Magenta, the other 2 hailed from the Sicilian town of Petara, near Catania. 30 Adi a site about 30 miles south of Asmara, was chosen for the settlement. 31 The new village was baptized Umberto I, after the King of Italy. Its layout tells us something about what were considered the essentials of Italian village life. The village of Umberto was laid out in a grid around a central piazza, which featured a windmill and a communal oven. Upon arrival each family was assigned 2 tukul, the native huts of straw and wood typical of the highlands. Likewise, each family received a livestock allotment of 8 cattle, 10 chickens, and a piglet. 9 farming plots, 1 per family, were laid out around the perimeter of the settlement. By the time of the OFFICE inauguration of the village of Umberto in May 1893, furrows had been cut, irrigation canals dug, vines planted, and coffee plants started. 32 A large tent was set up near the fields for Catholic Mass. Father Bonamai, the army chaplain, used the occasion to offer words of encouragement and to prepare the intrepid settlers for the inevitable disappointments of settler life. Then the village was duly blessed. Father Bonamai, dressed in his most colorful vestments and bearing a monstrance, led a benedictory procession around the perimeter just as he might have in Italy, blessing the fields and the tukuls. A few weeks later, in late July, Rosalia Oldani, Eritrea's first settler infant, was born. 33 Despite such a promising display of fecundity, the settlement would come to an abrupt end. Public opinion in Italy remained skeptical. The contrast between the bleak poverty of the Italian countryside and the generous subsidies offered to the families of Umberto, 4,000 lire, a princely sum, fed claims of a colonial boondoggle. 34 What might those lire buy if properly invested in the farmers of the Mezzogiorno, Italy's impoverished south? But the real pressure came from displaced Africans. What could be more arrogant than to push a population abruptly from 1 million acres of the best land? Some land had been abandoned, how much we'll never know, as the highland population of Eritrea and Ethiopia struggled with the consequences of rinderpest, a viral disease that killed cattle. Since the introduction of rinderpest, most likely by way of cattle imported from India via Misawa, the highlands population had languished. Without cattle for dairy, meat, and farm labor, the Ethiopian population had endured years of famine and illness, from 1888 to 1892. Estimates of casualties range from 1/10 to 1/3 of the Ethiopian population. 35 From Rome, Francesco Crispi urged Italian military leaders to treat underfarmed land as abandoned and at the mercy of the first occupant, namely, Italian settlers. Building on Franchetti's populist vision, Crispi imagined an enrooted peasant soldier, an African Cincinnatus, eager to defend his land and, with it, Eritrea. 36 Instead, the boldness of the Italian settlement initiative aroused the local population, which could now plainly see what was in store for them. A few weeks later, at 9 o'clock on the morning of June 2, 1894, Menelik's arch-rival Mang Asha entered Addis Ababa accompanied by his lieutenants, including the formidable Alula. As they approached Menelik's palace, each shouldered a stone, a sign of repentance and submission. They had submitted before, in 1890, but this occasion occurred in new circumstances and with additional pomp. Drums and horns played from the imperial closure. The clamor exceeded only when Mang Asha crossed into the royal compound with his, unarmed, soldiers and his clergy. Menelik's troops fired their rifles into the air in celebration. Mang Asha and his lieutenants approached Menelik's throne. Mang Asha removed the stone from his shoulder and placed it at Menelik's feet. Then he and his entourage prostrate themselves in front of the emperor, completing the ritual of submission. 37 From a naive point of view, it was a triumph not only for Menelik but also for Italy, his partner. In fact, the ceremony of June 1894 signaled a decisive moment in the creation of modern Ethiopia. Tigray, through Mang Asha, bound its fate to that of Ethiopia. Mang Asha had no alternative but to accept Menelik's leadership in the face of Italy's encroachments. By the end of the year, the revolt against Italy would begin. Against the bite of the white serpent. Bata Hagos and Mang Asha. In late December 1894, Bata Hagos attended a dinner at the home of the chief Italian resident at Saganiatai. At the end of the evening, as he and his companions rose to take their leave, they turned on their host and tied him up. "Go ahead, but Italy is great," shouted the resident defiantly. Bata shot back, "Ethiopia is greater still." Bata, the slippery bandit, the convert, the collaborator, had chosen Ethiopia. 38. Bata's men beat the drum the catet in a call to arms. They also seized 2 Italian telegraph specialists. In a gentlemanly gesture, Bata assured his captives that their arrest was nothing personal. The colonial settlements had set him off. Italy was taking the best land, worse, Italy's soldiers were taking the women, too, as Madama. 39 Nation, land, women. The loyalties were hard to disentangle, but the choice of revolt was clear. And there was the prickly matter of race. When an associate asked why he rebelled, Bata offered a colorful analogy: when the white serpent has once bitten you, you will search in vain for the cure. 43 days later, Bata was dead. His men had answered his call for an uprising, but they were no match for the forces sent against him. As for the general population, they had their resentments against Italy, but Bata's reputation was tarnished, too, leaving the locals confused in their loyalties and thus largely passive. Major Pietro Tazelli had been ordered to Saganiatai along with 1,500 men to investigate. 41 As Bata could counter with a force of 700 at most, the failure of his revolt was sealed. To his great credit, Bata released his hostages, rather than take their lives in a vengeful gesture. Bata himself fell in a hail of bullets at Halet. 42 He ascended to whatever paradise is reserved for bandit heroes. Bata's revolt was only the beginning. The day after Bata's death, Mang Asha rallied his forces at Intisho, to the east of his capital at Adwa. He offered a peaceful explanation: the Muslim dervishes were on the move again, and he was preparing to defend against them. However, as Mangus's forces, estimated at 19,000 men, massed menacingly near the frontier of the newly proclaimed Italian colony of Eritrea, Mangus's dervish cover story was greeted with skepticism. Oreste Baratieri, commander of the Italian forces, assembled 9,000 men and marched southward. He didn't confront Mangus's forces directly. Mang Asha had left Adwa, his capital, undefended. Baratieri marched toward Adwa unopposed and on December 28 entered the town. 43 There is nothing quite like a triumphant entry into an undefended capital to make a point. A leader who cannot defend his people or the seat of his power is no leader at all. In Adwa, Baratieri received gestures of support and submission, notably from the clergy. However, Mang Asha was anything but through. His army was intact, and Eritrea lay before him. Just as Baratieri had ignored Mang Asha and marched directly to Adwa, Mang Asha was in a position to march on Asmara, or even all the way to Misawa and the coast. Like Sherman's march through the south, Mang Asha might simply ignore his enemy, push past him, and shatter the myth of colonial Eritrea with a single devastating march to the sea. Such an exploit would have made Mang Asha a national hero and bolstered his claim to his father's throne. In fact, just such a nightmare scenario for Menelik prompted wild rumors in Addis. It was said that Mang Asha had defeated Baratieri and was well on his way to Misawa. 44 These were only rumors, of course. Still, after 3 days in Adwa, the thought of Eritrea at the mercy of Mang Asha chastened Baratieri. He withdrew back north as Mang Asha began a tentative move into Eritrea. Given that Mangus's forces outnumbered his own by more than 2 to 1, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Baratieri shadowed Mang Asha and his forces as they moved north, waiting for an opportune moment to attack. Late in the afternoon on January 12, 1895, Baratieri's scouts located Mangus's forces, encamped near Kawadi. Baratieri's men occupied a dominant position overlooking Mangus's camp, while Mang Asha remained unaware of their arrival. Fighting began the next day with neither side victorious, though Mangus's forces suffered greater casualties. On the 14th, Mang Asha withdrew toward the south, toward home, under cover of darkness. At dawn on the 15th, Baratieri and his men awoke to find Mangus's camp vacant. 45 Having turned back Mangus's invasion, Baratieri sought to turn Mangus's retreat into a rout. Although Mang Asha had at least a 6-hour lead, Baratieri's forces pursued, making up 25 miles in less than a day. Late in the afternoon, they came upon Mang Asha encamped at Senov. Within minutes, Italian artillery deployed and opened fire, wreaking havoc on Mangus's camp, including a direct hit on Mangus's tent. Mang Asha survived the attack and fled with his army, leaving his camp in shattered disarray. Mangus's tent, damaged by artillery fire, became a trophy for Baratieri and his men. Its contents, including a chest that served as Mangus's mobile archives, would yield precious intelligence. 46 weeks later, on March 1, 1895, Mang Asha tried to explain away what had happened in a repentant letter to Baratieri. The animosity was the work of Satan, he wrote, suggesting that when he invaded Eritrea, he had simply been possessed by a very bad idea. Mangus's captured archives showed otherwise. They contained an extensive correspondence that showed that Mang Asha was anything but a rogue performer. He certainly wasn't possessed by the devil, rather, he had been incited to act by Menelik himself. Among the trove of correspondence was a letter from Menelik telling Mang Asha that his enemies the Italians continued to talk down Mang Asha at court, repeating brazen calumnies. 47 There was also evidence that the revolt of Batahagos had been coordinated with the full knowledge not only of Mang Asha but also of Menelik. If the Italians had any remaining illusions about Menelik, they now dissipated. 48 Their protege, the man they had supported in an attempt to harry Jonas, the man whose ascendancy they had counted as their own, was now without a doubt their most formidable enemy. Moreover, in attacking and routing Mang Asha, the Italians both achieved a great military victory and inflicted upon themselves a catastrophic strategic defeat. Mang Asha had been the only credible rival to Menelik's authority. It was said that he and Aliula had been ready to deal with the Italians against Menelik, an arrangement that would have given Italy great leverage to use against Menelik. 49 Instead, by defeating Mang Asha, Baratieri had done Menelik's dirty work. Mang Asha was now reduced to a bandit in the hills of Tembian. 50 The remark, attributed to Cesare Nerazzani, captured a sad truth. Mang Asha had been humiliated, reduced to a mere shifta. But it missed a still greater truth, that Ethiopia itself had been pushed into Menelik's arms along with Mang Asha. The nation at large knew that Ethiopia now had only one credible defender, Emperor Menelik, King of Kings, Lion of the tribe of Judah. As for the Italians, the next time they would see Mang Asha would be on the battlefield at Adwa, fighting as part of Menelik's army. While still basking in the glory of his victories, Baratieri Phi led his expense sheet for the campaign against Mang Asha. His costs came to 500,000 lire, a bargain, well under $100,000. 51. By comparison, American Civil War costs typically exceeded $1 million per day. When George Berkeley translated Baratieri's 500,000 lire figure into terms his reader could understand, he came up with £19,000, a price often paid for a house in London. 52. This truly was empire on the cheap. Baratieri's secret, of course, was the Askari mercenaries. By hiring Africans to fight Africans, Baratieri avoided the cost of mobilizing, training, and paying European troops. The commanding officers at Coati and Senef were Italians, but the men lobbing shells into Mangus's tent were Africans, paid at African rates. Baratieri also avoided the political cost of reporting the deaths of European soldiers. After one of his engagements with Mangus's forces, Baratieri duly reported his casualties to Rome: 11 dead and 30 wounded. None were white. Not only were Baratieri's victories cheap, but they cost little in European lives. 53. The final irony was that Baratieri's victories of late 1894 and early 1895 lay the foundation for his defeat at Adwa. They did so by creating expectations that were completely unrealistic. The rapid suppression of Bada's chaotic revolt and the comic collapse of Mangus's forces in Flight underpinned an invalid assessment of Ethiopian military valor. Meanwhile, the cheapness of the campaign encouraged Italian political leadership to underestimate the cost both in terms of cash and in European lives of the full-scale war Menelik was already preparing. Baratieri pushes into Ethiopia. Baratieri's campaigns against Bada Hagos and Mang Asha vaulted him to celebrity status. In Italy, avid colonialists reached back to the glories of ancient Rome for a proper comparison. They hailed Baratieri as the new Scipio Africanus, after the general of Roman antiquity who had defeated the Carthaginians in North Africa. In Eritrea, Baratieri's successes led to calls to follow up his victories with a campaign into the northern Ethiopian province of Tigray. Such a campaign, it was argued, would consolidate Baratieri's victory by permanently weakening Mang Asha. It would also give Eritrea a more defensible natural frontier. Mang Asha and his army had descended into Eritrea from the higher elevations of Tigray. Italian control of a line of mountains from Adwa to Adigrat would form a natural defense from which Eritrea could repel any invasion. The only catch was that such an occupation of Tigray was sure to raise hackles in Addis. If Italy took Tigray, what would Menelik do? Without waiting to answer this question, Baratieri moved. 2 days after Mangus's contrite work of Satan letter, on March 3, 1895, Italian forces occupied the town of Adigrat. Adigrat is a market town set in a fertile valley. It sits almost on top of East Africa's great watershed. East of Adigrat, the rivers flow out to the Red Sea. Rivers west of Adigrat drain to the Nile. Of all the regions and settlements to fall into Italian hands in 1895, Adigrat was the most alluring. Besides being the capital of the Agame region, at more than 8,000 feet it stood aloof of the malarial lowlands and its temperature was mild, even at near equatorial latitudes. Caravans to Adigrat could count on a 7-day journey from Misawa. From a military point of view, that was a long way, but Italy now had a series of fortified positions: Misawa, Jinda, Asmara, Gura, Coati, Senef, Barakat, Adigrat, all the way up from the coast. A fort at Adigrat, which the Italians immediately set about building, could be provisioned and reinforced with relative ease. 54. Baratieri wrote a lengthy report to Rome, praising the settlement prospects of Adigrat and the Agame region. It is very rich and very productive, he wrote, adding that it is just right for Italian colonization. 55. But Mang Asha remained an irresistible lure. Adigrat had fallen into Italian hands, but Mang Asha by either dumb luck or wily evasion managed to remain at large, Always just out of reach. Baratieri took the bait. He dispatched an askari column to pursue Mang Asha as far as Mikili, while Baratieri himself went westward to occupy Adwa and the Tigray region. 56 In early April, Baratieri received homage and gestures of submission from the clergy of Adwa and Aksum, but he misread their accommodation as gratitude for the Italian presence. 57 The challenge for Baratieri was to know where to stop. The lure of Mang Asha, the irresistible bait, would drive Baratieri to push as far south as Amba Alaj, nearly doubling the area under Italian control. But it did nothing to make Eritrea any more secure, and it seems never to have occurred to Baratieri how he would hold, much less administer, such a vast territory. 58 years later he would concede that it was a mistake. 59 At the time, in the heady aftermath of victory, he adopted the tone of a conqueror. Tigray awaits Italian occupation, he told Rome, casting Tigray in the role of impatient maiden, with Italy playing gallant suitor. 60. Baratieri set out a systematic plan for occupation and colonization of the new territories in 7 typeset pages. The newly conquered lands of Tigray, Agame, Enderta, and more were to be Italianized. Ethiopian farmers would be bought out, in order not to create ill will, to make way for an Italian settler population. Once the settler communities were established, askari veterans would be settled on farmland around the periphery of the Italian settlements as a reward for faithful service, but also to create a security buffer. There would be churches, schools, clinics, Italian language classes and entire cultural infrastructure. 61 Baratieri's grand vision soon ran into political and economic realities. Resistance to colonialism, both in the Chamber of Deputies and among the general public, forced Crispi to rein in spending. When Baratieri asked for 13 million lire, a mere pittance, Crispi told him to make do with 9 million, telling him that Napoleon made war with the money of the defeated. 62 It was a remark that combined the grandiose with comic irony. When Napoleon made war with the money of the defeated in the 1790s, he was looting the wealthy provinces of northern Italy, not the plague and war-depleted provinces of northern Ethiopia. Baratieri was frustrated and asked to be replaced. In May 1895, Crispi refused Baratieri's request for replacement. Instead, he recalled him to Italy, to discuss plans and budgets in person. Baratieri returned to Italy in July 1895. He was feted at banquets hosted by pro-colonial groups. Medals were struck in his honor as the hero of Coati and Senef. Baratieri used such occasions to drum up public support for his vision of a resurrected imperial Rome. "Give me 10 million lire and I will haul Menelik to Rome," he promised. 63 It was an allusion to the Gallic Wars of Julius Caesar, who famously defeated the Gallic chieftain Vercingetorix and had him brought to Rome in chains. Costly colonial wars were a tough sell, not only to a diffident Italian public but also in Italy's Chamber of Deputies. In Rome, Matteo Imbriani, a patriot who, like Baratieri, had fought with Garibaldi, pushed back. On July 27, as Baratieri sought to conjure Roman glories, Imbriani presented a legislative motion rejecting the government's colonial war of conquest. He called on Prime Minister Francesco Crispi to abandon it. Crispi shot back, portraying Italy's land grab as a necessary act of defense, one that justified a long-term presence. "If fortune of arms has given us the territory we now occupy, we cannot abandon it," he argued before the deputies. 64 Like it or not, the new territories were a fait accompli. The next day, Baratieri met with Crispi and his ministers of finance, war, and foreign affairs. He had reduced his original request for 13 million lire to 10 million, but Crispi still would go no higher than 9. Afterward, Baratieri went on vacation. He visited his family in Trentino for alpine picnics and boating. 65 He mulled over his choices. In September, he visited with Crispi once more, then headed for Brindisi, where he departed for Africa. Prey to vanity, self-doubt, and a blind patriotism, Baratieri had given in. He was deeply attached to his status as military commander-in-chief and governor of Eritrea. The thought of resigning in the face of unacceptable constraints, as Baldi Sira had done before him, was foreign to his rigid sense of duty. Italy, his madre patria, mother fatherland, as he repeatedly referred to it, claimed every ounce of his filial piety, all of his devotion. He couldn't say no. Part 2. The Battle. Chapter 8. Menelik's March. It was a Saturday market day in Addis Ababa in September 1895. Two heralds made their way to the top of a mound overlooking the market. Each carried a staff topped by banners of red and green. A horn sounded, people gathered round to hear an imperial proclamation. The emperor was calling the nation to arms. One Ethiopia was going to war. Sometimes being a leader means knowing what not to do. When Menelik learned of Mangus's defeat in January 1895, he did nothing. And when he heard in March of the Italian occupation of Tigray as far south as Lake Ashange, Menelik did not race to drive them out. In Africa and in Europe, Menelik's failure to respond immediately was taken as a sign of cowardice. Menelik is a myth, a remark attributed both to Tekel Hymenot and to Major Pietro Tazelli, summed it all up. After all, Italy had just taken a Connecticut-sized bite out of Ethiopia, but Menelik dawdled at home in the south. Although Italy made no explicit territorial claims, from Aksum to Adigrat to Amba Elij it now occupied an additional 7,000 square miles of Ethiopian territory, an area bigger than Belgium or Ecuador. Moreover, the occupied area included the ancient holy city of Aksum, reputed home of the Ark of the Covenant and the historic coronation city for Ethiopia's rulers, the equivalent of Charlemagne's Aachen. No self-respecting ruler of Ethiopia could let such an affront stand. In fact, nearly a year would pass between Mangus's humiliating rout at Kowadi and Senef and the first Ethiopian rejoinder at a place called Amba Elij. Yet Menelik knew that while his power could withstand the doubts of those who saw fear in his hesitation, it could not withstand defeat. Moreover, Tigray, the northern province now claimed for Italy, was a restless land. Menelik, a southerner, had only nominal authority there. Although 6 years had passed since he had laid claim to the emperor's title, he had never visited Tigray. He ruled the province only through rebellious lieutenants. Menelik would have to demonstrate his authority in a place where it had never been secure. Ethiopia rising, the mobilization. What should Menelik do? At court, pressure to respond vigorously was acute. Empress Tato, her brother Raswil, and her fellow northerners Mang Asha and Alula wanted immediate action. But war would have to wait. Military campaigns are shaped by the seasons. Heavy, sometimes violent rains fall in the summer months in Ethiopia, impeding all but the most determined travelers. Menelik waited, and behind the scenes he prepared. In April 1895 he ordered a special tax to pay for rifle ES and cartridges. He courted the Muslim dervishes, sending gifts of horses and coffee. Menelik played down their long-standing religious differences, emphasizing instead a common racial heritage. I am black and you are black, let us unite to hunt our common enemy. Finally, in September 1895, at the end of the rainy season, Menelik issued his call for a national mobilization. He also ordered all Italians expelled from Ethiopian territory. Ethiopia did not have a national army. What it did have was a strong military tradition that made service in the national militia an obligation both patriotic and religious. The organization for this militia has been called feudal. Given the personal nature of the military service obligation, the claim has an element of truth. 6 In EFFECT, the order passed down the chain of command from the emperor to the RAS and regional governors and thence to the heads of district. The call to arms started with drumming, which stopped all work and all conversation. Then the proclamation was made. Within minutes, men were riding off in all directions to relay the news. Shield, lance, RI. FLE, and 10 days' supply of food. These were the requirements of the soldier. Women prepared thick bread cakes. Horns were filled with red pepper and butter. Cartridge belts were slipped over the shoulder or around the waist. Rifle muzzles were stuffed with scraps of wood or a rag to keep out dirt on the march. 8 swords were strapped to the right hip, following Ethiopian custom. 9 all able-bodied men answered the call to arms, and from the local district they moved toward established rendezvous points on the appointed day. Ad hoc recruitment served Ethiopia well, notably in its struggle against Egyptian expansion. The risk in such an informal system, of course, was the threat of disloyalty. Menelik was the king of Ethiopia, a position he had clawed his way into from his secure base as king of Shoa. As emperor, he relied upon a web of relationships that depended variously on blood, marriage, trust, and fear. In the end, the success of the mobilization would depend on the strength of those relationships. Menelik's closest supporters included his cousin Makhanan, Will, brother of Empress Tato, and Michael, a convert from Islam and viceroy in the land of the Wolo Oromo. But he also needed Mangasha, the resentful son of Emperor Johannes and restless governor of Tigray, Tekel Hymenot, the king of Gajajam and rival for the throne, and Alula, a patriot who resented Menelik's dealings with the Italians. 10 These relationships would be tested on the march. Some would fray. Up until the eve of Adwa, Italian strategic assessments crackled with speculation about who might peel away from Menelik, leaving his army and Ethiopia itself exposed to fatal division. Menelik would lead a march northward from Addis Ababa, starting on October 11. Troops in the south were instructed to converge on Warailu, 155 miles northeast of the capital, while subordinates farther north were to join him en route at Lake Ashange and Mikili, respectively 250 and 310 miles north of Addis. 11. These northerly assembly points would save the men the trouble of marching south to Addis only to march north. They would also reduce the colossal footprint of Menelik's army. Ethiopian peasants were happy enough to produce tribute for Menelik on his way north, but there could be no mistaking the devastation the passing of the emperor's army could inflict. There were limits to hospitality. When Menelik's army eventually headed south again after the Battle of Adwa, villages would be far from pleased to see the emperor again. The march begins. Menelik and Tato traveled with the pomp but also the purpose of a Renaissance court. Theirs was no conventional military campaign. With every step, the imperial couple would be testing public opinion and the loyalty of those who had pledged to join the defense of Ethiopia. Route of the Adwa campaign, Addis to Adwa. The imperial court proceeded at a stately pace. As Menelik's men pressed onward they marched surrounded by the din of drums, horns, and song. 12. The sheer scale of the Ethiopian army, among the largest Africa had ever seen, gave the impression of an irresistible FLO. Whenever the terrain allowed it, the troops of RAS Michael and RAS Will peeled away from the main army, flanking Menelik's troops in columns on either side. These dispersed movements minimized bottlenecks, enhanced security, and reduced the impact on the population. These parallel armies widened trails as they went, undaunted in their progress. As they crossed adjacent passes, securing the way of the emperor, they formed a spectacle of billowing chamas and bobbing rifles and lances, the mark of the citizens' army. One chronicler captured the pageantry of the event, recounting how drums beat and trumpets blared, as if to say, "Courage and fortune is yours," while minstrels sang in mock astonishment, "Oh wonder! They came to conquer Abyssinia, crossing the sea on a boat." 13. Tato gloried in a march that radiated splendor and power. Her entourage dwarfed all but the emperor's, which she followed on the march. A mounted soldier sounded a shrill horn to announce her imminent arrival. Then came a military guard, followed by the empress herself veiled and mounted on mule or horseback. Tato's mount was led by Balcha, a trusted lieutenant and eunuch who, along with the jobs of imperial treasurer and chief artilleryman, had the honor of holding the imperial reins. She was followed, at a distance, by a formation of women, also mounted and arrayed in a semicircle. Each member of the Empress's entourage carried a brightly colored umbrella, forming a throbbing cluster of color at the heart of the march. 14 Tato's group included thousands of soldiers armed to the teeth. But the ladies of the court added color, and Tato's musical detail alone numbered over 100 men and women, singers and performers. Thanks to them, the Empress never lacked for a soundtrack. Tato preferred the music of the masenko, a fiddle-like instrument common to East Africa, though to compare it to a fiddle misrepresents the scale of this instrument. The single string of the fretless masenko is typically played with a bow by a seated musician who holds the instrument between the knees, somewhat like a cello. As such, the masenko was not well adapted to marching. Instead, Tato's musicians plucked a marching melody on an 8-stringed guitar-like instrument. As Tato's group moved out, her performers played and sang a musical motif that repeated after 4 measures. 15 The end of the day was no less brilliant. It began with a harbinger, the group charged with the task of transporting and setting up the royal tents. They carried the desita, the emperor's tent of red velvet, the LFGN, the tent of the empress, and the adarach, the tent used for royal audiences. The location of the desita, joy, because seeing it meant that the day's march was over, determined the layout of the mobile court. Everything else in camp followed from the position of the desita, the placement of other tents, even the direction of the next day's march, which was indicated by the orientation of the tent door. If the tent was dismantled before sundown, the march would resume in the morning. If it remained, the following day would be a day of rest. 16 Once the red tent was in place on the high ground dominating the camp, hundreds of royal servants flew into action. Their task was to turn the royal campsite into a fully functioning imperial court. The Empress's tent, the LFGN, was set up behind the red tent. If important business was to be carried out, or if the emperor would be entertaining, the emperor's great tent, the adarach 20 feet high, was set out in front of the desita. 17 Fabric for the tent roof was stretched across. Carpets were laid down on the ground, the emperor's divan was assembled, and cushions were set out. Tent walls of fine silk transported by 15 mules on the march were unloaded and hoisted into place. Green, yellow, and red pennants flew from the top. In less than an hour the imperial court was ready for business. 18 The imperial complex was enclosed by a screen of fabric 6 feet high, the openings to which were guarded by soldiers bearing spears and staves, controlling access to the imperial couple. Topology was taxonomy in the imperial camp. Proximity to the court was an honor, the placement of tents relative to the imperial core reflected the imperial hierarchy. The treasury tent was nearby, so was the imperial wardrobe. 19 Then came the tents of the royal guard and the clergy. Beyond them were the mules, horses, and tack. Then came the working spaces of the royal servants, hundreds of them charged with operating the royal kitchens, which included a tent for the royal bread, the sauce tent, the tent for royal drink, tej, beer, fernet branca, eau de vie, and more besides. 20 royal provisions included grain, flr, and honey, as well as hundreds of animals for slaughter, some provided by locals, some driven with the march. The production of injera, the pancake-like bread that is a staple of the Ethiopian diet, was a major preoccupation, requiring a mobile bakery, including several open fiery stoves, mitad, that operated through the night. In the morning more than 200 mules would be loaded up with injera that had been baked, stacked, and packed into crates. The crates, in turn, were locked, covered with an animal skin to keep out dust, then strapped to the mules. Hundreds of mules were harnessed to the needs of the royal household and kitchens. The full army required thousands. 21 Beyond the tents of the servants, guards, and key services came the tents of the major figures at court, Ras Mangasha and Ras Makanan, as well as the Afanigas in EFFECT Menelik's attorney general, but a man with a considerable military force at his disposal. 22 Beyond them came the rank and file soldiers and their vast city of tents. Although Ethiopian armies could move with awe-inspiring speed faster than any European army on foot, the stages in the northward movement were brief. Typically, the army marched for no more than 5 hours, and the pace was modest, about 5 miles per day on the opening stage from Addis to Lake Ashange. Menelik was in no great hurry. Plenty of sacrifices lay ahead, and speed now would only thin mules, horses, and men at a time when they needed to protect a healthy reserve. Speed risked injury, too. 23 The passing of the imperial army and the court was the occasion for the completion of important public works. Roads were widened and washouts were restored. Even so, Ethiopian roads were not kind to wheeled vehicles. There would be no royal carriage. Menelik traveled astride a mule. But there were political and ceremonial reasons for their stately pace, too. Menelik and Tato knew that the mobilization was a kind of national plebiscite. They took reassurance from the size of the force that answered their call, as well as from the vast tribute they received in the form of livestock, grain, and drink along the way. They gave as well as they got. Menelik and Tato made a point of halting at Tato's fief at Urgyobo, where she hosted a feast. Storehouses were opened and great quantities of food were distributed. September is the month of the chickpea harvest, and these were distributed liberally along with flour, honey, butter, oil, and berbere, the characteristic spice mixture of Ethiopia. 24 Tato's properties were also famous for the quality of honey they produced and the tej made from it. The variety of flours on Tato's land produced honey with various taste qualities. The royal couple were tej connoisseurs, they especially relished a white honey that made a clear and fine tej. 25 Feasts boosted morale. They also confirmed the status of Menelik and Tato as generous patrons of the army and the nation, parents, even who could be counted on to protect and provide for the children of Ethiopia. By the time the emperor's red tent was erected at Lake Ashange in mid-December, Menelik had amassed a force of more than 100,000. Confident, in high spirits, equipped with modern firearms, including artillery and outnumbering Italian forces by more than 4-1, Menelik's army was already rewriting the rules of colonial warfare. At the same time that he built up his army, Menelik carefully crafted the image he wished to project. Lowball estimates of the size of Menelik's army were leaked. 26 These were eagerly picked up by the Italians. Menelik's court also produced rumors of rancor that Makonnen would betray Menelik for the emperor's crown, that Tekel Hymenot would bolt with his army before he would fight Ght. It was even put about that Menelik had been hit by lightning and struck dumb, or perhaps killed. Every scrap of news reassured the Italians and bolstered their confidence that they would face a small, fractured, and demoralized opponent. 27. Pietro Tazelli was 17 years old when he graduated from the Accademia Reale in Turin as a sottotenente, the first rung on the officer's ladder of military rank. The Accademia, one of Italy's top military training institutes, normally didn't even admit students under the age of 16, but Tazelli had shown unusual promise. He tore through the 3-year curriculum for artillerymen, finishing in 1878. Tazelli opted for additional training in military engineering, and within 2 years he had ratcheted himself to the rank of first lieutenant. Then his career stalled. After such an auspicious beginning, Tazelli had only one promotion in the next 8 years. Tazelli had an Adwa temperament and by disposition he favored action, so he became restless. The Italian occupation of Messawa in 1885 reconfigured his options. Tazelli began to see colonial service as an outlet for thwarted ambition, the answer to a stalled career, and he asked to be assigned overseas. In 1888, he set foot in Messawa, ready to make his career as a colonial officer. One Tazelli endeared himself to his men, his golden boys, as he called them. 2 He greeted them with Buonasera, good evening in dialect, at all times of the day, including sunrise. 3 His personality, that of a gentlemanly, quirky, but highly competent senior officer, comes through in Chapter 9. Amba Alage photos. They show him striking an exaggerated pose, the chain of his watch dangling from his jacket pocket, but it is clear that he delights in the company of his fellow soldiers. THIRD flourished in Eritrea. The colonial environment provided an outlet for energies and abilities that simply wasn't available elsewhere. It also paid well. For THIRD rose rapidly in the ranks, from lieutenant to captain to major in just a few years. He credited his rise to his stubborn star and his hard work. He reveled in a setting where a glorious future beckoned, but he was discouraged by the overwhelming indifference of Italian public opinion to the call of empire and the sacrifices the army was making in its behalf. He wondered whether in years to come, when northern Ethiopia had been Italianized despite popular apathy, anyone would remember or express gratitude for his sleepless nights and tormented days. By the early 1890s, THIRD was back in Italy, sharing the dream of an Italianized East Africa with anyone who would listen. But he remained frustrated in his ambition to arouse a spirit of conquest in the Italian people. He became an evangelist for colonial expansion, seeing in his own experience vigorous adventure, practical engagement, rapid advancement a model for what empire could mean for Italy as a whole. Reaching back and conjuring an image of Italy's past, he adopted a simple pseudonym, Un Eritrea, and wrote a book whose three-word Latin title served as a stirring call to the Italian people to recover the lost glories of imperial Rome. THIRD's Pro-Africa Italica not only advocated the development of Italian Africa but also invoked the memory of Scipio Africanus, the pacifier of the Carthaginians, and found of Italica, a colonial settlement in southern Spain. THRD would be a modern Scipio. Back in Africa, THRD played a key role in defeating Mang Asha in 1895. At the urging of General Raymond, a demanding and mercurial personality, THRD and his men had pursued Mang Asha, taking advantage of his humiliating rout at Kawadi and Senef to push deep into Ethiopian territory. The rapid and exceedingly dangerous expansion of Italian rule had been the work of Pietro THRD as much as anyone. Following the rout of Mang Asha, THRD had proposed pushing south with the intent of destabilizing Menelik's rule. Many Europeans imagined Ethiopians, especially in the north, in Tigray, as seething in resentment of Menelik's rule. The mere appearance of an alternative to Menelik would prompt a rebellion. Menelik's empire would collapse in the wake of a bold advance as local rulers peeled away. THRD was one of those who believed that the Italian presence would encourage rebels among local chieftains, starting with the Muslim leader Sheikh Thala. Upon moving as far south as Amba Elage, however, THRD found that the Italian presence made little difference. Sheikh Thala joined him with a few hundred men, but as a rule, the local population proved indifferent, even hostile, in the face of the Italian presence. THRD's forward position in the path of Menelik's advance was thus the result of his own initiative. The Ethiopian Amba is a mesa or plateau, an elevated area of land that is flat or nearly so, with sides that are steep and cliff-like. For Major Pietro THRD and his 2,000 men, Amba Elage was an excellent choice for an advance position. Amba Elage is a natural fortress that rises about 10,000 feet above sea level, a monster block of granite that towers over the surrounding countryside. It sits at a choke point on one of the main roads linking south and north, Shoa and Tigray, Addis and Adigrat. The steep approaches to Amba Elage today, the highway through the pass has nearly a dozen switchbacks, give great advantages to the defender, as attackers must endure enemy fire and fatigue in any assault. Nearly a year had passed since Mangus's defeat and THRD's mad southward dash, but no one had clarified what THRD's role would be when Menelik got around to mobilizing his response. Once his soldiers were in place, THRD's mission was unclear: engage, delay, or simply observe. Communications with General Raymond, his commanding officer 35 miles to the north, were in a part of the country where the population was unsure, to say the least, about the Italian occupation. Peasants doubled as insurgents, waylaying messengers and intercepting messages. Communications sputtered. Even worse, bitter personal differences intruded. Months earlier, relations between Tazelli and Aramondi had reached the point where they communicated only when professional obligation compelled them. In April, Tazelli wrote home that he and Aramondi had broken with each other. Siamo in rata, he wrote. By July, they were no longer even on speaking terms. Even so, Tazelli remained confident. I don't enjoy his goodwill no matter. I'll do my duty. 10. Tazelli's determined optimism had to overcome more than Aramondi's hostility. Tazelli's force of 2,000 was minuscule compared to the size of the force that Menelik had organized. In fact, it was far from obvious that Ethiopia needed to win back Amba Elij at all. Menelik, had he wished to do so, simply could have marched his army of 100,000 past Tazelli and Amba Elij. Bypassed and cut off from its lines of reinforcement, Tazelli's force would wither and die. Amba Elij would simply cease to matter. But Amba Elij would fulfill other objectives for Menelik, notably to test Makonnen and his men by putting him at the head of an Ethiopian attack on Amba Elij. At court, Empress Tato was the core of an anti-European faction that doubted, or pretended to doubt, the loyalty of Ras Makonnen, Ethiopia's noted Europhile. Tato, her brother Ras Will, Mang Asha and Alula in EFFECT, those from Tigray, in the north had no illusions about European intentions. As Tigrayans, they had witnessed the steady southward encroachment of Italy. Makonnen, however, had a distinct admiration for Europe and things Italian. He had led Menelik's delegation to Italy in 1889 and toured the country, reveling in the glories of Milan, Naples, Venice, and Rome. In his capacity as Menelik's viceroy at Harar in the Ethiopian south, he had developed cordial relationships with the community of European merchants and traders there. In the event of Menelik's untimely death, Makonnen would be a clear contender for the succession, an eventuality the ambitious Tato undoubtedly had pondered. There were even rumors that Makonnen might be a pawn, an Italian ally in a divide-and-conquer strategy. 11. All the more reason to put Makonnen at the head of the advance guard. There, he would be the first to shed Italian blood. His men would be the first to fall. If Makonnen's loyalties were in doubt, what better test than to pit him and his men against the Italians? 12. Cruel awakening. Makonnen's arrival at Amba Elij was an eye-opener for the Italians. It was the first time that the Italians could see with their own eyes the monster they had conjured. Although some commentators argued otherwise, the dominant view expressed in Italian military and journalistic circles was that Menelik could raise a force only in the tens of thousands, perhaps no more than 30,000. 13. In April 1895, Italian intelligence in Addis was reporting 2 Ethiopian columns of 12,000 each. 14 other rumors had it that Tato had stayed behind in Addis, that troops had been diverted to Gajajam to put down a rebellion by Tekle Hymanot, that Makonnen alone was marching northward with a few thousand soldiers. These were rumors the Italians were only too happy to believe. 15. Similarly, it was argued that Menelik's support was insecure, that one or more of his allies Alula, Mang Asha, Tekle Hymanot, Makonnen would betray him at a critical moment. 16. Such a presumption was not entirely wishful thinking. Menelik himself had proven an untrustworthy ally of Johannes, although he owed him his loyalty. Would he, in turn, be betrayed by untrustworthy subordinates? It wasn't unreasonable to think that Menelik would prefer to negotiate, rather than test his army or the loyalty of his lieutenants. History was on the side of such arguments. Menelik had declared himself King of Kings in 1889. Twice since then, the Italians had entered northern Ethiopia in January 1890 and in December 1894, and Menelik hadn't moved. This was what lay behind Tazelli's dismissive remark that Menelik was a myth. But Menelik had had his reasons. He was still ostensibly an ally of the Italians in 1890, when they occupied part of Tigray and invited him to Aksum to celebrate his solemn coronation. Wisely, he declined the invitation. To have accepted would have forever branded him a pawn of Italy. In 1894, the Italian entry into Adwa occurred in the context of the war with Mang Asha, which did important work for Menelik by driving Mang Asha into his arms. But it hardly required his presence and was over in a few days. Things were different in 1895. Mang Asha, Alula, and the other restless northerners had long since rallied to Menelik's side as the only possible defender of Ethiopia. By forming his massive army and marching it against the Italians, his erstwhile patrons, Menelik could only affirm his independence and his right to the imperial title. Tezeli, personally, expected to face a very modest force. As recently as July he had anticipated a force of no more than 45,100 possibly led by Mang Asha, whom the Italians had defeated, or perhaps Ras Will. 17 In a cruel awakening, Tezeli and his men watched in awe from the heights of Amba Alaj as Makanan's forces, nearly 40,000 strong, streamed over the passes into the valley opposite. In an instant, the situation confronting Italy changed radically. Tezeli wrote in disbelief to Raymond, "Sono molti, molti. They are many, many." 18 And it was only Menelik's advance guard. On December 5, Makanan appealed to Tezeli to evacuate his position. "I have come to make war," he wrote. "Friendship for Italian Commander-in-Chief Baratieri leads me to serve as a peacemaker." Makanan even suggested he was being driven forward by Menelik, almost against his will. "I must advance because the emperor is at Lake Ashanj some 25 miles to the south, and when I stop, his road is blocked." 19 Tezeli would have to get out of the way. Tezeli understood the weakness of his position. If Makanan attacked, Tezeli and his men would die. Instead, Tezeli appealed to Makanan's self-interest, underlining the potential cost of war to Makanan's ambitions. "To advance means war," replied Tezeli, "the consequences of which no one can predict." Tezeli hinted that defeat for Ethiopia might yet create an opening for Makanan. "Consider that Magdala and Sahadi determined the fate of two great Ethiopian emperors," he wrote, alluding to the defeats of Tewodros and Mang Asha. Then, in an allusion to Makanan's close relationship with Italy dating back to his visit in 1889, he added, "Today you would destroy your work of 7 years. 20 Tezeli's bravado aimed to raise doubts in Makanan and to play on Makanan's presumed imperial ambitions, but privately Tezeli and his men had plenty of doubts of their own. Luigi Canavetti, a sweet and gentle native of Florence, wrote an unsparingly candid analysis of their situation to his sister Maria. Although he wrote with affection, signing with his nickname, Gigi, he barely concealed the gravity of the moment. "We are 1,000 against 20,000, he wrote, undercounting both Makanan's forces and his own. "Our names will be written in history books," he noted presciently. "What better reward can there be?" 21 Tezeli could retreat or he could be reinforced, but he refused to give up such a strong position without explicit instructions to do so. "The situation is graver than we thought. There are at least 30,000 of them," he wrote to General Raymond, his commanding officer. "I await your reinforcements." 22 Although Tezeli didn't know it, General Raymond had already ordered Tezeli's retreat. Tezeli never received the orders. 23 That evening in his tent, Tezeli scratched out a final note to Raymond, a note that expressed his awe in the face of the vast Ethiopian encampment, along with his deep private misgivings. "Tonight the enemy has put on a magical spectacle of lights. The camp is bigger than Mangus's camp at Kawadi, and Tezeli commanded a much smaller force than the one Baratieri led at Kawadi. It may be possible to gain a few days for the defense of the colony, but we cannot resolve the situation, and it will be necessary to pull back in order to prepare a counteroffensive and a large-scale war." He closed with the hope that reinforcements would arrive at any moment. "Is everything prepared? Are many troops on the way?" 24 It was Tezeli's final letter. All day on the 6th, the Ethiopians prepared for battle. That afternoon, about 4 o'clock, Tezeli received a final communication from Raymond. A column of 6 companies and 2 artillery batteries were on their way south, having left that morning. Toselli was encouraged by the news. At a distance of about 35 miles, reinforcements likely would arrive sometime the next day, on the 7th. 25. The ambiguity in Aramondi's letter would prove fatal. He was only pushing these forces forward to cover Toselli's retreat. He had no intention of sending reinforcements all the way to Amba Illich. The next morning, December 7, Makhanen's forces began their attack with rifle fire on advanced positions at 6:30. It was an attack that would build over the course of the morning, probing for weakness. Makhanen knew exactly where to test for fractures. The core of the Italian position consisted of the 4th Battalion 1300 Ascari led by Italian OFFICers and supported by 2 artillery groups. The local chieftains Ras Sabat and Sheikh Thala, Ethiopians with grievances against Mang Asha, in Ras Sabat's case, or Menelik, in Thala's case, had sided with the Italians. Each added some 350 men to Toselli's force. Under the weight of Makhanen's attack, they and their men would feel acutely the gravity of the choice they had made. If they wavered, the Italian position would crumble. Thus Makhanen focused his initial attacks on Toselli's uncertain allies. Toselli chose to protect his core forces, arraying his disciplined Ascari companies around Amba Illich and putting Sabat and Thala on the periphery. Sabat was posted on the Italian left, perched on high ground above the main road leading around Amba Illich to the north. If Sabat gave way, Makhanen's forces could turn the Italian left and begin the encirclement of Toselli's position. Toselli positioned 2 companies in support of Sabat. 26 on the right, some 400 men loyal to Sheikh Thala occupied a position analogous to that of Ras Sabat on the left. They covered the road that bypassed Amba Illich to the west, leading to Togara. Their role was to prevent a turning movement that threatened an alternative path of retreat. They were backed by indigenous Eritrean recruits commanded by Lieutenant Volpicelli. Toselli, his 4 artillery pieces, and his reserve occupied the central position, the Amba itself. 27 pathways connecting the Italian left and right were precarious. In some places the paths were little more than goat trails on hillsides or along ridges above precipitous drops. Makhanen chose his attack carefully. At 7 in the morning, he sent a small force against the Italian right. It was easily repulsed. Makhanen then directed Ras Will to lead his 7,000 men to test Sabat's position on the Italian left. Despite Sabat's dominant position, the disparity in numbers proved overwhelming. The resolve of Sabat's men built on animosity toward Mang Asha wavered as thousands of their countrymen advanced. Within 2 hours, Sabat's forces were giving way. Toselli sent a company from his reserve in support, repulsing 3 renewed assaults. By 9 o'clock, Ras Makhanen was directing forces against the Italian center. Some 15,000 men advanced with high ground on either side. Terrain funneled them in front of Toselli's position, putting compact masses of men in front of disciplined artillerymen. 28 Italian guns were capable of firing both shells and shrapnel, typically fused to explode in the air. 29 shrapnel consisted of artillery shells packed with balls that were a fraction of an inch in diameter. Exploding in the air, the shell containing them rained down death for yards around, wounding dozens in a single, brilliant flash. When it was fired into hard ground, shot ricocheted up with brutal force, spraying lead into soft bodies. Attacking the center in force, Makhanen's men formed inviting targets for shrapnel and suffered heavy casualties, the heaviest of the day. A little before 10, a third column of some 15,000 men, Tigrayans under the command of Mang Asha and Aliula, attacked the Italian right. Makhanen's battle plan, which applied pressure first to the Italian left, then to the center, then to the right, aimed at rolling up Toselli's forces. Besides being a brilliantly simple plan and correspondingly easy to execute, it represented a significant departure from standard Ethiopian tactics, which typically sought envelopment by pressuring right and left phalanx simultaneously. By rolling from Italian left to right, Makhanen broke Toselli's contact with his preferred line of retreat, north to Mikili, and his most likely path of reinforcement. The sheer imbalance of forces. THIRD had 4 cannon and perhaps 2,000 soldiers, a mere handful of men against Makhanen's 40,000 left little doubt about the outcome. In the end, THIRD could only cling to the illusory hope that General Raymond would arrive with reinforcements before his forces were wiped out. In the meantime, THIRD resolved to make the Ethiopians pay for every foot of terrain. The rugged topography of the Ambo meant that the Ethiopians would have to endure very high casualties to reach the Italian positions. Ethiopian troops clambered up the steep slopes, and those who survived the climb pressed on against Italian artillery positions, taking horrific casualties as the Italians fired shot at 5 paces. 30 The carnage was unspeakable. By 12:30, THIRD had despaired of reinforcement, he had to think about retreat. 31 He shifted 2 artillery batteries to reinforce his right to protect his only remaining path of retreat. But the advantage of terrain shifted in retreat. Moving soldiers and material was a challenge where men and mules could move only in single file. A man who fell in retreat blocked the path completely. A false step could lead to a fall of 1,000 feet. As THIRD's men took aim to cover their retreat, the bodies of mules served as impromptu redoubts. When the situation grew more desperate, artillery pieces were pitched down the hillside rather than left to be captured. In some cases, men threw themselves after. The tangle of guns, mules, and men became treacherous. One Eritrean soldier watched as a mule crumpled, hit by a bullet. The animal tumbled to the valley below, taking Lieutenant Marzio Manfredini and part of an artillery piece with him. 32 By 1 in the afternoon the fighting was over. 33 The retreat turned into a massacre. Soldiers scrambled, trampling the fallen as they raced northward in panicked flight. Ethiopian pursuers picked off stragglers. When the chase broke off, villagers took over, harassing the retreating men and stripping the fallen. 34. Amba Alaj, the turning point. For Italy and its allies, Amba Alaj would be a story of heroism, starting with THIRD himself, who enjoyed a kind of secular canonization following his death. Illustrations depicted THIRD at the moment of his death, at the center of a swarm of Ethiopians, being crowned in laurel by an angelic figure, as his body rose heavenward in apotheosis. A singible tune THIRD's song enjoyed a modest popularity, at least in military circles. 35 And indeed, by all accounts THIRD had fought bravely in a desperate situation, covering the retreat of his men until he himself was taken down. Gabra Iyasus, one of the better contemporary Ethiopian observers, noted that Major THIRD never looked back, in other words, he never considered retreat for himself, and fought like a lion, parrying blows like a hero without tiring until he fell where he stood. 36 Ras Makhanen made sure that THIRD's body was recovered and properly buried, a gesture of profound respect. Newspapers in Germany and Austria dutifully respected the sentiments of their Italian ally. The story of Amba Alaj was the story of a hero. 37 The French press, antagonistic toward Italy and especially toward Italy's Francophobic Prime Minister, Francesco Crispi, didn't bother to conceal its sympathy for Menelik. 38 In Italy itself, Amba Alaj revealed popular ambivalence about Italy's colonial enterprise. Italians certainly were moved by the tragic deaths at Amba Alaj. In fact, the sentiments the defeat inspired, a desire for revenge and the retrieval of Italy's honor, were leveraged in the Chamber of Deputies into approval of additional funding for Eritrea. 39 Still, the purpose of the Italian presence in East Africa was no clearer and the cause no more popular. Corriere della Sera, the leading Italian newspaper, felt vindicated in its criticism of the government's colonial adventure. Meanwhile, students at the University of Rome, suspicious of militarism and colonialism, chanted Viva Menelik, to the horror of patriotic commentators. 40 It may well have been Europe's first anti-colonial demonstration. For Ethiopia, the story of Amba Alaj was a story of triumph and confidence, a critical interim step that would culminate in victory at Adwa. After all, the speed with which Mang Asha had been defeated just a few months earlier had raised doubts about Ethiopian EF effectiveness against EUROPEN forces. These doubts were dramatically erased when the news of Amba Alaj reached the main Ethiopian force at Alamata, more than 5 miles to the south. In a feat reminiscent of Marathon, one of Mangus's men had run all night after the battle, reaching Alamata just as Menelik's army was breaking camp. As the messenger scrambled down the hillside, soldiers pressed around him. "Where are you from?" the men asked. "Give us news." "I'm sent by the RAS Mang Asha," he gasped. "I bear a letter. The Italian army at Alaj is annihilated, their cannon and rifle are in our hands. Pity on us," the soldiers cried in mock disappointment. "Have we come all this way without a chance to fight GHT? 41 At Amba Alaj, the Italians had done Ethiopia an enormous favor by putting a smaller, beatable force in harm's way. However imbalanced the conflow ICT, Ethiopian victory at Amba Alaj showed that the Italians could be defeated and defeated decisively. This paid dividends as local chiefs, some of whom had wavered in their support, now rallied to Menelik. At his new camp at Wafale, Menelik received several local chiefs who previously had hesitated, unsure whom to back. Now they pledged their loyalty and agreed to join the Ethiopian army, with their men, at Mekele. 42 Even Tekel Hymenot, who had vacillated, sent a force to Menelik after Amba Alaj, with a promise of more troops to follow. 43 Amba Alaj also showed that Ethiopia's princes, its RAS, could be trusted to overcome their differences in the name of Ethiopia. Amba Alaj was the first time that soldiers from north and south, Tigray and Shoa, fought side by side. Despite rival ambitions that had split Mang Asha from Menelik and regional prejudices that made Tigrayans wary of Shoans, these men fought together as Ethiopians. In that sense, Amba Alaj was a milestone in the creation of modern Ethiopia. As a national victory, it meant that personal, local, and regional interests and loyalties had to be recalibrated. Ethiopian particularisms didn't vanish, but they had to make way as national allegiances were added to the mix. As Menelik and his army continued their march, minstrels proudly sang a verse mocking the Italians, "Oh wonders! They crossed the sea on a boat to conquer Ethiopia." 44 The minstrel's skeptical query captured the confidence and pride of the army. Did the Italians really think it was going to be that easy? And given that these troubles had started over the issue of a protectorate, it raised an obvious question: who needs a protectorate when the protected can defeat the would-be protector? When the Ethiopians marched north from Amba Alaj to pursue their war of independence, they marched with the swagger of winners. Fortifying Mekele. The story of Tazeli's glorious martyrdom offered solace to the aggrieved, but it masked questions about military leadership and competency, starting with Baratieri himself. General Aramondi, the person most directly responsible for the disaster, shifted attention from himself by taking his disagreements with Baratieri public, feeding the Italian press with information that put Baratieri's judgment in doubt. Within weeks, critics asked publicly whether Tazeli's men had died not with the thought that their sacrifice had been useful to the fatherland, but instead with the conviction that their death was the consequence of foreseeable errors. 45 What kind of leader would put 2,000 men in such an exposed position, miles away from reinforcement? What kind of leader would fail to give orders or liberty of action in the face of unforeseeable contingencies? Tazeli's death may have been glorious by some standard, but if so, it was a tragic glory, the glory of men who died because of the incompetence of other men. Italy now knew the full dimensions of the enemy it had conjured. Mobilization for the next confrontation began in earnest. Tazeli's sacrifice inspired some volunteers in Italy to join the ranks, but in nothing near the numbers the Italian leadership now knew it needed. What patriotism couldn't provide, chance and duty would. The army created a lottery, a kind of random tax on existing units, plucking the men it needed from those already in uniform to create 14 battalions. These newly amalgamated units, 40,000 men in all, began to ship out from Naples within days of the news of the disaster. Between December 16 and January 5, 11 steamships provided by the pro-Africanist Rabatino Shipping Company departed for Misawa. A second round of reinforcements began shipping out on January 12 and extended through February 1, sending tons of equipment and supplies, along with an additional 65 EE-100 soldiers. 46. Amba Alaj was just the first stop in Menelik's campaign to restore Ethiopian sovereignty. 35 EE miles to the north, the Italians had established a fortified position at Mekele. General Raymond chose to evacuate most of his forces following the defeat at Amba Alaj, rather than allow them to be entrapped at Mekele. But in the end he decided that the outright abandonment of Mekele was out of the question. It had a certain symbolic importance. It was said that once the Italian flew over the fortress, it could never be abandoned, but it had military significance, too, with the goal of slowing the northward progress of Menelik's army. 47. The thankless task of defending Mekele had been given to Major Giuseppe Galliano. As Baratieri scrambled to build up his forces, Galliano's assignment and that of the 1,200 men he commanded would be to buy time. 48. Long before the Emperor's red tent went up outside Mekele, Galliano's soldiers understood the challenge facing them. In the late morning of December 7, the men at Mekele had seen smoke spewing from Amba Alaj, 30 miles distant as the Crow flies, fighting had begun. Then the smoke stopped. 49. Hattusili and his men turned back the Ethiopian attack. There was no word. Shortly after midnight, the quiet of the night was broken by the wailing of women, the spouses of the Askari, signaling grief as the first stragglers from Amba Alaj arrived at Mekele, bearing witness to the extent of the disaster. 50 dead. All dead, the survivors gasped. Majors, captains, lieutenants all dead, everyone, everyone. 51 For an hour, wounded soldiers stumbled out of the night into the torchlight, safe at last in the fortress at Mekele. As the stream of survivors trailed off and the hope of more faded, sobbing women clawed at their faces and dragged rough stones across their skin in a bloody display of sorrow. Others pulled at their hair. Some sobbed as they crawled along the ground, faces buried in the earth. Dust mingled with streams of blood and tears, fashioning living masks of grief. 52 Many of the survivors were clad only in rags, a few were naked, victims of civilians who had preyed on them, stripping them of weapons and clothing. Some had been castrated, including one who boasted that it had taken 8 men to restrain him, arms and legs splayed. The hands are still good, he bellowed. When I am healed I want to mow down all the Abyssinians. 53 Mekele was a city of some importance, having been the imperial capital during the reign of Jonas. For much of the month of December 1895, Italian forces had built up defenses. A church was converted into an ammunition depot. Italian soldiers and their Askari recruits sang Italian songs as they reinforced the 230-foot-long wall that would be their main defense. 54 When they were done, the walls of the Presidio were substantial 6 feet thick at the top and some 16 feet at the bottom. 55 Ethiopian light artillery would have a hard time breaching them. The defenders' hope was that the Ethiopian officers would send wave after wave of infantry in an EFF or to take the fort by sheer numbers. An Ethiopian infantry assault would allow Italian artillery to do its work. The Italians prepared for such a conflict in minute detail. They pulled down Tukul near the fort that might provide cover for attackers and obstruct the line of sight of Italian artillery. They ran wire to establish a defensive perimeter outside the fort. Engineers dug deep trenches on either side of the main approach to the fort from the south. At the bottom of these 10-foot trenches too deep to provide cover they buried yard-long spikes at 2-foot intervals. These would impale anyone falling in. The intent was to create a choke point. Ethiopian soldiers charging the fort from the south would be forced to converge on the road in order to bypass the spiked trenches. As they did so, they would make ripe, compact targets for eager Italian fire. Any soldiers who survived to approach the walls of the fort would have to negotiate additional hazards. Ethiopian soldiers fought without shoes, so the Italians scattered broken glass and pottery shards. As the Ethiopians picked their way among these hazards, they would do so within range of Italian sharpshooters. 56. A fort needs to be a self-sustaining facility but rarely is. On December 9, a company of men left the fort in search of food for the men and feed for the animals. What they discovered on their foray was that much of the local population had vanished. This may have been simple prudence in the face of a requisitioning force or, more ominously, a vote of no confidence in the future of the Italian occupation. Either way, it made the work of the troops more difficult. Instead of persuading local peasants to trade, sell, or donate their goods, the soldiers were forced to discover where the peasants had stashed their food and feed. 57. As these foraging missions went on, the radius of operations had to increase. Eventually these forays extended 6 miles from the fort. There were other ominous signs as well. Communication with the north had become tenuous. After Mbalage, the local population turned hostile. Couriers traveling by day were accosted. Only mail carried by night could get through. Italian spirits were kept up by daily rations of wine, coffee, and rum. Cigars and loose tobacco were also available for the European soldiers. 58. Nerves and drink led to some boasting among the soldiers about how they would dispose of the Ethiopians when they arrived. "Come, Abyssinians. We'll help you find the road to hell," boomed one. 59. At night, European officers gathered for what often turned into extended bouts of drinking. Flasks of Chianti and bottles of Barbera rolled under the table, noted one officer. "Long live Italy! Long live the King! Long live Major Galliano! Long live Major Tazzelli!" Major Galliano led a rosy report with General Baratieri. "Morale is as high as can be." 60. The mood changed dramatically on December 19. Mikili sits in a high-altitude basin several miles across, dominated by surrounding heights. 61. Around 10 in the morning, a great dust cloud appeared on the southeast edge of the basin, where the heights descend to the plain. As the cloud approached, its base took the shape of an enormous column of men on foot and on horseback. It was the army of Ras Makhonnen, fresh from its victory at Mbalage. 62. Makhonnen's forces set up camp to the northeast of Mikili, occupying a high position relative to the fort. Their position also put them between Mikili and the main route north to Eritrea. There would be no evacuation of the fort and no rescue that didn't go through Makhonnen. 2 days after his arrival, Makhonnen wrote to Major Galliano, the Italian commander of the Mikili Presidio. Despite the imposing forces at his command and their dominant position, his tone was almost apologetic. Still, the objective was unmistakable. "How are you?" he wrote to Galliano. "I am well, thanks be to God. Are your soldiers well?" "Mine are very well. In the name of my emperor, I pray you leave this land, otherwise I will be forced to make war. It pains me to have to shed the blood of Christians. Please leave with your soldiers. Your friend Makhonnen." 63. Major Giuseppe Galliano, known by the whimsical name Pinato to his family and friends, was skeptical of Makhonnen's peace overtures. He believed that Makhonnen was stalling, buying time until Menelik could arrive with the artillery that was critical to an assault on the fort. Galliano was somewhat skeptical about claims that Menelik was right behind Makhonnen, at the head of tens of thousands of additional troops. He took comfort in a commonplace among some northern Ethiopians that Menelik would never risk his crown for Tigray. Galliano was equally skeptical of rumors that Menelik's artillery would be carried by African elephants. Menelik, Galliano observed, like the elephants, never seemed to arrive. 64. Galliano responded to Makhonnen's letter in mock sincere tones. To His Highness Ras Makhonnen, commander of the Shoan advance guard, from the commander of the fort at Mikili. "How are you?" "I am well, thanks be to God. My soldiers are very well, as I hope yours are too. My king has ordered me to remain here and I will not move. Do what you have to do, I assure you that I have Phi Ne rifle ES and very Phi Ne cannon. Your friend Galliano 65. A second set of letters was exchanged on the 25 FTH, but the results were no different. The signs were not all ominous, however. On December 30, one of RAS Makhanen's soldiers appeared outside the fort bearing a white flag and a third letter from Makhanen. Makhanen was asking for medical help for some of the men wounded in the battle at Amba Alaj. Galliano complied, sending Lieutenant Motsetti, a physician, who spent a day in the Ethiopian camp caring for wounded soldiers. 66 later Motsetti returned, accompanied by an Ethiopian escorting force commanded by Ato Georgios. While Motsetti provided Galliano with first-hand information about the size and battle readiness of Makhanen's forces, the Italian kitchen crew plied Ato Georgios with food and drink. Generous quantities of brandy made Georgios chatty, and in the course of conversation he revealed that Menelik would arrive shortly, augmenting Makhanen's forces with some 100,000 of his own. If accurate, this meant the Ethiopian forces would total 125,000 and confirm the higher estimate of the size of Menelik's army. 67 As the brandy took hold and before drifting off to sleep in the Italian fort, Georgios assured his hosts that Menelik had artillery and that his aim was to enjoy a drink in the governor's palace in Misawa. In other words, Menelik's goal was to drive Italy not only from Tigray but also from Africa entirely. 68 days passed without an attack from RAS Makhanen, feeding speculation that Makhanen, as a friend of Italy, would not attack. Meanwhile, the Askari took comfort from the fact that the flag flying over the fort at Mikili fl uttered to the north an auspicious sign, helped along by the prevailing winds. 69 More ominous, surely, was the fact that Makhanen's forces were completing their occupation of the high ground surrounding Mikili. By January 1, the encirclement was complete. In a defiant gesture that showed a wicked sense of humor, the defenders suspended a banner from the wall of the fort. On it was a jolly seasonal greeting, 1896 Bon Anno. 70 Even with humor intact, Galliano and his men were running out of options. Galliano ordered the destruction of the remaining houses and huts surrounding the fort. Squads of men worked their way through the settlements. Whatever couldn't be hauled to the fort was torched. The burning went on for 2 days. 71 The gentlemanly exchange of messages and envoys ended. Makhanen's message of January 3 was both blunt and grimly comic, remember Amba Alaj and Tazeli's end. Give me the fort. Don't waste any more blood. I will escort you to Misawa and send along your bags, too. 72. A kind of epiphany. On January 6, Galliano duly observed the Christian feast of the Epiphany in his journal, but the day brought a military epiphany as well. Numerous columns descended from the passes into the valley opposite the fort in a kind of review. 73 The emperor had arrived, but the review was as much for Galliano's benefit to cure his skepticism by displaying the might of the Ethiopian army. Inside the fort at Mikili, murmurs of "it's the Negus" rose from all sides. Menelik's red tent went up to the northwest of the fort, just outside the range of the Italian artillery. 74 That night, Camp Phi Residential rimmed the Mikili basin. Clusters of Phi Residential to the east and west gave off an ardent, imposing glow that streamed down the hillsides into the plain. 75 The next morning, a new supply of provisions arrived from Tato's properties, butter, a great quantity of cattle, and 500 sheep. Tato had this providential bounty distributed to the army a sign of her readiness to persevere until victory. 76 The siege of Mikili, properly speaking, had begun. Very quickly, the confident mood in the fort took a sober turn. The Italians had established 2 observation posts outside the fort. Both of these fell to the Ethiopians following skirmishes on the 7th. The rapidity with which they succumbed surprised the Italians. Just the same, the Ethiopians suffered significant casualties in the Phi Ght. Tato, Mang Asha, Alula, even Menelik himself upbraided Makhanen for not having attacked as soon as he arrived, before the fortifications were complete. Makanen had wasted time in negotiations that produced nothing. There were murmured accusations of treason. 77 Makanen would pay the price for his delay, his men would have to lead the assault on the fort. On the 8th, Ethiopian artillery pounded the fort all day in hopes of opening a breach, without success. The Ethiopian quick-firing Hotchkiss batteries had better range than the Italian artillery, but their smaller caliber had little effect on the walls of Michele's fortress. 78 Still, Galliano was impressed by the effectiveness of the fire from the 12 artillery pieces, 2 of them Italian guns seized at Amba Alaj that the Ethiopians trained on the fort. The Ethiopian artillerymen had mastered the art of correcting their aim after watching each shot fall. Long, short, then just right, noted one of the Italian artillerymen admiringly. The aim of the Ethiopian batteries was so precise that Galliano became convinced that they were not operated by Ethiopian soldiers. "It's impossible that they're not European," he insisted. 79 On the 9th, Makanen's forces launched a major assault on the fort, taking heavy casualties. The loss of life pained Makanen, but the reaction of the Ethiopian leadership was pitiless. Tato, Menelik, Tekel Hymenot, and Abuna Matuas, the last of these the court chaplain and ranking cleric, turned on Makanen and accused him of treason. "What do I have to do to prove my loyalty?" Makanen pleaded. After all, Makanen's soldiers were taking the heaviest losses. "You gave them time to build the fort," they answered. "It's up to you to take it down." 80 Makanen threw his forces into the FIGHT with renewed vigor. He ordered 3 attacks on the night of the 10th, the FIRST shortly after midnight, the 2nd at 2, and the 3rd at 4 in the morning. Each time the Italians used FL Ares to light up the night, and the attacks were repulsed. The next day, the 11th, Makanen's men prepared scaling ladders to be used to climb the walls. At 3 in the morning the Ethiopians approached the fort under cover of darkness. They reached the walls apparently undetected, raised the ladders, and began to clamber up. The Italians were ready, however, withholding their fire until the last possible moment, when masses of Ethiopian soldiers gathered eagerly at the foot of the ladders. 81 The effect of the opening volley was shattering, and dozens were killed. The rest wavered in confusion and panic. Many more fell in the fighting that followed, as stunned Ethiopian soldiers were picked off by soldiers firing from the walls of the fort. As the light of dawn rose on January 11, more than 600 Ethiopian fighters lay dead beneath the walls of Mekele. 82 When news of the tragedy reached Makanen, he sought his own death by standing in full view of the fort, exposing himself to Italian fire. Ras Alula dashed over and forced him to take cover. 83 Coming from Alula, a critic of Makanen, this was a redemptive gesture. That day, January 11, represented the nadir of Menelik's march. It was the moment when everything might have unraveled. The frustrations at Mekele were bringing out the worst in the Ethiopians' rivalries, mistrust, suspect motives, and putting the army and the nation at risk. All of the goodwill of Menelik's subordinates, all of the confidence gained at Amba Alaj, had been put in jeopardy by 1,000 men within the walls of Mekele. Inside Menelik's tent the mood was somber. Menelik and Makanen sat opposite each other, tears streamed down their faces. Outside, across the camp, the wives of the fallen wailed in grief, the cries might just as well have been for Ethiopia itself. Menelik spoke, "Today is a very sad day for Ethiopia." Then they resumed their silence as the tormented cries washed over them. Finally the two men stood. Menelik embraced Makanen, then turned to address the court in his characteristically laconic form, saying, "This is my faithful subject." 84 It was a kind of absolution. There would be no more carping, no more recrimination. Menelik called off the attacks on the fort. Perhaps Mekele could be taken without force. The great weakness of the Italian position was that the fort lacked an independent supply of water. There were 2 springs in the immediate vicinity, one to the north and another to the south, but neither was within the walls of the fort itself. The Italians had constructed a covered passageway to the closer of the two springs, offering protection from snipers, but the fundamental problem remained. Once the fort's water supply was taken, it would be very difficult to win back. 85 In their frantic preparations for the arrival of Menelik's army, Galliano's soldiers had sought to address this weakness by constructing improvised cisterns. Captain Torquato Benucci supervised the excavation of two large pits, each capable of holding about 13,000 gallons within the fort walls. Waterproof tarpaulins were laid in the pits. For a week soldiers, using empty wine casks, shuttled water from the springs to the reservoirs. They also ransacked the vacated homes of Michele, seizing the clay bottles and pots used to hold tej, tala, beer from barley, and grain. The pots were filled with water and added to the fort's stores. A strict daily water ration allowed about 5 quarts of water a day for mules and horses, 2 for officers, and 1 for ordinary soldiers. 86 It's not clear who among the Ethiopians thought to target the Italian water supply. One source, the official Ethiopian Chronicle, credits Empress Tato herself. 87 On January 8, Ethiopian troops seized both of the springs, establishing the circumstances that would eventually force the Italians to capitulate. Water rations had to be cut almost entirely, with an exception made for the animals and the Askari who used the water for the making of bread. In a move that undoubtedly improved morale at least in the short term, a wine ration took the place of water for the Italian soldiers. 88 But the overall situation was bleak. The Ethiopians had control of the springs, and the Italians were unable to do anything about it. At the same time, the Ethiopians moved up their artillery pieces. With their surprisingly accurate fire they were able to prevent the Italians from leaving the fort at all, for any purpose. Given that the range of the Ethiopian guns was greater than that of the Italian artillery, the Italians had no effective response to the Ethiopian gunners. As the Ethiopians moved closer to the fort, they dug trenches to consolidate their gains. Under the cover of darkness, Ethiopian infantrymen could advance as far as the wire perimeter. From there, they would shout to the Askari, alternately encouraging them to defect and threatening them with terrible reprisals should they fight and lose. 89 For the men in the fort, thirst became an equally formidable enemy. As of January 13, water rations were down to less than a quart per soldier per day. Even at that miserly rate, the fort would fall one way or another by the 25rst90. The quality of the water deteriorated as the reservoirs became muddy habitats for insects and moss. By the 17th, each soldier was receiving just 2 cups of polluted water. The defenders of Michele had turned back 5 attacks on the fort, but their situation was becoming desperate. The cherished illusion, of course, was that one day the defenders of Michele would hear the sound of cannon fire coming from the north announcing their rescue. 91 It was an illusion shared by Galliano himself, suggesting he had only a vague notion of his true predicament. Rescue for Galliano and the Italian fort at Michele was out of the question. It would have taken tens of thousands of men to challenge Menelik's army, and no such force was available. When Baratieri arrived at Adigrat on January 9, he had 2 battalions. To these he could add the forces under the command of General Raymond, as well as reinforcements moving up from Misawa. In all, he had some 10,000 men under his command. 92 This meant that Adigrat was secure, but any thought of rescue for Galliano and Michele would have been sheer folly. 93 Must the nation resign itself to another 7 December? Corriere della Sera asked, referencing the date on which Tazelli's forces had fallen at Amba Alage. 94 A repeat of Amba Alage wasn't out of the question, but it was an outcome Baratieri wanted to avoid at all costs. Negotiation was the only way out. For Menelik, time was a factor, too. He didn't have pressing water supply concerns, but an army of the size he had created had to move or die. A lengthy siege imposed hardships that went beyond declining morale. He needed to keep his army in motion or lose it to hunger and attrition. Devoured by the Lion of Judah. Italy dispatched Pietro Felter to negotiate an end to the siege. Felter was a merchant with long experience in Ethiopia, having first set foot there in 1881. He was known to all the principals at court: Tato, Menelik, Makonnen. If he wasn't exactly a trusted figure, he was at least familiar. As the talks proceeded, Felter took Galliano with him to the Ethiopian camp to conclude the negotiations. When Felter entered Menelik's tent, he found the emperor much changed. In place of the amiable character he had come to know in Addis, he confronted a dark and serious man. The smallpox scars gave the emperor a hard, fierce look, a look now deepened by the stress of war. Galliano, who never before had been in the presence of the Lion of Judah, looked as if he thought he was about to be eaten. 95 He might well have been. So many Ethiopian lives had been lost at Mekele that no one was more despised than Galliano. "Why did you bring this man into my presence?" Menelik asked. Felter adroitly reminded the emperor of the honor owed all men who fight heroically for their king. If one of Menelik's brave warriors were presented to the king of Italy, he would be received with full honors. Menelik paused, then whispered to one of his pages, who immediately left. He returned moments later, leading what Felter described as the most splendid mule I have ever seen. The mule was outfitted with a collar of solid silver. Without a doubt, the mule came from Menelik's own stables. "Dear Felter," Menelik began. "You know that we are a poor people. Yet this gift must surely satisfy your commander Galliano. The emperor then covered his face, signaling the end of the audience. Galliano, who had uttered not a word, rode the mule back to Mekele. 96 On January 19, Menelik and Felter reached an agreement: if Galliano and his men abandoned the fort, they could go free, taking their weapons, ammunition, baggage, provisions, women, children, and wounded. 97 On January 20, Galliano ordered the white flag of surrender raised over the fort at Mekele. There were a few details to be worked out. Galliano's men would not immediately be free, they would travel under escort of the Ethiopian army. In fact, the escort was welcome. There was enough spilled blood and resentment to make the exit of Galliano's soldiers from the fort a dicey affair, with scuffles and threats. Then there was the matter of transport. Galliano's men lacked adequate pack animals, so the Ethiopians loaned Galliano several hundred mules for the transport of their gear. It would later be revealed that the Italians had agreed to a hefty rental fee for the animals, 25,000 thalers, to be precise, more than enough to buy them and then some. In EFFECT, the Italians were paying, in the guise of a fee, a ransom for Galliano's men. 98 The following day, the 21st, Galliano and his troops prepared to leave. After more than a month of hostilities, including 5 failed assaults on the fortress, tensions were high. As Galliano's men exited the fort, they marched between two parallel columns of Ethiopian soldiers, two flanking walls, as one experienced it. 99 When the evacuation was complete, the yellow, green, and red pennants of Ethiopia were hoisted over the fort, the work of demolition began. Within hours, the fort at Mekele was gone. When the news reached Italy, the reaction was one of relief and celebration. Italy had avoided another embouillage, another Dogali. "Oh brave young men! Oh heroic young men," the weekly Illustrazione Italiana commented. The news was greeted as if it were a victory. 100 Major Galliano was promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. 101 The foreign press was not so kind. In France, Le Petit Journal ran a full-page color political cartoon on its cover. It showed Francesco Crispi, in military dress, getting a black eye from Menelik. The cartoon was picked up by newspapers around the world. 102 Italy's allies joined an orchestrated effort to save face. Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany sent a telegram of congratulations to King Umberto, observing that Galliano and Baratieri were worthy successors to the ancient Romans. 103 Wilhelm asked Umberto's permission to decorate Galliano with a medal. The Kaiser claimed to experience great joy when Umberto graciously consented. To be sure, Galliano had accomplished much with little. With barely 1,000 men, he had held the mighty Ethiopian army at bay. He had broken the ally of the Ethiopians in the aftermath of Ambaelage. He had bought time for Baratieri to bring up the reinforcements that were arriving daily from Italy, concentrating them at Adigrat. Menelik's northward march resumed on the 22nd, with Galliano's men in custody. Mangus's forces would take the lead, followed by Galliano and his men, while Makonnen and his soldiers served as rear guard. Menelik and the main Ethiopian army would follow at 3 hours' delay. 104 By January 30, it was evident that the safe passage of Galliano's forces fit into a larger plan. After Mikili, there was nothing standing between Menelik, his army, and the forces Italy was concentrating frantically. At Adigrat, a titanic confrontation loomed. Indeed, when Menelik left Mikili, he proceeded as if he intended to march on Adigrat. He paused for 2 days at Agula in late January, but then he shifted his path toward the west, as if to bypass Adigrat. By January 29 he was encamped at Hausen, on a route that would take him west to Adwa, rather than north to Adigrat. Menelik had absorbed the lesson of Mikili. Attacking fortified positions was futile. Menelik had no intention of advancing on Adigrat. He was using Galliano's men as a shield to protect his army as it completed a risky passing movement, exposing his flank to Baratieri's forces as he moved past Adigrat. 105 Menelik's army would not be attacked as long as Galliano's troops were among them. Finally, on the 30th, Galliano's Menelik, the Lion of Judah. Photograph taken by Alfred Ilgen 1896. From Völkerkundemuseum der Universität Zurich, credit, copyright Völkerkundemuseum der Universität Zurich, VMZ 805.01.001. Troops were released to rejoin Baratieri. Menelik held 10 officers, including Galliano, for a few more days for safekeeping. 106 Menelik's movement, along with the careful use of his hostages, telegraphed his strategic plan. He would bypass Adigrat and seek to turn the Italian position by moving past it. All the while, he openly advertised his position and his willingness to negotiate a definitive peace. Moreover, with every step he gave the lie to Italian claims on Ethiopian territory. His northward march shredded Italian assertions of sovereignty in Tigray and shielded a delicate maneuver under the guise of an honor guard. It played well in Europe, where Menelik, always with an eye to international public opinion, could now add shrewd strategist to his reputation as a patient and peace-loving statesman. 107 On the 5th of February, he sent Barambaris Emmanuel to Baratieri with the announcement that he had moved his court from Hausen to Gundapta, to the east of Adwa, where he would wait 5 days for an Italian envoy authorized to negotiate a peace treaty. Baratieri responded with a message that was either a brazen bluff or proof of a tragic state of denial. With Menelik poised to march into Eritrea with an army of more than 100,000, Baratieri, who might soon have 17,000 soldiers at his disposal, acted like a man holding all the cards. He sent Major Tommaso Salsa to Menelik with the message that he would accept negotiations on the basis of 2 conditions: reaffirmation of the Treaty of Wickle and recognition of the Italian occupation of the new territories. There was an admirable boldness in Baratieri's response, but it also antagonized the Ethiopian court. Tato, her brother Will, and the Tigrayans Alula and Mangasha were furious. Given the strategic realities, Menelik's reply was the picture of moderation. He would accept negotiations on the basis of 2 conditions: the return of the occupied territories and the complete modification of the Treaty of Wickle. 108 Thanks to Ambaelage and Mikili, the strategic balance was now in Ethiopia's favor. However, because of Ambaelage and Mikili, the pressure on Orest Baratieri for a victory of some kind was stronger than ever. Italy had been maneuvered into a strategic corner. With little leverage to use in negotiations, Baratieri's options were down to two: military victory, which looked increasingly doubtful, or humiliating retreat. At the same time that Menelik mobilized his army for the War of Independence, he deployed Alfred Ilg on a parallel mission, a public relations campaign in Europe. Ilg's task was to tell Ethiopia's story, but in a European voice. The polyglot Swiss gave interviews in all the major European languages. In fact, he talked to anyone who would listen. Above all, Ilg wanted to humanize the Ethiopians, a critical step in building sympathy for Ethiopia in the war and for marginalizing Italy. Ilg was pitiless in his criticism of Italy, and he invited Europeans to identify with the cause of Ethiopian liberty. He denounced the Treaty of Wickle candidly as a fraud perpetrated by Italy. How, he asked, could anyone even dream of conquering such an extent of land, with a tradition of independence that reached back centuries? One Ilg also prepared Europe for Ethiopian victory. He was keen to tell the people of Italy what their leaders wouldn't tell them, namely, that their young men were at risk. Ethiopia's military advantage was so clear that Ilg could see no point in concealing Menelik's plans. Menelik had no intention of breaking his army on the walls of Adigrat. Menelik would deny Italy the classic colonial military encounter it wanted. Adigrat's vulnerability was strategic, Ilg noted. It didn't need to be taken by force. He depicted Adigrat as a meaningless fortress, dangling. Chapter 10. Stalled at Soria. At the end of a precarious link to the coast. Provisioning troops is already very difficult, Ilg noted. Everything has to come from Misawa. Menelik would simply ignore Adigrat, push past it, and threaten Eritrea. Such a move would isolate Adigrat, turning it into another Mekele besieged, starving, helpless. Adigrat would be cut off and left to die. Ilg didn't seek to deny Ethiopian vulnerabilities, especially the quarreling in the Ethiopian court. Yes, there were jealousies, even rivalries. But Ethiopia had overcome these rivalries, and it owed it all to Italy. It's like two dogs fighting over a bone. If a hyena arrives and tries to join the fight, the dogs unite against him. 2. By laying out the strength of the Ethiopian position, Ilg was trying to build pressure for a negotiated settlement. It would be far better for both sides if combat could be avoided. But if a showdown couldn't be avoided, if fighting ensued and lives were lost, at least Ethiopia occupied the moral high ground, defending itself and its sovereignty. Finally, Ilg appealed to the sympathy of Europeans, asking them to identify themselves with Ethiopia and the Ethiopians. No European nation would submit to Abyssinian rule, he stated, inviting his readers to supply the corollary, that Abyssinia would never submit to European rule. Colonial warfare in the 19th century was governed by a few simple principles, and by the 1890s these were known by both sides. Numerical superiority always gave an advantage on the battlefield. European colonial armies tended to be small, while African armies could easily overwhelm them in numbers advantage Africa. But that assumed that the soldiers being counted were equivalent in other ways. What the Europeans lacked in numbers they compensated for elsewhere, in fiery power and in discipline advantage Europe. It was as if Menelik, in preparing the defense of Ethiopia, had taken the checklist of European military advantages and crossed them off one by one. If the Ethiopians lacked the training and discipline of European armies, they were nevertheless far from being raw recruits. They lacked the snappy uniforms of the European soldiers. Warfare for the Ethiopians was strictly a come-as-you-are affair, but they had enough experience and training to avoid foolish mistakes in combat. Menelik's campaign against the Weleta, followed by the victories at Amba Alaj and Mekele, had turned his army into a confident, battle-hardened force. The Ethiopian army was also better organized than in previous campaigns. Baratieri was among the first to admit it. When he was pressed by the Italian government to explain why he hadn't attacked Menelik as the Ethiopians moved north toward Eritrea, Baratieri snapped back testily. There is a great disproportion in the size of our forces. The enemy is shrewd and his organization has greatly improved since 1888 when Jonas had led a large Ethiopian force into Eritrea, only to turn back, obliging us to exercise maximum prudence. In order to take advantage of any error. 3. Nor were they necessarily at a disadvantage with respect to arms and fiery power. Menelik had been careful not to concede the high ground of military technology to the Italians. The soldiers Jonas had marched into Eritrea carried ancient muzzle loaders, many of Menelik's soldiers had breech loaders. 4. Baratieri's EUROPE and infantrymen were issued magazine-fed repeating rifle ES, for the most part. The Askari recruits, however, were given hand-me-down rifle ES, no longer adequate for combat in Europe but deemed good enough for colonial warfare. These were no better than and sometimes inferior to the rifle ES carried by Menelik's soldiers. Menelik's French-made Hotchkiss artillery pieces, properly operated, were superior to the mountain guns fired by Baratieri's EUROPE and Askari batteries. Another critical variable was position. Menelik had refused to give the Italians battle where they most wanted it, at Adigrat, where Menelik's thousands would bloody themselves storming the walls of the fortress. Instead, he skirted Adigrat, moving west and to the north, a play that threatened not only Baratieri's lines of communication but also the colony of Eritrea itself. This left Baratieri with a difficult choice. He could abandon Adigrat and withdraw into Eritrea. This would shorten his supply lines and keep his army between Menelik and Eritrea. But this would mean evacuating the land seized following the defeat of Mangasha the previous year. It was tantamount to conceding defeat. The alternative was to leave a defensive contingent in Adigrat while moving his main forces westward in pursuit of Menelik. On February 1, just 2 days after Galliano's troops had rejoined him, Baratieri occupied the Aliqua Pass, about 10 miles west of Adigrat on the road to Adwa. As Menelik continued his westward move away from Baratieri and Adigrat, Baratieri followed, advancing another 15 miles. 2 days later, on the 3rd of February, Baratieri set up camp near Intiko, at a place called Saria. On the 5th, Menelik sent word that he had established his headquarters at Gundapta, where he would await peace overtures. Thus, by early February 1896, Ethiopian and Italian forces had positioned themselves halfway between Adigrat and Aksum. Terrain in this part of Ethiopia can be varied and complex, but the landscape between Menelik's camp at Gundapta and Baratieri's camp at Intiko is mostly flat. It is a high plain 2 miles wide from north to south and at least 5 miles wide east to west. The plain is bounded by hills, creating a high-altitude elliptical bowl. Ethiopian and Italian forces faced off across this vast expanse. Menelik spread out his army at the western edge of the bowl, on the fields and hillsides of the Gundapta plain. If the Italians advanced on him, he would have plenty of room to deploy his forces. For Baratieri, it was just the opposite. Moving his forces across the bowl into the open field would expose his phalanx and play into the envelopment strategies the Ethiopians preferred. 5. He needed a confined space where he could deploy his troops, with their disciplined artillery and rifle fire, to maximum advantage. He established his camp on slopes on the eastern edge of the bowl, backed up against high ground, looking west toward Menelik. It was a natural fortress, a field cut by 5 or 6 mountains that guard it in place of towers. 6. He immediately set his forces to work digging trenches and constructing fortified positions. If the Ethiopians attacked, his towers would funnel them toward his artillery and entrenched soldiers. Baratieri fully understood the risks entailed in attacking Menelik at Gundapta. He summarized the standoff in a note to Rome: the enemy occupies a strong position between Intisho and Gundapta, 5 hours from our camp. Our position is strong, but intricate terrain makes advancing difficult without exposing our phalanx. 7. And so stalemate ensued. Menelik no more wanted to attack the Italians in their entrenched position at Soria than Baratieri wanted to engage Ethiopian forces in the wide valley in front of Gundapta. Peace negotiations began half-heartedly and broke down within a week. Then a sudden betrayal decisively shifted the balance in Ethiopia's favor. The end of divide and conquer, the defection of Ras Sabat and Hagos Taferi. Baratieri had reason to believe that time was on his side. Troops called up after Amba Alij were on steamships making their way across the Mediterranean to Eritrea. Thousands were disembarking at Misawa each week. In the last 10 days of January alone, 6 vessels, the Singapore, the Adria, the Gotardo, the Washington, the Rabatino, and the Minghedi, landed at Misawa. They disgorged almost 4,000 soldiers and officers. In February, vessels were leaving Naples at a rate of nearly 1 a day, bringing thousands more. 8 But the Italian position had its challenges, too. Feeding tens of thousands of men in the Ethiopian highlands was no joke. Much of what was needed could not be found locally, not in Asmara, not even in Misawa. At times meat on the hoof was brought in from India on contract, virtually everything else had to be brought in from Italy. Getting it to Misawa was just the beginning. From Misawa, supplies had to be moved first by narrow-gauge rail most of the way to Asmara and then by caravan to Adigrat. The ascent from Misawa to Adigrat took a week under optimal conditions. 9. Along the way caravans were delayed when pack animals pulled up lame, there were bandit raids. The difficulty of it all is conveyed in the litany of places through which the supplies moved, a list almost as long as the route itself: Misawa, Ilalaya, Mahayo, Adik, Senef, Barakat, Atagudan, Adigrat. 10. And Menelik's army was not the only one vulnerable to defections. Baratieri relied on important native allies Hagos Taferi and Ras Sabat, whose allegiance was conditional and held a nasty surprise for Baratieri. Hagos Taferi and Ras Sabat had joined the cause of Italy and Eritrea after a fallout with Mang Asha in 1895. The men were rivals. They came from families that historically ruled in Agame, a region north of Tigray. When Mang Asha needed to appoint a new ruler in Agame, rather than choose between them, he chose neither. 11. This might have been the end of it, but in the rough and tumble world of Tigrayan politics, Mang Asha also sought pacification. He invited the defeated rivals to visit him at Adwa. Hagos Taferi, smelling a trap, decided to stay away. Ras Sabat accepted Mangus's invitation and was magnificently received. Midway through the festivities, Sabat was seized, tied up, and hauled away. Mang Asha had him imprisoned on a remote hilltop called Amba Alij. He would remain a prisoner of Mang Asha until released by the Italians in October 1895. 12. Mangus's high-handedness earned him Hagos Taferi's eternal enmity. It also brought Italy a valued ally, at least for a time. Hagos Taferi joined the Italians, fought Mang Asha alongside them, and shared in the booty after the victories of 1895. After the defeat of Mang Asha at Senef, Hagos Taferi hauled away weapons, animals, women, and tree sure from the rubble of Mangus's camp. 13 weeks later, Ras Sabat also joined the Italians when they drove off Mang Asha, setting him free. Thus by late 1895, both men were allies of Italy. 14. Winning over Sabat and Hagos Taferi had been a brilliant move. It was a perfect execution of Italy's strategy of divide and conquer. By cultivating the support of Mangus's disgruntled lieutenants, Baratieri could weaken Mang Asha while adding to the forces at his disposal. Moreover, these forces knew the terrain and the enemy intimately. Baratieri thought the relationship would hold. In his dispatches to Rome, Baratieri referred to Hagos Taferi as our friend. 15. But Hagos Taferi was an opportunist, not a traitor. His loyalty lasted only as long as the illusion of Italian inevitability did. By the middle of February 1896, after Amba Alij and Mikili, it was clear that Menelik had taken the initiative. Baratieri was playing defense, reacting to Menelik's moves. 16 Hagos Taferi and Sebat could see how the coming Conflow ICT was going to turn out. As one of RAS Sebat's soldiers bluntly put it, the Italians were weak, while Menelik was strong. 17 Around 11 o'clock in the evening on February 13, Hagos Taferi, RAS Sebat, and their men quietly picked up their things including Italian-issued firearms and left the Italian camp, leaving behind mules, provisions, and tents. Baratieri was stunned. He thought their move made no sense, and he said so in telegrams back to Rome. Mang Asha is their enemy, he protested. He gave control of these lands to others. Baratieri missed the point. The defection of Hagos Taferi and RAS Sebat was not about Mang Asha. It represented a sober assessment of the balance of forces in the coming Conflow ICT. If Baratieri had been paying attention, he would have understood what it meant. Menelik and Ethiopia were going to win. 18 When they arrived at Menelik's camp, the erstwhile traitors Hagos Taferi and RAS Sebat were greeted as honored heroes. 19 And when the news reached Adigrat, Agame's main city and the linchpin of the Italian occupation, the people celebrated spontaneously and shamelessly. 20. The Italian occupation crumbles. The defection of Hagos Taferi and Sebat represented a loss of 500 men, not much in the great scheme of things. But what it portended was much more, including interruptions in communications, disrupted supply lines, and a game in revolt. 21 The departure of Hagos Taferi and RAS Sebat threatened Italian morale as it rallied the broader population. 22 If, for a time, the Italians had deceived themselves into thinking that their presence was welcome, they could no longer. Even Baratieri had to concede that within days of their defection, RAS Sebat and Hagos Taferi had tripled the size of their forces, thanks to volunteers from the surrounding population eager to join a burgeoning resistance. With Menelik's encouragement, RAS Sebat and Hagos Taferi wasted no time in putting their new recruits to work. 23 Hagos Taferi and Sebat knew the disposition of Italian forces intimately. Baratieri's telegraph communication with the rear was cut, then restored, then lost again. On the 18th, only 5 days after they had left Baratieri's camp, the forces of Hagos Taferi and Sebat were threatening the town of Barakat, a strategic position along Baratieri's supply lines 33 miles to the rear. Italian troops escorting a supply caravan were attacked at Mai Marate, a point midway between Baratieri and the rear supply position of Barakat. 24 Forays out of Adigrat or the encampment at Saria frequently led to disaster. They were often accompanied by the atrocities that wars of insurgency can bring. A reconnaissance mission of 110 soldiers was ambushed and badly shot up on February 14. That night, a rescue mission of 35 men set out. They were intercepted and massacred. The bodies of the dead were stripped. 25 On February 16, insurgents loyal to Menelik occupied the high ground around the town of Adigrat. When a contingent of 100 Italian soldiers set out to greet a large caravan coming up from Asmara, they were set upon by forces greatly outnumbering them. The soldiers retreated toward Adigrat, leaving behind many dead and several prisoners, including 2 commanding officers. The Ethiopians seized the uniforms of the dead and the captured. The following day, they wore those captured uniforms as a part of a ruse to lure a rescue force of 140 men into an ambush. 26 There were also reports of mistreatment of captured soldiers, wounded soldiers burned alive, and the disfiguring of the bodies of the dead, reports that troubled soldiers and undermined morale. 27 While Baratieri at Saria was contemplating attack or retreat in terms of conventional warfare, on the roads leading to and from Adigrat one could make out the unmistakable signs of an incipient guerrilla war. Baratieri considered shifting his supply lines away from Adigrat to a road that ran by way of Mai Marat and Debre Damo. But the revolt initiated by the departures of Hagos Taferi and Ras Sebat included the entire Agame region, and the high ground near the monastery of Debre Damo provided a hospitable refuge for the insurgents. 28 The Italians, who once claimed to have arrived to liberate the local inhabitants from Mangus's arbitrary and divisive rule, were now facing a civilian insurrection actively supporting Menelik's defense of Ethiopia. Troops loyal to Ethiopia harried caravans between Adigrat to Soria. They watched as Italian soldiers, wary of ambush and with fixed bayonets, made their way along narrow paths. Supply convoy details, understandably eager to bring the ordeal to an end, pushed pack animals to the limit, but when fatigue set in they had to stop, sometimes hourly, to unburden the animals and allow them to rest. Some of the animals, utterly spent, would simply fall to the ground and die. Campi Residential became part of an elaborate game of disinformation. American Samoa Ethiopians and Italians sought to exaggerate numbers. At night, the Campi Residential of the Ethiopian troops Florida occurred from the surrounding hilltops. Luigi Gage's convoy built extra Campi Residential to create the illusion of a large force and thus discourage attack. 29 convoys sometimes traveled at night in the hope of avoiding detection, but it left them prey to the fear of an enemy they couldn't see, concealed by darkness. Sometimes the soldiers couldn't help giving away their presence. The passes were so dangerous at night that the soldiers would set fire to dry shrubs, creating a small bonfire to light their way. Ethiopian scouts were witness to the eerie spectacle of soldiers and animals passing the flames one by one, their shadows bobbing and leaping against the mountain face. Soon the precarious situation began to have a bearing on supplies. Rations of FLR, canned meat, and coffee continued, but there was no more wine, rum, salt, or sugar. 31 By the third week of February, soldiers were receiving FLR, biscuits, and meat only every other day. 32 Things were no better for the Askari. On the 26th, barley, what they considered to be animal fodder, was distributed to the Askari in place of wheat. 33 Hunger became a factor. Carlo Diotti, a corporal in the kitchen detail, witnessed fellow soldiers buying food from the Askari. For the Askari it was a profit opportunity, for the Italians it was a way of staving off hunger. Shortages had an impact on discipline. Luigi Gage saw soldiers break into food stocks. They stole a sack of FLR and a case of biscuits while a sympathetic sentry looked the other way. The shortage of food began to manifest itself in other ways. Soldiers began to grumble. Some left jackets unbuttoned, stopped shaving, or went shirtless. Some still looked like soldiers, others resembled bandits. 34 Baratieri's army was coming apart. Menelik had won. He had shown Baratieri and Italy that the victories over Mangasha the prior year were hollow. Power exists only where it can be defended. By marching unimpeded as far as Tigray, Menelik had demonstrated the emptiness of Italian rule. Political leadership in Rome seemed to appreciate the gravity of the situation more acutely than Baratieri himself. The telegraph line crackled with notes of concern. Sebat and Dachagos occupy the mountains surrounding Adigrat and incite rebellion in a game, Baratieri wrote to Stanislao Mossini, the Minister of War, on 18 February without specifying what he intended to do about it. 35 Ministry preoccupied with consequences of rebellion, replied Mossini in spare telegraphic language, and invites Your Excellency Baratieri to communicate your views on the present situation. The Ministry has decided to give you any other reinforcements necessary. 36 Mossini was anxious about the strategic situation of Italian forces. Since the beginning of the year he had been shipping out battalions even in advance of Baratieri's requests. Meanwhile, Mossini was doing battle with Sidney Sunino, the Minister of Treasury, who wanted assurance that Baratieri's operations wouldn't break the bank. Would the campaign shatter the government's budget? Sunino asked. Not if operations lasted only a month, responded Mossini. 37 Italy needed a victory, and it needed it soon. As a young patriot, Oreste Baratieri had fought to drive an Austrian occupier from Italian soil, thus creating an independent modern Italy. If it ever occurred to Baratieri to compare Italy's struggle for independence with that of Ethiopia, he never mentioned it. That Italy was Austria to Ethiopia's Italy seems not to have crossed his mind. Patriotism resolved the glaring contradiction. Great powers had empires, and so if Italy was to realize its destiny in the modern world, it must acquire an empire. The same patriotic impulse that had driven Baratieri to liberate Italy now told him to subjugate Ethiopia in Italy's name. By February 1896 the grand continuity in Baratieri's life, the patriotic thread that connected Trentino to Tigray, was at risk. For Baratieri, Soria was not only a military crisis but an existential one. Baratieri's bold annexation of northern Ethiopia had cast Italy in the role of aggressor in the eyes of international public opinion. Meanwhile, Menelik's May-assured northward march was the embodiment of a prudent and just defense of Ethiopian sovereignty. Ilg was right. No European nation would submit to Abyssinian rule. Why should Abyssinia submit to European rule? Italy was losing the battle for public opinion. It was also losing the battle on the ground. Not only was Italy's control of Tigray unraveling, but Menelik's movement to the northwest, skirting a direct confrontation. Chapter 11. Baratieri chooses. With the Italians at Adigrat, manifested his military skill for the world to see. It showed that Menelik would deny Baratieri the thing he most wanted, a battle where Menelik broke his army attacking a fortified Italian position. Instead, Menelik had seized the strategic initiative, leaving Baratieri to adapt to Menelik's moves. To the extent that Baratieri's fellow officers and rank-and-file soldiers understood the deteriorating strategic situation, it was humiliation for Baratieri. One Baratieri's answer was to keep his men occupied. In the memoirs of Italian soldiers, the days at Soria were days of drudgery, digging trench after trench. As it became clear that they were preparing for an Ethiopian attack that would never come, these labors consumed morale as well as strength. Two Baratieri's brigadier generals expressed a sense of futility in the face of these exercises. General Giuseppe Raymond, who seated under Baratieri's command, saw an opening and seized it. In an elegantly vulgar slur he mocked these barren efforts as the onanism of the military arts. 3. It was also a situation that heightened the contrast between the Ethiopian and Italian ways of war. The Italians relied on conventional forms of supply and reinforcement. As Baratieri's lines of communication stretched in pursuit of Menelik, his supply caravans became that much more vulnerable to attack. As reinforcements arrived from Italy, bringing more mouths to feed, supply demands only increased. In contrast, Menelik's army lived off the land. What his soldiers couldn't carry, they had to find along the way. This made Menelik's army speedy and mobile. There were no cumbersome caravans to delay their progress. But the system was far from perfect, especially for an army as large as that of Menelik. When a court travels, it is customary for it to be supported by those who live along its path. And while it is true that once the emperor's tent was set, among the first rituals was the presentation of gifts, animals, flr, drink by the local population, these amounted to mere gestures for an army on the scale of Menelik's. Foraging is the polite word for what happens when an army feeds itself off what it finds. From the point of view of the army, foraging is a fee for services rendered. After all, the army is defending the people who are being asked to feed it. But the burden tends to fall disproportionately on those who have the misfortune of living in the path of the army. Requisitioning for that is what it ought to be called meant that the foragers had to move outward from Menelik's camp in an ever-widening arc as local supplies were exhausted. Following the march from Mekele, Menelik's forces settled into camp at Gundapta. The following week they moved on to the rich lands around Adwa. For as a practical necessity, Menelik's army had to keep moving to live. Thus both armies contended with deepening sense of urgency. For Menelik, there was a growing desperation surrounding the question of food. For Baratieri, there was a deteriorating local situation, a growing rebellion at the same time as he was getting political pressure from Rome to do something, anything, to bring the standoff to a conclusion. My colleagues and I are sending you 2 additional brigades and everything that you have asked for. Remember that Ambaelage and Mikili were two military failures, however glorious, and that the honor of Italy and that of the monarchy are in your hands. 5. Francesco Crispi was writing to Baratieri in a manner that left little room for misunderstanding. The upstart and the blue bloods. The pressure wasn't coming only from Rome. Baratieri's generals were a constant source of carping and dissent. Of the 4 generals directly under Baratieri's command, at least 3 of them expressed doubts about Baratieri's leadership. For the most part, the generals had kept their peace while Baratieri was winning. However, as Menelik's forces rolled up the Italian positions Ambaelage, Mikili, and now Tigray itself, there was plenty of room for second guessing. All kinds of resentments came out, including social snobbery fed by some of the worst professional jealousies. Baratieri's patriotism was unassailable. However, his unconventional path to command via Garibaldian populist insurgency meant that his social credentials remained open to question. All 4 of the generals under his immediate command in Ethiopia, Albertone, Aramondi, Darbomeda, and Elena, came from old patrician families of Piedmont, in northern Italy. 6. As elsewhere in Europe, the army was one place where the partisans of the old regime could still contest the authority of the new. The army's Officer Corps had been a preserve of the highborn and honor. Able career for the sons of the aristocracy. Baratieri was the son of a mere magistrate. By birth and by training, he was a parvenu. General Giuseppe Aramondi was an elegantly handsome man. He kept his hair short and brushed back from his imposing brow. He had steely eyes, a trimmed full beard, and a mustache that turned up slightly at the ends. He sat ramrod straight for his official portrait, with 5 EE medals pinned high on the chest of a jacket laced with officers' braids. He had the air of a man not to be trifled with. Of all the officers under Baratieri's command, Aramondi was the one with whom he had the thorniest relationship. At 49, General Aramondi was not a young man, but he was 5 years younger than Baratieri and had plenty of ambition. He chafed under Baratieri's leadership. In December 1894, when Baratieri was recalled to Rome to confer with the government, Aramondi set out on a campaign against the dervishes. A victory at Agordat made a big splash in Italy, earning Aramondi a promotion, but it embarrassed and upstaged Baratieri. Relations didn't improve upon Baratieri's return. Within months, Aramondi was asking to be sent back to Italy, a request that Baratieri refused. Aramondi appealed to the Minister of War, who also refused. In a bitter and rambling letter to his brother Francesco, Aramondi complained that Baratieri was an omnipotent figure whose power Aramondi attributed to a murky mix of politics, personal favor, Crispi, and ties to the Masonic order. 7. Paradoxically, he attributed real power in Eritrea to Baratieri's adjutant, Major Tommaso Salsa, whom he saw as a puppet master manipulating Baratieri the buffoon. 8. One could hardly say that either man was warm and approachable. Baratieri was cerebral. With his narrow-set eyes and pince-nez, he gave off a professorial air that was complemented by a penchant for grand words and complicated syntax. Aramondi's aloofness was social, not intellectual, a mix of high birth and self-regard. 9. His brooding, sulky character was famous. Around camp, Aramondi was known as Achilles in his tent, a remark suggesting military prowess but also a prickly personality. 10. In Rome, opinion of Aramondi was not high. In general, he is little esteemed as a soldier, concluded an unsigned, undated memo written around 1895, it would be better to replace him with an officer of lower rank who took greater care and had greater competence in the areas of service required. He occupied himself too much and in minute detail with things of only secondary importance. Baratieri, it was said, had little respect for him, consulting him only as a formality or in order to spread out responsibility for an unpopular decision. 11. Aramondi was described as vain and unwilling to let go of even small offenses. Major Tozelli had strained relations with Aramondi, his superior, that spilled over into an open break. Siamo in rata, Tazelli wrote in confidence to his brother. We have broken with each other. 12. It was Raymond who had failed to rein in Tazelli's aggressive push to Ambaelage and who had not given Tazelli clear orders to retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. Raymond's mistakes had led to disaster. Baratieri also saw Raymond as a hothead, given to risky offensives, especially when it came to African troops under his command. 13. Askari were faster and had greater stamina than European troops, especially in the high-altitude conditions of Eritrea and Ethiopia. Given Raymond's tendency to see any military problem as best solved by going on the attack, this was a dangerous combination. After Ambaelage, Baratieri was sufficiently concerned about the possibility of another disastrous mistake that he took Raymond's Askari and placed them under the command of General Matteo Albertone. 14. Proud, Navu, chatty, intemperate, troublesome General Matteo Albertone had a complicated reputation long before March 1, 1896. Albertone's official portrait highlights his high forehead. Epaulets trimmed generously with gold braid rest on wide shoulders. More gold braid swoops across his chest, drawing an emphatic arc beneath a spray of medals. A hard gaze completely lacking in warmth complements a regal air. The ends of a full, dark mustache curl up above a resolute chin. The portrait is of a man certain of his destiny. Accounts of Albertone on the move with his troops in Ethiopia, as well as memos dashed off to the high command in Rome, suggest that Albertone had an impulsive personality. Zealous and impatient, he was mercurial in spirit, passing quickly from high emotion to sulky moodiness. He was easily convinced that his extraordinary talent was wasted. Somehow Albertone's career hadn't reflected the grandeur of his self-image. Eritrea must have felt like a punishment when he arrived at the Red Sea port of Massawa, where midday temperatures pushed past a hellish 115 degrees. We don't know how Albertone earned a colonial post, but we know that it was not an assignment he coveted. The colonies were where frustrated soldiers went or were sent to revive flagging careers. Albertone first laid eyes on Eritrea in 1885. The experience left him a convinced anti-Africanist and opponent of the vision of Italia Africana. He deemed the soil too poor to produce much of value. He returned to Italy but was posted to Eritrea again in 1888 and once more in 1895, when he arrived with reinforcements in the final build-up. 15. If General Raymond was the one who was seen as reckless and dangerous, it wasn't obvious to contemporaries that Albertone was a model of composure. One contemporary observed that the Askari preferred Raymond to the excitable Albertone. Alessandro Sapoli recounted an episode that occurred one morning during the long face-off between the Italian and Ethiopian forces across the Gundapta plain. Sapoli was with Albertone as part of a forward observation group when they spotted an Ethiopian outpost on a hill opposite them. Albertone turned to Djiak Fanta, the leader of an Eritrean band supporting the Italian forces, and remarked, "Let's go over to those heights and take a look at the Emperor's camp." "But those hills are full of armed men," warned Fanta. "In a minute they would call thousands of men to their position." "So what?" answered Albertone. "When they see us they'll scamper off." "Don't say that, General," cautioned Fanta. "These men have come from a place far, far away, as far as you have come, and they have come to fight." 16. Albertone's remarks perfectly capture his disdain for Menelik's forces. He was not alone in thinking that Menelik's army would collapse at the first resolute use of force. In some ways, General Vittorio Emanuele d'Abrmida was the most interesting of the generals under Baratieri's command. His name alone spoke volumes about his patriotic and noble northern Italian lineage. Victor Emmanuel, d'Abrmida's namesake, was the king who served as patron of Italian unity. The d'Abrmida family was so well connected that King Victor Emmanuel had served as godfather at Vittorio's baptism. The adult d'Abrmida had a full mustache, stylishly upturned at the ends, and a tapered soul patch under his lower lip. A gold pince-nez completed the bookish look. 17. Bookish he was. D'Abromita was a scholar of strategy and tactics, a published author of books and pamphlets on military history and the principles of national defense. 18. His diplomatic experience was also impressive. In the 1880s, his aristocratic background made him the obvious choice as Italy's representative in discussions with Imperial Germany about the Triple Alliance. 19. None of this prepared D'Abromita for the realities of leadership in combat. D'Abromita's narrow and deep-set eyes gave him a forbidding aspect. His lofty, distant air made him seem unapproachable. Pedantic, absolutist, excessive sense of self-worth. The words his subordinates used to describe him are not kind. 20. He was abrupt with subordinates, the antithesis of the soldier's soldier. He expected his orders to be obeyed scrupulously. His keen sense of hierarchy and discipline made him unwilling to countenance any discussion of his decisions. 21. D'Abromita had no experience of Africa. In mid-January 1896, mere weeks before Adwa, D'Abromita shipped out for Masawa even though he harbored private misgivings about the wisdom of the campaign in which he was engaged. In letters home he strikes the tone of a man trapped between a deep sense of duty and doubts about his mission. They were fighting, he wrote to his family, to defend the honor of our country, rightly or wrongly engaged, but engaged nonetheless. 22. D'Abromita's reservations about the enterprise of Italian East Africa were trumped by an aristocratic commitment to honor. His dedication to duty and country derived from what was called the chivalrous spirit of the old aristocracy, a spirit that wedded honor and family. 23. Do what you must do, his father had told him as a young man. It was a phrase redolent of weighty but vague responsibility. D'Abromita took it to heart. No longer young, in 1896 he had turned Phi Fty 3 just before leaving Italy for Eritrea. He still carried the burden of family. His illustrious name, or so he felt it, obligated him. Would that I carried a name not enshrined in respect, he mused. He worried lest the family name lose any of the luster his ancestors had earned. A true ingénu is how a close friend characterized him, implying naivete as much as candor. 24. D'Abromita's understanding of warfare was as good as that of anyone in the Italian camp, but it was entirely bookish and abstract. His first direct experience of combat would come on March 1. 25. General Giuseppe Elena was the most recently arrived of the 4 generals at Soria. In fact, he had been with them less than 2 weeks, having left Italy with a group of reinforcements on January 25. Although the oldest of the group, at Phi Fty 6, as a newcomer to Africa he was too respectful of the other generals to weigh in heavily during the discussions leading up to the battle. Just the same, his voice mattered in part because he was so recently arrived. Even if he had little understanding of Ethiopia or Africa, Elena could express with greater authority than anyone else the mood of the political elites in Rome, who were impatient for victory and to avenge what had happened at Amba Alaj and Mikili. 26. Elena carried this impatience with him when he set foot in Africa. Many of the rank and file soldiers were impatient, too. Soldiers who had been in Africa for a while had a realistic idea of what combat with Ethiopian troops might be like. Some of them had fought against Mang Asha. Still others had been part of the siege at Mikili and had been released along with Galliano. They knew that warfare, especially colonial warfare, was no picnic. They respected the Ethiopian soldiers who tenaciously resisted the Italian presence. Some of them had seen what had happened to soldiers who were attacked while defending convoys coming up from Asmara. They had seen the stripped bodies and knew the Ethiopians rarely took prisoners. New recruits had a slightly different attitude. The send-offs they had received in train stations and dockside at Naples often had been tumultuous. Italy may have been indifferent to the larger colonial enterprise, but Italians had no difficulty identifying with their sons. 27 soldiers who had left Italy since Mikili and Amba Alaj had a much clearer sense that their mission was one of vengeance. They represented a momentum that was driving toward combat and had little patience for a prudent commander such as Baratieri. 28 Neither, apparently, did Francesco Crispi. By mid-February, Crispi and his government had lost confidence in their commander. The victories against Mang Asha in 1895 had been a pleasant surprise, even though some members of the government saw Baratieri's pursuit of Mang Asha as hasty and ill-advised. By early 1896, these concerns had been validated. The government understood as well as Baratieri himself just how overextended he was. 29. The campaign was ruinously expensive. When the Chamber of Deputies returned from its recess, anti-Africanists would be smelling blood and the government would have some explaining to do. The government wanted anything that would justify the enterprise they had embarked upon.